Maybe that's why. I don't know if anyone's here, but I apologize if it's super loud. Hey, what's up, Barrage Boy Ben? How you doing, man? Saison today, surprise, surprise. I'm doing a split batch, 10 gallons total, 2 different beers. See how it goes. Please let me know if you can hear me too, by the way. I'm not, oh, I assume you can then. I was trying to get my wireless mic working. I failed miserably, so I'm back to the old school XLR. Just chugging some much needed water first. It's like 100 degrees in this room. It's brutal. I don't know if I'll make it, but I'll try. Alright, just give me a couple minutes, guys. Whoever's here, my bad. Yeah. What's up, Blackwood? How you doing, bro? Just waiting a couple minutes before I get started. I'm super dehydrated. I just like chugged 2 bottles of water. My hands like fucking shaking. Alrighty. This is gonna be brutally hot. So this is Brewha. They're out of Canada. Canada, eh? Nobody knows about this system pretty much. Very few people. Yeah, this is a pretty sweet system though. Could just got out of the river. Got a set of camp. Cheers, Blackwoods. I'm sure you're probably all out of here, but thanks for checking in, bro. Not sure if I can type in here to send you a message, but I'll type it out for you, Braj. Hopefully that's, yeah, there you go. So that's what it's called. It's a 15-gallon system, or a half barrel. I apologize. I'm sure the noise is getting picked up from the other room. My bad. So it is actually a fermenter as well. You can do whatever you want with this thing. There's a lot of systems out there that call themselves all-in-one. This actually is an all-in-one because you can ferment in it as well. I try not to. There's a lot of reasons as to why, but yeah, it's pretty sweet. All right, so I'm going to set a 10-minute timer, let that rest a little bit, and then we'll start a timer, stir it up a little, and we'll start our mash. There's two people on Instagram I follow that have this system as well. One is Eating Good, Drinking Good, and the other one is Desi Brewer, D-E-S-I Brewer. So they're both from Canada, which makes sense. But for me to get this system, I had to like have it imported. Like, it had to go through customs, and that alone I think cost like $500 or something. It was ridiculous. But I don't know. If I could go back in time, I would probably make a different decision. But it is what it is. What's up, Pops and Gnarly? What's up, brother? Oh, hell yeah. Nice, dude. What are you brewing? So when you boil, yeah, the liquid is everywhere. So I pull out the mash grain basket, and then what I do is I lauter or Vorloff, depending. Kind of the same thing, I guess. But make sure all the solids are out. What the problem with this system is post boil, actually. Like, you have to, like, preferably whirlpool, try to bring as much stuff to the bottom, make sure you chill it well. You're gonna have to dump the cone as much as possible. Sometimes there's still hops and protein and shit that, like, you're just gonna have to live with it being part of the fermentation, unfortunately. That's why I prefer transferring it to my 10-gallon uni tank, but there's just well, that's already taken up today, so I have no other options. Hell yeah. I too am brewing Saison. I emptied a tank. Okay. Oh, so you're just going to pop it on like the yeast cake, I guess that's what you're saying? I'm sweating my ass off. What's up, Matt? Oh, hell yeah. That sounds phenomenal. I want to get one of those side pulls eventually. I don't brew enough lager to, like, kind of warrant one, but they are pretty sweet. So this is what I'm drinking right now. Hops and gnarly. Saison as well. Locally brewed. Interesting ingredients, if you ask me, but I'll show you the can first. But so it's a 4.2 Saison with lemon balm and hay, which the hay is the weird part. I don't think I've ever seen a beer that actually uses hay. I assume they put it in the mash. What's up, Goose? Yeah, it's a little strange. It tastes delicious, though. I will say that. It's not as dry as I'm used to on Saisons, but what's up, Shauna? Gnome is back to Gnome. That's hilarious. What's up, Marco? How you doing, bro? But yeah, super, super delicious. 4.2 as well. Like, normally I'm, like, the Saison I brew is usually like high fives, low sixes, so it's a nice little change. I know this is unfortunate, but I wonder if Tanglefoot is selling any of his Lucres. I might have to send him a message, send him a whatever the hell, you know what I'm talking about. As always, I don't know how to speak. Yeah, it's unfortunate news for sure. Fill the keg with oxy and ran 1 liter through each line. I mean, if you ran it through nice and hot, that should be enough, in my opinion. If you're talking about the keg and like you didn't fill it up completely, I'm not really sure. If you're just talking about your lines, I would think you're good to go. I mean, all I do is I bring water to a boil. I fill my keg halfway, and then I put it on its side, and after like 30 minutes I'll flip it to the other side, and obviously wait another 30 minutes, and then push it through my whatever lines, like picnic taps, transfer lines, to clean those, and then I'm done pretty much. I don't know, everyone has their own little method, but that's what I've been doing, like, for every single brew now. Yeah, I'll be honest with you, Shauna. Like, I've had some lines that I've had sitting in like a hot room for like a month, and they look disgusting. And I run PBW through it, and then obviously I take like the poppets, or not the poppets, the what the hell are they called? Like the liquid gas posts. I take those apart, obviously, clean them well, disconnects. Yeah, there you go. Excuse me. I like clean those individually. I'll put them in like basically a glass like this, fill it with PBW, and put all the parts in there overnight. Yeah, I don't know, whatever works. All right, 2 minutes left. I probably shouldn't have done a full volume mash. Like, the grain is so buoyant. Oh well, it's too late for that now. So how's everybody doing today? Oh, so Goose, since you're here. So half of this Saison, I'm finally going to use the hibiscus you sent me. So that'll be 5 gallons. I might do some other things with that half as well. Like I may dry hop it with some Barbe Rouge. Haven't really decided yet. The other half is kind of a secret. I can't really, well, I can't talk about it, but I'm trying not to. I want to see if the people at the Homebrew Club can guess what it is in it. Yeah, it's a Brewing a Conical, Shauna. Yeah, you think it's not good anymore? The hibiscus? Yeah, I'll have to check it. No, it's still like, not full on moist or whatever, but it's like the same as when you sent it, to be honest. That's funny. Just throw it away. All right. Yeah, it's been a long time since you sent that. I still have to send you beers. I feel so bad. I still owe. What was it? Barnes sent me beers last week. I've been putting together. Actually, it was like probably a week and a half ago. He's into loggers, so I've been like putting loggers aside for him. I think I have like 6 or so, but he sent me like 12 beers, so I want to, as even as I can, in return. So many people send me beer, and I feel bad because if you send me beer, I'm sending you beer back, but it just takes me a while. In your case, you sent me all sorts of like crazy cool goodies, but I'm just, I don't know. It takes me forever. I do apologize. I'll definitely get to it though. Oh, okay. Well, I'm glad you told me that. I might have to go to a plan B on that beer. That's hilarious. I've never had kombucha. Or that's actually, I think I maybe had it once. If you ask me, isn't it already infected? I don't know. I'll try to see if I can show you guys the recipe if anyone cares. It's pretty basic. Oh, actually, in doing that, I'll give away what it is. Ah, fuck it, whatever. So the other part is going to be cantaloupe, because I've never seen any beer use cantaloupe, and it's one of my favorite fruits. So, and I think it would go well with a saison, as long as you keep like the grain bill kind of neutral. So, no, normally I use 3726, the farmhouse. I think it's 3726. But for this, I was intending on using 3711 to have like more of a citrus note. Unfortunately, I only have 1 pouch, so I'm going to have to put some of my 3726 in there as well, which is kind of like my house yeast in a way. Yep, still picnic tapping. Another thing I need to get around to and set up my keezer. I'm so lazy. Yeah, that sounds good. Mint. I can see that. What was the other idea? Like ginger, but I don't know about that. I'm sure the yeast will already have its kind of spicy note. I thought about adding svelte in the grain bill, but again, it'd probably add to a little bit of the spiciness. But let me see if I can get this going for you guys. Yeah. All right, there we go. So, like I said, pretty basic. I'll leave it on there for a little while so you guys can rip it. Meaning like rip it to shreds, that is. Hopefully no one from the homebrew club's watching. They'll know what fruit I'm using. Nice. Yeah. I don't have much experience with Nelson. I used it for the first time in a pale ale like 4 weeks ago now. Turned out really, really good. Like phenomenal in my opinion. Like I thought it was a really, really good pale ale, but you know, it'll go in a Saison as well, so I'm trying that too. I think eventually I'll use it in a hazy, but for now. So normally I use like Aramis, Saws, shit like that, but I think the Nelson will go with the Cantaloupe. That's another reason why I'm using it. Oh, I use Barbe Rouge and Saison as well. So normally I don't sparge. The only time I do that is like really big beers. Like if I'm trying to put 10 gallons of like high ABV stuff in a barrel, that's when I sparge. Otherwise, I just do full volume. Man. Yeah, that's definitely a good um, reason to get larger than what you're brewing for sure. The problem with this one is it can go up to half barrel. Doing 5 gallons is literally impossible. The absolute lowest batch I can do is 6.5. Yeah, it's another reason to avoid. So another why I do it is um, longer boils. Like the imperial stout I put in this barrel, I did over a 4-hour boil, so I wouldn't have been able to do that unless I did sparge. Um, but how do I put this? I didn't sparge like you normally would. I did like I took like a few gallons aside just so that like the mash isn't like right up to the goddamn top of the mash tun. But then I kind of did more water than I would if I were doing a full volume mash, so that way I could boil for longer. If that makes any sense, I'm horrible at explaining things. So on to some Czech pills. Come on, there we go. Sometimes I feel like I'm the only one that drinks throughout like the whole brew day. Every video I used to watch like before I brewed, everyone's like, wait until the boil or like chilling or whatever. I'm like, I don't know. I'm popping one as soon as the mash hits. Yeah, that's pretty much what I do Denoid. When I do it, it is rare. I forgot how much. I think it was like, oh gosh, I want to say like 36 pounds of grain one time. What's up, Jorge? How you doing, bro? Um, I made a barley wine, and like literally the mash was like right at the lip of the mash tun. Um, so like something like that, just have to sparge a little. So we got 50 minutes to go. This is kind of boring, I know. My bad, guys. How you been, Jorge? I follow you guys obviously on Box Lab. I saw, oh gosh, it was like a cherry lime sour or something like that. It was like a picture from like a tap room. It was either today or yesterday on Instagram. Sounded delicious, that's for sure. I'm probably off a little bit on like what the hell it was. Ooh, pineapple. I didn't spot that. I love pineapple. I could see that working in a saison someday. Today I'm not using it today, but there's gonna be some cantaloupe in this one, which I just can't wait. I know exactly how much, what batch number this is. I would prefer not to give that away. People would probably be very surprised with how low it is. I'll show it again, Jorge, so you can see what I'm doing. It's a pretty basic recipe, but it is going to be a split batch, so that's kind of why. Yeah, split batch. I had to keep the grain bill kind of neutral. As much as I wanted to use spelt, it wasn't the right move. I love using spelt, so I'll show you real quick. Very, very basic. I'm going for a 148 mash as well. Normally I go 146, but and I never use carafoam in my saison as well. But I added a touch just because, you know, it's a saison, and also since I'm using fruit, it may dry it out further, and I don't want it to be too low of body. It is probably going to be like very low 5%, you know, maybe high 4%. I love carafoam, but I just don't use it in saison. Pretty much every other beer I use it. I'm not even kidding. Yeah, dude, all Nelson. Again, I mentioned this before, but the typical hop varieties I use in saison, I don't think it would go with the fruit, so I'm opting for Nelson. But yeah, we'll see how it goes. Is it hot as fucking Puerto Rico? Because like I don't I actually I think you guys would have like nice cool breeze like all the time, but there's a heat wave in the United States right now. So, or you know, stateside, whatever the hell you want to call it. I'm sweating my ass off. It is hot as hell, yeah. If I wasn't doughy as fuck right now, this shirt might have to come off, but I'm not going to do that to you guys. Too many of these. So, like, this is the beginning of the water, and that's where the grain is. So, I don't know if you guys could hear me there, but got a decent amount of water above the grain. It is what it is. It's actually not bad in here, Goose. Earlier it was like in the 90s, but I just checked a minute ago. It's like 87, so could be worse. I remember a brew day. I did a fruited sour. It was 106 in this room. Literally, I was dripping like a faucet that's like slightly on the entire brew day. It was brutal. Yeah, it's good to see you guys. I miss you guys on the hoppy hours, of course. Those need to happen again. So I try not to, Jorge, but yeah, for this batch, I'm gonna have to. Literally, all my fermenters are full, which is a problem because I think next Sunday, my homebrew club has a group brew. We're using our 1 barrel system, and I have no fermenters, so I'm gonna have to buy like a bucket or something. You know, like I don't know if you guys do this, but we brew a huge batch of beer. Everyone takes home 5 gallons. So, you know, use whatever yeast you want, dry hop it, do whatever, like to differentiate yours from the next guy. And right now, I have no fermenters, so we'll see how that goes. I'm also gonna have to try and like MacGyver a fermentation chamber because I don't want to do like ambient fermentation for a pale ale. Which, by the way, is what we're brewing. Yeah, the Spiedels. Yeah. Matter of fact, there's a brewery in town that uses those, like literally for like 5-6 years now. That's all they use. Um, they stay away from like hazy IPAs to be like real. Like they pretty much do like porters, stouts, but their beers are really good. I know the answer to that question, Jorge, but I don't want to answer it for him. Thanks, Jorge. I appreciate it, brother. To be honest, I can't see how many people are in here. I don't have that option on OBS, or maybe there is an option. I don't see it, but I'm surprised there's 16 people. 6 would be more accurate in my head. That's hilarious, Hops. What's your next brew, Jorge? I know you brew like probably multiple times a week, but I'm just curious. I'm not a fan of seltzer, but I love that pairing. Coconut and pineapple is amazing. Dang. That's awesome. I still got to make it out to Puerto Rico sometime. I've been wanting to for like the last 2 years. I'll have to let you know ahead of time, so hopefully I can help with a brew or something. Yeah, that makes sense. I would assume there's less, labor involved, or not labor, just time. Oh, labor too, I guess. All right. Well, we're pretty much already at our numbers. Nice. I assume it'll bump up like a couple more points, but hey, I'll move boxes. That's cool by me. I'll do whatever you need. What's up, James? I haven't seen you in a while. How are you doing, man? I think if CH doesn't start, like as soon as he's settled in his new home, if he doesn't start doing the happy hour, I may have to just do it without him. I'm kidding, of course. You're not doing good? Oh, man, I'm sorry to hear that. I can relate. Believe me, I'm not doing good either, but I'd rather not bring that shit up. It's a brew day. Put that shit off for another day. Jesus Christ. Damn. I guess that explains why I haven't really seen the Brewday pictures anymore. Damn. Yeah, I can imagine, man. For me, it's like I've mentioned this before, but it's literally therapeutic. Like, gets my mind off my problems, and I don't know, it just makes me feel good, even if it's like temporary. You, I think you did mention. Let me scroll up. You mentioned what you brewed, Shauna, but I forgot. I'm sorry. Oh, I guess you didn't. I don't know. If you did, I missed it. Oh, okay. You didn't mention that. Awesome. Yeah, sounds good. I'm not a huge fan of amber ales, but that's a great hop combo. I love Columbus. That's one of my favorites too. It smells so good, and not many people use it from what I see. Like, I did not know that goose. I do have a couple of smaller white ones. They're not in here at the moment, but it's closer to like a paint bucket, I guess. Probably like 2 gallons or something. I don't think I got them there though. But yeah, dude, you can never have enough buckets. I've got so many. Hey, Patrick Sandy, what's up, brother? You mentioned, Patrick, that you have something coming up soon that you're excited about, but you didn't. I don't think you told us what it is yet. On Instagram, that is. Good old Insta. Not quite as toxic as Facebook. It's just toxic in a different way. I was gonna try and zoom it in on the sight glass, but nope, not with that lens. Hey, how you doing, Lance? Yeah, I'm looking forward to it, Patrick. I'm curious what it is. I mean, but I'll wait. So I just thought of something, Patrick. When we were in Tampa, you know, the brewer and I think like co-founder or founder of Three Daughters passed away. Like, how are they doing? Did they like? Were there any setbacks from that? Or are they still going strong? Because I know they had like many locations. I remember us not liking the beer at all, but you know, is what it is. I wouldn't mind having that space we went to. That place was pretty damn massive. It looked like they weren't really utilizing their space all that well, though. Like, you know, they could expand, although they probably shouldn't with the quality of the beer. That's good to hear, though, with all the closings that are taking place. You know, it's wild. Like, every day on my like Google feed, because all I look up is beer, they know to send me those, and it's pretty depressing, but it is what it is. We've kind of avoided those in Rhode Island. There's still breweries popping up. I think we lost definitely one, maybe two over the last couple of years, which is again unfortunate, but it is what it is. Yeah, they're another one trying the seltzer game. Hey, you know, it sells. Fuck it. It's one of those things, like, you know, I'm sure brewers don't want to make it, but if it's making you money, then why the hell not, you know? It's kind of one of those necessary evils. I never forget, I went to a brewery that opened up, this is like 2 years ago now, but it was depressing to me because person after person would go up and they would get a flight of seltzer, and it was literally the same seltzer. They were just putting different syrups in it, and I'm like, man, these guys just opened up. You know, they probably spent years, you know, of their life and all this time and effort, money. This is their dream. They open up their brewery and they're excited about the beer they have to offer, and like half the tap room was just seltzer. What's up, Northwest? How you doing, bro? You guys can thank Northwest for this, by the way, or send him hate for this, whichever, because he's the one that gave me the idea to do this. So I wouldn't have done this if he didn't mention it. Yeah, I'll try to keep this one up Northwest. Depends on how silly I get towards the end. I made sure not to drink until I started brewing, though, so there is that. And I actually ate today. Had not one but two burgers. Watch out. James is laughing. So I did get a couple of upgrades since the last time I did this. Unfortunately, I spent like 2 hours trying to get them to work, and I just couldn't figure it out. So I do have one second. I'll show you guys. So I definitely cheaped out, but I got a wireless setup now. Unfortunately, though, the audio has to go through my camera, and I cannot figure out how to get the audio through OBS. Like, I don't know, there's a conflict somewhere. I gave up. It was frustrating the hell out of me. So hopefully in the future I can do that. I also want to make it so I can actually take my camera off the stand and like move around the room, like show you the boil, do all that. I may have to like set up my PC, my phone for that. I don't know. I'm gonna work on that as well try to up the quality of these streams, even though how rarely I do them. Also, the pump noise will continue to suck. I have Windows denoid. Like, I tried and tried and tried. Like, so in OBS, like, it has your window capture, and in the audio settings, it was all like default Windows type stuff, and I tried every one of them. None of them worked. And when you're trying to like troubleshoot, when you're sweating your ass off, it's becomes pretty stressful. So I just gave up. I was like, fuck it, we're going back to the old method. Open sound setting from the taskbar sound button. Oh, okay. Well, I can't do that now because it's not set up, but I'll try to do that in the future. Yeah, so I did like a guitar stream one time, and I kind of did it on the fly. It was like 1 a.m., so nobody was watching, but I figured out some things I was having problems with, so I think I'm going to have to do that sometime. Just like, you know, do it. I can do a test stream too, where it's like not even, nobody gets to see it, but I can like fuck around with some shit until it works. All right, I'll definitely check that out. I'm pretty bad with computers, to be honest. Yeah, I'd love to go back, Patrick. I actually really enjoyed Tampa. I don't know how Nick or Chris felt about it. I thought the beer was really good. I know CH didn't like it. Not the beer, the weather. It was too hot for him. Like, I live in the Northeast, so I'm used to like the humid hot. Like, that humid heat is brutal, but I'm used to it. I'm dealing with it right now, so fuck it. You know, the plus though is we don't have gators and like snakes and all that other shit. I'll shut up. But yeah, the sight glass is pretty clear. I will say that. It's like, it's got a little bit of a haze to it, but you know, there's very few particles at the moment. And how much longer we have? We have 23 more minutes. Take another refractometer reading. Jesus. Thank God I'm not a public speaker. All right, yeah, it looks like we got 10:42. I was aiming. Oh, yeah, actually, we're a little bit over, I think. Yeah, so we're 2 points over. All right, yeah, I'll look that up as well. I had another problem too, actually, Hop. So I wanted to buy a longer HDMI or micro HDMI to USB cable. I got one, but it doesn't work. And it had Ring on the packaging, like those cameras. So, I don't know. I fucked that one up too. I'll be right back. I have to look for something. I don't know where the hell I put it. No, I'll definitely be chilling. I have a jacket, so I'll show you where the water goes in, where the water comes out. So water goes in here, and water comes out here. I don't know if you heard me or not, but what do I usually do with spent grain? So some of it I put in my garden. I won't be doing that anymore because there's plants there, but I just throw it away, to be honest. I don't know any local farmers. I live in like a city. I'd have to like drive probably like 30 minutes to get rid of it. Let me see. Is that conical pan of yours already the mash pan? Yeah, yeah. So this is everything. Like what I just hooked up is the the thing to lift the mash tun. Uh, I'll boil off, let it drain, and then bring it to a boil. Chill it as best I can. Usually I wait a little while to just, like I said, I mentioned this earlier, but you need to get as much stuff down to the bottom of the cone as possible, so that you can dump the cone, get all that crap out of there, particularly hops. Like if you were to ferment a hazy in this, you're gonna have grassy notes. So I try not to make them in here, but I live close to Providence. Like my apartment is like I could throw a rock and it would land in Providence, but technically I live in Pawtucket. Kind of glad the starting or the pre-boil gravity is a little higher. I would prefer this to be in like the low fives. I was worried it was going to end up a little bit below that, so that's good. And according to the recipe, it says 1.008 final gravity. I highly doubt that. Usually mine finish like 1004 to 1006. We shall see. So I do have a beer coming up that I'm really excited about. It's been resting for like, let's say 9 months in stainless. It's mixed ferm beer, but it's closer to Saison. Which, all right, so I've mentioned this in the past. Like I used to have a Solera, which I still do, but it has to be dumped. It's like vinegar now because it's like almost 4 years old and it's in plastic, so the oxygen just like crept in over time. So I started a new one, and like I said, it's in stainless, so that shouldn't be an issue. So this will be the second pull from that, and it's tasting delicious. So definitely looking forward to that. It's going to be bottled though, so that I'm kind of putting it off because that's a lot of work. But I need to get on that because I need to brew another batch to fill it in. But super excited. It's got like the perfect acidity. Like the first batch, it was like too little. Like it was like barely there. Actually, I think this is the second batch of that, or third batch rather. I'd have to look into that. But I think the acidity is just like dialed in. So I think now I'm probably gonna keep filling it with like 20 IBU wort, see how that goes. But yeah. Take care, Goose. Thanks, brother. I appreciate you checking in. What's up, Orlando? How you doing, brother? We've got 2 people from Tampa in the house. But yeah, so the Solera beer, it's embraced the funk culture from, I think, bootleg biology, if I'm not mistaken. I've used it a couple times in the past. It's just works really good. But yeah, if you go over on the IBUs, there's like no acidity whatsoever. So anyways, I'll shut up about that beer. All right, I apologize, guys, but I need to take a piss real bad, so I'll be back in like 2 minutes. I will say this. So I left the room and I came back. Holy shit, this room smells amazing. Oh, 10 minutes left. How you doing, Orlando? Yeah, I'm really awkward, Jorge. So this is just like, it just comes out of me. I gotta like say it, or I don't know. It'll make me even more crazy. So we got 10 minutes of the mash to go. I wish I could take the camera off the stand, but the wort is looking nice and clear. I don't see any grain bits. I could probably stop the mash now, but I'm just gonna stick with the program. I wish I could drink some of my own beer, but I'm like down to like probably the last pint on 2 different kegs, and I'm keeping it just in case I actually muster up the courage to like film myself doing tasting notes. I got 2 videos ready to go except for the review, or whatever you want to call it. So I don't know. It's got to be the right moment. I like, if I'm not in the mood, I feel like doing that stuff at all, to be honest. Normally I kind of like take my time bringing this to a boil as well, but because people are watching, I'll try to like rush that along as best I can. Especially like the drainage of the grain. I like to just take time, get as much as I can, but we'll see how it goes. Depends on how well it drains. I don't anticipate it being a problem. you know, some brews are better than others. This one, I think it's gonna be a problem. When I do 10-gallon batches, like my efficiency's better. Like so many things go better. Like I said earlier, doing 6.5 gallons, this system's not really meant for it. So there's just like problems that come along with that. But like a thicker mash, for instance, this is much thinner than I'm like used to doing because I've been doing like 6.5s, like probably like the last 4 or 5 batches. Got a hazy coming up. Not brewing, but like drinking. Let me see if I can find that. Oh, actually, it's in here. So I don't know if you guys have ever seen this before, but Fiddlehead. Focus, you bastard. There we go. It's okay. Like, you know how people say, "Oh, I remember it being better." That's definitely the case with this beer, but it is available in 12 packs, like pretty much everywhere. So it's not bad for like a hazy you can buy at any liquor store, or at least most liquor stores. All right, so here's my take on that, Shauna. It annoys me when I see like 90% IPAs on a tap list, but the reality is they're 90% of the tap list for a reason. It's because they sell and people want them. That's personally, I try to go to breweries that have a more diverse tap list for that reason. But I mean, obviously you can't ban them, but you know, the market dictates that. That's why you're seeing that. It's even worse around here, dude. Like, if you think it's bad, where you're from, the Northeast is no better. Obviously, so I said 90% IPA. What I meant to say is like, it is 90% IPA, but most of those are hazies. Like, you'll see like maybe a session in there or like one West Coast, but it is unfortunate. In a perfect world, I'd be all for that. I love IPAs. That's the thing. Like, I love them, but just like the market's saturated with beer in general, like IPA saturation is definitely a thing as well. And then add on to that where like, if I don't buy flights at breweries, but in a lot of the pictures that you see like breweries post, it's almost like even the grain bill is the same, like because the colors are pretty much identical, like very minor variation between like the color. So obviously, you know, you can still get the color pretty similar and still mix up the grain bill, but are they? I don't know. Like, I mean, how many Citra Mosaic hazies are there? Pretty much every brewery has one. Like, every fucking brewery. Like, again, there's a reason. It's a great hop combo and it works, but I'm sick of seeing them. You know, that's so. I think there's room for breweries that are more. How do I say this? As like a different direction, like kind of like a theme, like, you know, there are some breweries, but not many. Like I would love to see a brewery that does a lot of saison. I would like to. Well, we already see breweries that do a lot of IPAs, obviously, but like in Tampa, there's Angry Chair. They're known for their stouts. They do a lot of stouts. Like more variety. If you can't do it across the board, all breweries, which that would be impossible. More breweries that are kind of like focused on a particular style, not wholly, but like, mix it up, like have a little bit of variety. I don't know. That's funny. You say that while you're drinking an IPA. Oh, that's funny. Definitely not raging out, but I just there's so many different beer styles, and like even within those beer styles, there's a lot of variety that's possible, but people just kind of follow what other people are doing. White Street Brewing. All right, I'll take a note of that right now. Actually, well, I'll look them up on Insta and follow them. I followed one that Nick Smith recommended me recently. I think it was in Ohio. He went Derive. They do a lot of what you mentioned, particularly saison. Is it? Just follow them. I like their can art. That's pretty cool. So yeah, so a Roggen Alt Saison. Yeah, see, these guys would probably be right up my alley. Another Saison. Hell yeah. Yeah, I think that's like exactly hops. That's it's a risky move, but I think you know there are people that will gravitate towards that. Like I said, if there was a saison focused brewery near me, I'd be there every fucking week. Unfortunately, there isn't. Oh, all right. I'll be back in a couple minutes. I'm gonna let that drain for a little bit. I have to like scroll up a little bit and read this. So I'll add those two as well hops. I'm always on the lookout, to be honest. Like Saison is my passion. Like obviously I brew other things as well, but I would safely say 75% of what I brew is Saison. KC Brewing and Blending. I mean, in a way, I'm on like the opposite side of like, because there are people that fucking hate Saison. Like, if you had a Saison focused brewery, they wouldn't be in your doors. And I get that. Like, it is kind of polarizing, but I don't know. It's what I like. Wow, the KC Brewing, man, their label is amazing. I like that. It's like simple but awesome. And that's another thing I noticed with like Saison bottles. It's like the exact opposite of like your hazy with like neon colors and fucking lasers and shit. Saison is just like very basic, you know. Um, let the beer do the talking. My problem hops is I need to bottle mine more. Um, I've only done a couple. Just it's so easy to like pop it in a keg, and I'm usually the only one that's enjoying it anyhow. Oh, I absolutely will hops for sure. Like that's another place I've been meaning to go. I might go in October for like the GABF slash like HomebrewCon. I don't know. It's like fast approaching. Wow, that's not good. I'll be right back. I gotta get like a saucepan to boil off a little. How we doing? Does sound pretty good. I mean, that's another thing. Part of the reason why I like Saison is I do like drier beers. The occasional 12% syrupy stout is delicious as well, but I don't know. I'd prefer to have a drier beer most of the time. Is it brutal? So yeah, I'm just gonna do that a couple more times, give it some time to drop any other grain particles, and then I'll, like I said, try to bring it up to a boil as quickly as I can. That is one great thing about this system. It's 210, 220, whatever the hell you call it. So bring it to a boil is like easy, to say the least. Oh my god. Summer isn't even here. This is only going to get worse. I'm not looking forward to this at all. Oh, so La Monta, that's the mecha grade stuff. What is that like? A pilsner? Because the names always throw me off. I assume whenever you said it was a saison, so I assume it was a pilsner. That does sound good. Oh, pale. Okay. So that's definitely like West Coast Mecca, right? I don't know exactly where that's out of, but I have to. I think from memory, it's like West Coast malt. We have a couple maltsters around here. I've been meaning to like make out the Drive, Oregon. That sounds about right. I want to get some local malt, see how that works compared to like God knows how long. Like I'm using Wireman pills for this. You know, who the hell knows how old this bag was before I got it. Although actually I think they do stamp them, if I remember correctly. I probably should have looked. I don't know. Oh well. Brutal. Brutal. Yeah, Portly is another one that swears by Mecca. I think that's pretty much all he uses now. Um, I've only used, so Denoid, I've only used floor malted a few times. I do love Golden Promise though. One thing I would caution though is using like 90 to like 100% Golden Promise is too much. I kind of learned that the hard way in my personal experience. So now if I do use it, I cut it with like, 50-50 blend of that and two-row or that and Pilsner. Because another thing, depending on what you want, it's going to be like super, super orangey, the color. Great malt though, for sure. Yeah, my only like I know of Verdant through the craft beer channel. If it weren't for them, I would have never heard of that brewery. I'm curious to try their beer though. From what I've heard, it's delicious. It's like them and what Cloud Water or Cloud something are kind of the two big boys in terms of hazies in the UK. I mean, if you're doing a smash, that would be the time I would use 100% promise, so you can exactly know like what it will give you. But from my experience, it's too much. Like I prefer cutting it. It smells really good. Boom. Cheers, guys. Hey, East Coast, what's up, dude? Fellow Rhode Islander in the house. Yeah, I can see that, Shauna. There are some breweries that are like that for whatever reason. You hear a lot about them and you try their beer and you're like, I don't get it. Nice. Was that the beer you did a live brew day maybe a couple weeks ago? I assume that's not the one. Yeah, I would have been done fermenting, I guess. I don't know what beer style it was, but I hopped in for a little while. I was watching you. I'm sweating my ass off. God damn. Have you been to Long Live recently, East Coast? Yeah, Pliny is delicious. It really is good. I've only had it a couple times, maybe like two or three times, but it is kind of like, in my opinion, like the West Coast. If I could brew something as good as that, I'd probably brew more West Coast. All right, that's it. Enough Vorloffing. All right, take care, Hobbs, man. Thanks for coming in, dude. I appreciate you. Let me know how that Saison turns out. Yeah, I did see you went to Fox Farm. That's another brewery that's fucking amazing. Like, not many people talk about it. Like, the people that know about them know it's amazing, but, like, I don't really see a whole lot of people talking about them, even on Insta. Like, but their beers are phenomenal. They really are. I haven't been to the brewery yet, unfortunately. Yeah, Pliny is obviously dry, pretty clean. Like, it's all about the hops. They do add sugar to accentuate that dryness. What else I miss? Oh, we were talking about Russian River. Yes. Oh, Pliny. Yeah. Um, Zach was nice enough to send me a bottle of that, and also a bottle of Supplication, which was really, really fucking good. How you doing, Jesse? All right, just cranked up the heat. Shouldn't take too long. The mash basket is still draining as well, so I don't want to like rush it too much. But oh, they do cask beer, Fox Farm. I've seen cask at Long Live, like, but this is a while back. I haven't seen them do it since. But yeah, I wish more people did that. Actually, it's definitely different. That lower carbonation. You need to drink it fresh too. Like, you got to be through the. What does it last? Like maybe 2 days once they tap it. I don't know. I see it so rarely. It's definitely not a thing around here, unfortunately. The one I had at Long Live was with Fake, actually, which surprised the hell out of me because I talk shit about Fake all the time, but like you don't really see breweries like mention it as like a reason to try it. Like, hey, by the way, guys, this is fermented with Fake, but that particular cask ale was. I remember it being okay. Like, usually Long Live's beers are fucking phenomenal, but I talk about them all the time. Obviously, you're a local, but Long Live, in my opinion, is fucking the best brewery in Rhode Island. Like, everything they do is like just tremendous. I could go for a Frozy cup right now. Oh, that hurt. Getting too old. Oh, what's up, D Monkey? No problem, bro. I appreciate you. Um, it's not nowhere near as that bad, Jesse. But I'm also in a room that's connected to a garage that has like no ventilation, so it's brutal. But outside temp 73. In here, it's like close to 90. Yeah, I agree with you there, East Coast. Origin uh, is a good brewery for that, in my opinion. Also, Moniker. Moniker has probably the best variety of any brewery in the state, in my opinion. And they're all, well, I shouldn't say they're all. They're all, most of them are pretty damn good beers. Like their lagers are killer. Like you can't beat their lagers. Yeah, I mean, you can't go wrong, Shauna. If you do come to the Northeast, obviously, Treehouse is the most obvious one. Trillium is another one. But there's so many breweries here that are killing it in terms of their hazies now. If you were here 7 years ago, that's yeah, like there were some breweries kind of like how do I say this? Like trying to figure things out still. Like there were some breweries producing some really bad fucking like astringent, like undrinkable hazies. And then there's still breweries, especially locally. I don't know if you run into this East Coast, but um, you open it. I don't want to give any names, but there's been a couple of breweries. I have one literally on the floor right now. It's still an unopened can, but it's actually, you know what? I might open that up on stream to show you guys how fucking awful this is. Oh wait, but oxidized, like it looks like pond water. Like what are you doing if you don't have your own canning machine, or you don't have like Ironheart coming in doing it professionally? Don't try to fucking can a hazy. Don't try it. Oh yeah. Um so yeah, Shauna, I would also recommend, if you plan on going up to like Vermont area, obviously, yeah, Alchemist and Hill Farmstead are the obvious ones, but I would also check out Foam Brewers. Like their beer is phenomenal, and it's right on Lake Champlain, so the scenery is just beautiful. Yeah, I did see that, Jesse. Yep, that sucks. Well, I think they're gonna like the tap room closed, but I think they're still gonna produce some of their beers, but it'll be like contract work to another brewery. But it still sucks either way. But yeah, you can't beat the Northeast in terms of hazies, in my opinion. Like, I'm sure there, like, there are the what the hell is it? Monkish. Like, there's some good West Coast examples, but I think it's safe to say if your area creates something from nothing, like you're the innovator, you're probably going to excel at it compared to like everybody else trying to imitate it. I just, like I said, that craft beer channel. I was listening to that interview with Verdant, and he never even tried hazy IPAs, but he was still trying to mimic it, like given the information he could like find online. I find that amazing. That's really cool, and obviously he succeeded because like apparently they're the you know I don't want to say the number one. They're known for their hazies in the UK, so he did something right. Yeah, you're right, East Coast. Like most people would probably, is this how it's supposed to taste? This is awful, and not thinking nothing of it. The minute I cracked that beer and poured it into a glass, I was like, oh fuck, god damn. I don't want to throw anybody under the bus, but it's a Rhode Island brewery, and it's not the only one. There's been a few now. All right, guys, give me a couple minutes. I'm just gonna go to the bathroom again. I apologize. I just fucking I'm down in beers and bottles of water, just trying to stay hydrated at the same time. It's not going well. All right. So one other thing, I don't know if you're still here at East Coast, but I wanted to apologize. When you and I met in person at Long Live, I'm super awkward socially, so I didn't really know what to say. So I know that was probably awkward. I hope you didn't think I was an asshole. I just want to throw that out there. I have problems communicating when there's nobody in the room with a camera on me. I'm even worse in person. Which, by the way, East Coast, since you're local, I'll have to get some beers to you sometime. It's much easier than, like, shipping beers across the country. I hate doing that. What's up, Jaggers? Miss you, bro. Ooh-wee. Nelson Salvin smells so goddamn good. Oh. Might as well just keep that out. Oh my lord. You must be in literal hell right now, Jaggers, in Texas. Are you melting? I would totally be down for that East Coast. I've been meaning to see his band, Blood Oxforge, Oxforge Blood, something like that. I forgot the hell the name is. I'm into metal myself, so I would love to see his band. 102 degrees, Jesus Christ. Well, at least the sun should be going down soon. Whew. Yeah, I heard that. I'm not looking forward to it. Yeah, it was all over the news today, like different parts of Arizona, Texas. Like, I think I saw 106 or something, 104. No, thank you. Man, it is awfully difficult to try and keep things interesting and entertain people. I don't know how people do this. for like a living. Mighty Squirrel. I haven't heard their name in quite a while. They had an interesting thing when they started out. They were adding protein to beers. I don't know if they went away with that or went away from that, but that was definitely something they were like putting on their can with like protein added or something like that. They said. I've been meaning to try Second Wind. I think they're in Plymouth. Everyone keeps talking about them. I haven't tried their beer yet, but if it's as good as what people are saying, I got to hit it up. I'm going to go on vacation in like 2 weeks, so I'm going to try and hit as many breweries as I can. Like, I kind of got away from that. I used to go to breweries like every week, but like, I don't know, just I got a lot going on right now. Let's just say that. But 2 weeks from now, I'm like, I want like some alone time. I'm just going to go by myself. I'm going to rent a car and just try to fucking put my mind at peace for a little while. And what better way to do that than visiting breweries? In a couple minutes, I'll lift the basket. Yeah, you know, Fox Farm being an hour and 20, that ain't too bad, to be honest. Like Treehouse is similar drive time for me. Like, that's about an hour and some change. Like, you know, always worth going, of course, but take a guess, Jaggers. Take a guess. You already know the answer. What's up, Brew Show? How you doing, brother? If it is 4 beers now, Shauna, that's actually new because it's typically 3 beers actually. Um, However, some of their beers, depending on what you buy, like you can get like I think 20 ounces like in their lagers. Um, Something like a hazy would be around like 12. Like a really big stout would probably be around 10 ounces. So yeah, it's very limited. If you go there, obviously enjoy 3 select beers that you can, and then take home some cans. But yeah, they definitely limit. 4 beers would be awesome, but if that's the case, that's new. But yeah, Jaggers, I am brewing a Saison. Brewing 10-gallon batch. I'm going to split it 2 different ways. The 2 different yeasts I'm using. I'm using my 3726 house yeast with a little bit of 3711 in there. Out of necessity, really. I wanted to use only French Saison for like more of like a citrusy note to go with the cantaloupe I'm going to use. But yeah, I only have 1 pouch, and this is a 10-gallon batch, so. So if you go on a day where it's not buys the limit still stand? I don't know what you mean by that. Like either way, the I've never gone there and not seen 3 beers be the limit. That's basically what I mean. The good part about them though is they sell. You can buy 1 can of whatever beer you want. Like you don't have to buy a 4 pack, which that's actually kind of rare. Yeah. Speaking of escarpment jaggers, I don't know if you saw that they partnered with Lallemand or Lallemand, however you pronounce that, on their new like hybrid yeast. I want to try that actually. Like I've mentioned to you before, I would love to try their yeast, but you know, outside of messaging them directly like you did, it's kind of hard. So I had to look up to see your message East Coast, but I was shooting for 1040. That's what according to the recipe. I was a little bit more efficient than that. My last check was 1042. I haven't checked it in a while though. It might have crept up a little bit um, towards like the end of the mash. Yeah, they have like so many different yeast brew show, and like a lot of them are blends, which is interesting. But you know, I don't know how to say this without maybe offending some people, but I see a lot of people take those blends on Instagram and then they build starters out of them, which fucks up the blend. Like, what are you doing? Again, won't throw any names under the bus, but like, if you're buying a blend in a pouch, like you're supposed to pitch that. You're not supposed to grow it. So, like, if you're gonna do a 10 gallon batch of those, you're supposed to buy 2 pouches, for instance. I know you guys probably already know that, but
Oh, jeez.
yeah, do the old was it Clawhammer did that, which was a fucking awesome idea at the time. Like when they did that, my mind was blown. I didn't even know you could like do that. That's going back like what 4 years now or so. Hey Shauna, if you ever do come up to the Northeast, man, let me know, dude. I'll be awkward as fuck, but we'll be in the same room together drinking beers. Ask Brew Show if I'm awkward. Man, I wish I could take my camera off and like show the status on the boil. It's not up to a boil yet, but that's the one bad part about having like a fixed camera. So East Coast, I had this idea for like a few years, and somebody beat me to it without like just what do they call it? Parallel thought or something like that. They had the same idea as I did, and so let me just break down the idea for you. So obviously, H.P. Lovecraft is buried in Providence. Like I live about a quarter mile from where he's buried. I've been meaning to try to harvest like yeast and bacteria at his grave. Somebody did that. Like they beat me to it, and they posted it on Reddit, and I was like so pissed off. But still a great idea. I gotta get on that. I think it's still worth trying. It'd just be cool. Like it's it's more of like clickbait type shit, but it'd be interesting. How you been doing, Brew Show? What you been brewing, or what's your next brew? This sucks. Probably should drink more water. So here's a question to East Coast. Have you tried either Tower Hill yet or Phantom Farms? I haven't been to either brewery, but I've been meaning to. I heard some pretty solid things about Tower Hill and, mixed opinions on Phantom Farms. I tried going to Phantom Farms, but it was like the week after they opened. I get there all excited. It was on a Saturday, so that's part of the problem. But I get there, like I had to look for parking. Finally found it. I walk around to the brewery entrance, and there are literally people up against the glass of the opening doors. I was like, I'm out. Not even gonna try and enter. That's panic attack. I'm good. Yeah, that makes sense. They're the pictures I've seen, the 2-tier setup where they have fermenters and they have this steel structure and then more fermenters up top. That looks amazing. I think give them some time, they'll be pumping out some really good stuff. I still want to go though. I still have to try their beers. I'm a fan of you just brewed a Mexican hot chocolate or stout. I assume it's a stout, maybe it's a porter, whatever. They have one of those, and I heard really good things, and I love that style, so I want to try it out. One person serving, yeah, you just open, you're gonna get swamped. That's stupid. All right, what was my pre-boil volume? Because I think I'm over on that as well. I'm way more efficient than I should be today. Not that I'm complaining. Pre-boil volume, where are you? Where you at? Oh, okay, actually, no. Yeah, pretty spot on, actually. All right, I take that back. I'm pretty spot on. All right, take care, Jaggers. What's up, Zach? How you doing, brother? I forgot I made you a mod. I was probably drunk as fuck. Definitely a great system, East Coast. I've brewed on it a couple times at CH's house with Alias, and I was definitely impressed by what I saw. If I were to do things over again, that's probably what I would get, to be honest. Oh, yeah, I think you're right, actually, Zach. Normally I'm hammered by the end of these. I don't plan on doing that today, though. Don't plan on it. It might happen. There are some issues that Alias seems to have with his, though, where it um, blows fuses. We didn't have that issue at CH's house, though, so it might be just his electrical wiring. Nice. I'm pretty sure I had one of those at Zool with CH. It was Oro or something like that. It was a dark Mexican lager. And it was funny. CH asked for a lime on the glass. And he asked me, what am I getting? I'm like, I don't know. I'll just get the same thing you're getting. And then one of his friends that works there turns around, sees that he has a lime with a dark beer, and was totally grossed out. It just kind of doesn't make sense, but it was delicious. It was really good. I was talking earlier, Zach, about how you sent me some Russian River and how good it was, which obviously that's not saying anything out of pocket, but cool. Yeah, I can see how that works, Brew Show. I would say kind of similar, I guess, but I'm on to rice loggers right now. Ron Barnes sent me a couple. Fucking amazing. So goddamn good. I don't think I've ever had a rice lager before those, but it changed my world. Like, I don't know if I would brew them because I don't do a lot of lagers, but I would definitely buy one if I saw it at like a tap room or like in the liquor store. Rep and Clawhammer for free. Nah, just voicing what I saw. Like, I have a little bit of hands-on experience with their brew system. I most definitely don't do any like sponsorships or anything like that. Denoid. I'm way too small for that, and even if I wasn't, I probably wouldn't do them. Kind of saying too much here, but it bugs me when I see video after video that's sponsored by, X company. I don't know. Kind of cheapens it for me. Power to what people want to do. I get that, but I don't know. I wouldn't do it personally. Take care, Denoid. Yeah, definitely not to style, Zach, but I like Kolsch is a great base. I think, like kind of like cream ale is, like to do not to style things with it. So I actually like seeing that. You're if you're trying to make it like it would be in what is it, Cologne or whatever. Yeah, I get that. You brought it to Germany, they'd probably fucking run you out of the country, but I don't know. Burlington Beer Company do a cream ale where they do lots of different things with it. Like they've done a prickly pear, I think kumquat, raspberry, strawberry, and they're all delicious. I know you're talking about Kolsch, but I do think cream ale is another one. Haven't made one yet myself, but have made a Kolsch, and it turned out really good. I've been meaning to do it again, but fucking time is limited, as we all know. I'm not sure if I scooped it out or not, but I just checked. Like, it's coming to a boil soon, and there was a dead fly on the top. He was flying around. He's like, "I'm alive, I'm alive, I'm dead." But at least he died in some sugary goodness. That was hilarious. Oh well, more protein. Yeah, this one kamikaze. He just went right for it. Yeah, I've never had one of those, Shauna, but I've done a little bit of research. They do sound really good. Apparently, a similar style is like the Florida Weiss. Um, don't think I've had one of those either. I'm not like apparently like the local fruit is part of it. Kind of uh, like tropical stout was kind of a similar thing where like you use whatever is available locally. Um, but yeah, not a clue what to expect. I don't know what the hell the style guidelines are or anything like that. Ooh, that sounds amazing, Zach. But that I could see how that would be very challenging to pull that off, like in the right way. Maybe if you use like a saison strain that's not diastatic, so it doesn't attenuate fully, get a little bit of the sweetness to support those flavors. I'm curious what you're thinking about in terms of grain bill as well, because that can like when it does overly attenuate saison, those like specialty malts really show themselves. So yeah, like I said, that'd be a little tricky, but it'd be very interesting. I would love to fucking try that. Yeah, that is weird, Shauna. Wonder why that is. Maybe did they move there for work or did they already live there? I, I don't know if you know that, but like it's just I'm curious. Nice, hell yeah. I would love to try that one too. Like I said, I love spicy stouts. They can be like phenomenal. As long the key is not being too like you take a sip and it burns your mouth. Well, it's not Brazil, but it's supposedly like East Coast. The head brewer of Phantom Farms is from Chile, apparently. I hope I pronounced that correctly. Chile or Chile. Yeah, like that would be my one recommendation, Zach, is to try and choose a strain that's not diastatic. There's a brewer in my homebrew club that swears by Viking cookie malt. Well, I shouldn't say swears by it, but he uses it. Um, I don't know what it tastes like personally. I've never used it, and I've never had a beer that he made with it. But you could look into that. Oh, that's pretty cool. Yeah, I know. I noticed you do definitely review kind of local beer, which is awesome. There's maybe only well, not even a handful of people that actually do that. Trying to think of, oh, what is? Well, I wouldn't call it a review, but I don't know if you know the dude on Instagram, Bearded Beer Lover, where he'll like literally chug like a 13% long lived stout. I don't know how the fuck he does it, but it blows my mind every single time. Yeah, I've heard mixed reviews about that PB2. I've only used it once personally, and it came across like super nutty, not peanut butter. Like it tasted like there was like walnuts, fucking uh, peanuts, cashews, like that type of like nut taste. Um, I wasn't really blown away by it. I have used real peanut butter. Um, what else have I used? Uh, the insides of Butterfinger, that came out really good. Um, but next, I want to try what CH says Zool does, which is like they roast their own peanuts and put that in the beer, which I've heard a few other breweries doing that route. So I would want to go that way. A lot of people say, oh, you know, the head retention. If you're making a beer with peanut butter, head retention, just throw it out the window. Like, forget about that shit. Is it a is it like a side of effect or like something that is going to negatively affect the beer? Yes. But you go into it like understanding that. Just be okay with that, you know? I'll be right back. All right, we're almost to a boil. And I'm out of beer. I want to drink the rest of my pale ale so fucking bad, but like, I don't know. Like, what are the odds I actually make a video out of that beer? I don't know. I got to think about this. That the PBJ Zool beer is definitely an experience. That's for sure. Like they nailed it. Like that's probably going to be like the standard of. It's not a style, but like you know, if you're making a peanut butter and jelly beer, that's kind of like the standard in my opinion. I've had a few since then because now it's catching on. Like especially in the homebrew community, like you see so many people doing PBJ stuff. Even seltzers. What I think it was fucking what the hell's his name? Lord V. Oh gosh, he does all the art for everybody. How do I not remember his name? Oh, I'm an asshole. I'm pretty sure he did a PBJ seltzer. I'm so bad. Chris, yeah, vodka. When I saw the V actually spelt out, it reminded me. I'm stupid. Yeah, I feel you there, Shauna. Like, I have two different kegs, like I mentioned earlier. I have a Saison that I use my own homegrown hops, and I have a pale ale. Both tasting really nice, but, like, it's probably a pint left each, and I don't know. I gotta be honest, it's probably not gonna do a video on them, but that's what's keeping me from just fucking tapping those kegs right now. Or kicking them, I should say. It does sound really good, Shauna. I've been meaning to fuck with powders actually. I don't have a way to freeze dry them, but I do have a way to dehydrate them. So with the cantaloupe, I was going to add like actual whole fruit cantaloupe, chunked up to the beer, freeze it ahead of time, but let it ferment out fully, and then potentially maybe make a puree because I have like a food mill, a strainer, all that to do that as well. And I was thinking about spreading it on some parchment paper and dehydrating it to make powder, and then adding that straight to the keg if it needs more like flavor. This is really up in the air. I truly don't really know exactly what I'm going to do. I have like kind of a broad guideline, but it depends on how these beers start tasting. One of them will stay in this fermenter, and 5 I'll pull off and put into like just a bucket, basically. Did you do a diacetyl or DMS? Never mind. Sorry, I read that wrong. All right. I think it's Saison o'clock. So for those of you who weren't here earlier, this is a locally produced Saison with lemon balm and hay, Hay. Weird as fuck, but delicious. Yeah, I have to assume it's in the mash, Shauna. Really? So this is the first time I've ever heard about hay being used. So, like, I was like, so how do they incorporate that? It has to be the mash, I would think, because like, what there's got to be some wild stuff on that hay, for instance, and using it in the mash would kill most of that off, but also not really like just adding it to the boil makes zero sense. Yeah, Unibrow makes some really good beer. That was kind of my entry into like beer. La Fin du Monde, Maudite, what, Ephemeral, I think is the other one. Like they make really good beer. That and also Golden Drock from, gosh, what was the name of the brewery? I don't know. But those were like kind of the first beers I tried as a 19-year-old. Oh, what the fuck? I already had one out. All right, we're to boil. All right. So let's start this timer. Sorry, guys. This is going longer than I thought. All right, I'll be right back one more time, guys. I apologize. Alrighty. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, actually, Shauna. I did something similar. Well, not really similar. Same kind of like thought process. I used coconut hulls in the mash one time to act as like rice hulls. What's up, Roswells? How you doing, brother? Haven't seen you in a while. Need more hoppy hours. I fucking miss hoppy hours. I really do. Remember when it was every Wednesday? And it was like just the thing to do on Wednesdays? I'll toss up the recipe again for you guys since I need to look at it myself. Need to start weighing out some hops so I'm not like against the clock. So let me just leave that up there real quick. I'll turn it off in like a minute. Like I said earlier, very basic recipe, but there's a reason. This is a split batch. You kind of have to make some compromises. And I'm also adding fruit, so you can't go too cute with the grain bill. Those are my reasons. Hell yeah. Stuff is so fucking good. Make sure I fucking vacuum seal this tomorrow. I guarantee I forget. Pool league sounds fun. I suck at pool, but having some beers while you play very poorly is always fun. So the beers I have coming up after this, it's summertime approaching, obviously. So I'm going to do a beer that I made last year, but then I'm also going to do a stronger version of it. So I'm really into pickle beers. And, I got to, if I'm being real, I make a pretty damn fucking good one. But it's usually like 5.5, like 5.8%. So I was thinking about making like a double version, but not quite double territory, like not 8%, something like maybe 7.5, like just under a double. I think going too strong would probably be a mistake. So basically just two different versions, strength wise or ABV wise. But one's going to be called Dildo and the other one's going to be called Double Dildo. I don't know. I'm a dumbass. Yeah, I would imagine like, if you're playing kind of really like any recreational sport with your friends is the way to go. Brewday is going good. 51 minutes left of the boil. Probably not going to film all like the chilling and pitching of the yeast. I still have to sterilize my oxygenation wand. I just picked up a new oxygen tank today, so there's a few things I have to do before I pitch yeast. So I'll probably do that off stream. But yeah, my efficiency was a little bit better than I thought, which is always good. I'd rather be higher than lower, so no complaints. Yeah, I don't know. My brew days are always like stress free, to be honest. Like, I don't know. I got rid of that a long time ago. Like maybe the first couple batches, I was really like stressed out, and like it doesn't bother me at all. Like it is what it is. Like you can only control so much, and with the experience we get with our each batch, like you just use those skills to try and minimize mistakes, pretty much. Jerking off, dude. That's a great name, Patrick. That is a great name, dude. Dude, I like that one better than mine, but oh well. My hop plant, James? Yeah, this is year 6, which is fucking insane to think. Like, I remember the first year. I did plant 2 new plants this year, though, same variety, so I'm going to have a lot more to work with. I still actually have a bag or 2 of last year's. I did make a Saison using those recently, which turned out really well, but what surprised me the most about it, though, is it was actually one of the best Centennials in terms of flavor and aroma that I've come across, like better than pelletized Centennial, Shauna. Like super bright, like fresh cut citrus. Like even now, like from last year's harvest, when I break open a cone and smell it, it's like insane. So I did vacuum seal them. I do have some that I'm drying or aging in like a burlap sack because I want to use them for mixed ferm beers and even some Saison potentially. I'm going to do that going forward. I want to like set aside some and age them. I don't know. I find it fun. Like growing hops is very rewarding. I've said this before, but you gain an appreciation for hops, like maintaining and like one plant, and then like you have these hop growers that are doing thousands of acres. It's just wild. So that beer did really well, Roswell's. It, so I submitted the base beer to a competition. The adjunct version was way better, but I thought that was cheating. So um, the base beer did a 44 score out of 50. So fucking super happy with that. Like that's like I was riding on cloud nine for a while when I got that score back. And the judges happened to be like pro brewers and like a national judge, so it wasn't like some, you know, inexperienced person giving me their notes on that beer. So couldn't have been happier, to be honest. I was only able to send that out to a couple people, unfortunately. Alias and CH, of course. Northwest got one or two. I forgot what. I may have sent one to Jaggers. I don't remember, but it's long gone now, unfortunately. But hey, I need to make another version of that beer. But now I'm using this for Saison. After I get this out of the beer or out of the barrel, finally, I'm gonna start inoculating this so I can make some more sours. I'm hoping to use my house culture that I have. I mentioned earlier I have another Solera going, which is like Saison focused. I want to use that to inoculate this barrel because I really like how it's tasting. It's tasting really, really good, and it's about 11 months old, like total, since like the very first brew. I filled it up once or twice since then, but yeah, I don't know. Like, it's very rare nowadays where I make. I know. I hope this doesn't sound like boasting or whatever, but like, it's very rare now that where I make a beer that I'm not happy with, which that's the goal. Like, no one wants to fucking dump a 5-gallon keg or 2 5-gallon kegs of like beer because it turned out shitty. Anyways. Yeah, sours are amazing. Roswell's like, it's similar to Saison in my opinion. Like where you take a sip and you want to take another sip. Hey, what's up, Northwest? Welcome back, bro. Saisons are dry, and that's what kind of brings on the next sip. And sours, that acidity does, in my opinion, at least. Like I don't know the science behind it, but like when you drink something tart, it doesn't really kind of quench your thirst, so you take another sip, you know. But there are some sours that are just like, ugh, not good. Thankfully, they're rare nowadays. Like I don't think those ever really make it to market. People kind of dump those, because that's the thing about this shit too. When you're doing sours, especially in a barrel, like you there's no guarantee. You're like, you know, it can go bad. But that's part of the fun of it. Like, whenever people talk about like, oh, like how much is the barrel, and like that's kind of a lot of money, this and that, which it is. It's like a little under $200 for a barrel. But the way I look at it is, it's another fermenter, and I'm limited on fermenters anyways, so I just use it for something to store beer long term. And so I am actually gonna probably get another one soon. I'm gonna get another, I hope, rum barrel, but they're really hard to come by because I want to remake that stout I was just talking about. I want to, you know, improve on it. I want to try to make it better than it was. Really? Drecker makes good smoothie sours. I don't know like what kind of one that was, but and yeah, they are expensive. I'm surprised it's only $22 to be honest with you, because like Drecker beers are fucking not cheap. You must live close to them or something, because like when they get over into the East Coast, like those things are really expensive. A different brewery, but those 450 North beers, like those are like $30 range or more for a 4-pack. Stupid. I can't do it. Like when I first, you know, maybe once just to try it and then never again. Excuse me. Yeah, that's not too bad. 2.5 hours. So that's kind of like regional, I guess. That would be like me driving to like New Hampshire. So I can see that. Yeah, I only had one of them, Zach. And I got to be honest, like the brewery that I talked about earlier, Long Live, their smoothie sours are tremendous, way better and cheaper. So like, I don't know. I'll just stay local. I could see buying them if you don't have another option, like if you don't have like a local option, especially. But I think it is, actually, I take that back. Like I only had one of their beers, so I can't really like fucking judge them too harshly. But yeah, it was kind of like didn't the hype was too much, is what I'm trying to say. I can't talk right now. But I will say this, Zach, they're definitely making a lot of money. That's pretty much what they do, right? Like, I'm sure they brew other styles, but like when I look at their feed, it's all smoothie sours. Also, Drecker makes IPAs, yeah. It's so weird that they're in Fargo. All right, 41 minutes left of the boil. I got to keep an eye on this. If I miss a hop addition, I'm gonna fucking hate myself. Smells really good. I think I've heard of Bismarck before. Northwest Jaggers was in here earlier. I missed an opportunity to ask him what the fuck his idea is. I still don't know. I'm curious now, though. I have a lot of beers that I need to brew, so I'm gonna have to like try to figure out when that's gonna be. Is that the... Well, yeah, I guess that's the capital. That's the only time I've heard it, probably. You're probably right. Anybody else drinking beers at the moment, or is it just my dumbass? Four. Nice. J time for me. Oh, dude, I wish. I haven't smoked marijuana in like a week. I'm trying to like take a break. Every time I do, I start thinking about like my problems. So like trying to take a break. What's up, Bruce? How you doing, man? What's up, brother? I wish my laptop was like over here so I could like have somewhat of like an interaction with you guys visually, but I feel bad. I'm like looking off camera the whole time. And you guys are looking at my oddly shaped head. That's hilarious. I cracked myself up. What's the over-under on there being a happy hour this week? I should try to strong arm CH into doing it. I don't know Northwest, to be honest. I assumed he's like, in there, but probably not everything's set up at the moment. I don't know about you guys, but I hate moving. I usually get my shit into a new apartment and then just fucking take my time. I could tell you guys a story about how I had to move out of my last apartment, where I was threatened with a gun from the tenant upstairs. Actually, two tenants upstairs. They were brothers, and they pulled guns on me. That was a fun time. Yeah, it was like I was like, oh shit, okay, looks like I'm moving. The cops were called, not from. I have a roommate. Like, we didn't call the cops. They were like antagonizing people in the neighborhood. Like, an old lady was walking down the street with her dog, and they were literally like running against the fence, like pretty much barking at her, like just any, just I don't even know how to describe. They were like being total pieces of shit to everyone, and then they're surprised that the cops got called on them, and they automatically assume it was us, so then they take it out on us. So yeah, like later when the cops left, they were pounding on our doors with literal like guns shown. So I'm like, what the fuck, dude? Like, and my roommate does have a gun, so he went to grab his. I don't own a gun. I don't trust myself with it. So I'm in like the kitchen grabbing fucking steak knives, ready to fucking like, all right, is this gonna happen? Like, I don't know. It was a traumatic experience, man. Like, no joke. Like, that fucked me up for a while. So I still had to pay rent. Like, I took back, the security deposit, whatever. But like, I was like 2 weeks from that next month, so I pretty much had to like leave all my belongings in the apartment because I didn't feel safe being there. And yeah, I was like sleeping on my parents' couch just to avoid that whole mess. I would go there at like 4 a.m. to take guitars out of there and like amps and shit. Like, it was rough. I can't, like, I don't know what the hell made me think of that. We were talking about moving, but yeah, dude, that was a fucked up experience. Whew. So anyways, they were shady dudes. Like, they had two separate vehicles, but the license plates were the same. So like, I'm like, all right, that's interesting. Like, everything they did was against the law, basically. All right, moving on. I don't want to talk about that shit anymore. Although I will end with this. Not the only time a gun's been pulled on me. So what are we drinking, Northwest? Some of that high shelf whiskey. Ooh, that sounds good. Hell yeah. Marshmallow is an interesting one. Like, I had a marshmallow stout that a homebrew club member made. I think it was a stout or a porter. I always forget. But he didn't tell us. He's like, I forgot how he worded it, but there's like a curveball in there, and like, I'll leave it up to you guys to figure it out. And nobody got it. But then he mentioned, oh, there's marshmallows. Some of the people were like, oh, okay, I could see that. To me, like, I couldn't. Like, there's certain flavors I can't really pick up on. there was definitely something there that was like unique, but I would never be able to like recognize that it was marshmallow, but does sound killer, and that coconut I think would go well with that. That's funny. His own friend was like, what the fuck are you doing? Come to think, well, yeah, so the other time, I was at work the other time a gun got pulled on me. It was like 6 a.m. in the morning. I'm working, and a dude, I won't get into the particulars because it would like give too much away, but like, he's asking me, what am I doing? Like, what the fuck are you doing? I'm like, what do you mean? I'm at my job. He's like, no, what the fuck are you doing? It's 6 a.m. I'm like, this is when my shift starts. I don't know what to tell you, bro. He's like, I should shoot you right the fuck now, and like flashes the G of the gun. And oh, it gets crazier, right? He had a toddler in his arms. I shit you not, like a 2-year-old, 3-year-old maybe, in his arms. And it like took me a while to like process. I'm like, did you just threaten me? He's like, he said it again. I should shoot you right the fuck now. I'm like, man, dude, you are a fucking. I called him a loser, which is probably not the smartest thing to do. But so I'm dealing with a customer that does give a little bit away, but I actually had to like let her know. I'm like, this just happened. Can you keep an eye on me, please? If something goes down. But yeah, dude, the Northeast is fucking crazy, man. I'm sure that can happen in any town, but like, when you live in cities, dude, there's crazy people. Anyways, I gotta get away from fucking evil shit and talk about positivity. Fuck, man. But who the fuck is out at 6 a.m. with a gun and a toddler? What the fuck? Yeah, there's some truth to that, Roswell's. Like, that's, I think that's kind of what it should be. Like, if everyone's like, holding, people are going to be kept in check. It's the people that automatically assume I have the upper hand because they don't have a gun. Those are the douchebags. Nope. Oh, it's okay, Bruce. The plan was to use 3711 French Saison yeast, which I haven't used in a while, but I wanted that citrus note to pair with the cantaloupe I'm going to use in part of the batch. Unfortunately, I have one pouch, so I'm going to use a little bit of my house yeast, which is 3726. I think it's like on the 3rd generation. I keep harvesting it from batch to batch. Which 3726 is my absolute favorite Saison strain. I've tried quite a few, not all. Like I've actually, surprisingly, I've never tried Belle Saison, which I'll eventually get to it. But for my money, 3726 is the best. Like I can't say enough good things about that strain. If you're gonna make a Saison. Yeah. Yeah, I've heard good things, Bruce, but like I said, I haven't used it myself, so a lot of people love Kvake, I fucking hate it. So, until you use it yourself to form your own opinion, you don't know. You'd skip it. All right. There are other options, so that sounds good. And honestly, like, I'm not opposed to trying new strains. That's part of the fun, but I do feel like I landed on a good one, and I'm probably going to stick with 3726 going forward. I am interested to see, because this is going to be a co-fermentation basically, I am interested to see the difference because I'm so used to it now, and it's been a while since I've used 3711. it's probably going to be a little bit more attenuated than usual, even though I'm still always normally around 10:06 anyhow. But in my experience with 3711, it's closer to 10:02. So, and I don't want this beer to dry out too much because I'm adding fruit. So, I've used Voss, I've used Hornindal, I've used, gosh, I've never used Ebgarden. What is the other ones I've used? There's 3 I've used. Hornindal. Fuck. I already forgot the first one I mentioned. I haven't tried the escarpment. Escarpment's not available here unless you like pull some strings. Lutra, I've tried that. Yep. I've just, I've never produced a beer that I was like blown away by. It's, they're not bad beers. Like, they're just middle of the road. Like, it's a good drinker beer type. And part of it for me is also that I never see breweries like rebrew beers that they're like, hey, like I mentioned earlier, Long Live did a beer with Fake. It was a cask beer, but like they mentioned it like in the notes, like, and then they never brewed that beer again, and they also never like said, hey, this is another beer with Fake. Like, just unheard of. Like, so if commercial breweries aren't like proud to say, or like, some breweries are secretive, don't get me wrong, but like not all of them. There's a lot of breweries that will pretty much tell you everything about the beer, and they're not like, hey, guess what, we use Fake. It just, in my experience, you don't see it. So I don't know, I've never been blown away by it. And I feel bad because I talk shit about Fake like a lot, and I don't mean to, like, I'm not trying to be a negative person. Like, there are definitely uses for it. Like, if you're in fucking Texas and like you don't have temperature control, hell yeah, use it. Like, you should be using it. I don't want to come off like a fucking negative asshole, but yeah. I mean, here's another thing too, Sean. Like, I'm not opposed to like trying another one. Like, I totally will. Like I said earlier, though, there's limited time, and I have so many. Like, if I got like a beer list of ideas that I need to like get on, and to squeeze that in, it's just not priority whatsoever. I'll get around to it though eventually. Yeah, I'm sure that's true as well, Sean. Unless I'm sure there are some isolates out there, but I think it's because it's so hot in the room. I'm actually boiling off more than usual, so I might actually turn down the power a little. Yeah, I agree with that, Zach. 100%. Like, again, the examples I've tried were minimal, but they're not lagers. Like, that's an insult to true lagers. Like, even the mouth feels wrong. Like, I don't know. I don't really want to. Like I said, I don't want to. I hate being negative. So. Yeah, by the way, Roswell's and everyone else here, thank you guys for being here and chatting, because nothing's worse than like doing a live stream and there's like one person talking. I've been pretty lucky. I've only done maybe like 3 or 4, but I've been pretty lucky. Yeah, I like 3470. I also like the Bujaveiss. I'm sure I butchered that. Bujaweissered that. That strain's really nice for a Pilsner, a Czech. That's when I used the floor malted Bohemian 100% with Saws, and it turned out really, really good. Probably the only lager that I was actually happy with. All right, Bruce. Good seeing you, bro. Good talking to you, man. I appreciate you stopping by. Which, so if anyone has any good lager strains they can recommend, I do want to make a lager or two by the end of summer. I definitely want to make a dark Czech and something clean along the lines of Alexander, but that beer is so goddamn good that I don't want to like try to like, you know, pretend that I could even come close. But I do like a nice clean Czech lager where like the grain bill is pretty straightforward. Like I just had a Palmovka from Schilling, and like their lagers are incredible, but like the grain bill is like a little bit too toasty for my liking. I prefer where it's like super clean and let like the hops, a little bit of malt shine, but mostly the hops. But I love dark Czechs. Nice, Northwest. When'd you brew that? Do you still have some on tap? The Patrick Sandy's no longer here, but like to me that was like the best dark Czech beer I've ever had was at the Grand Central Station. I know we talk about that a lot, but goddamn that beer was good. All right, let me look that up right now. Actually, Northwest. I gotta be real. For a good like 6 months, I wasn't logging into my. Oh, Patrick Sandy is here. Awesome. For like a good 6 months, I didn't log into my Gnome like YouTube account, so I do feel bad. I kind of missed out on a lot of people's videos, and I haven't been like commenting like I used to, but I just kind of like took a break, to be honest. Yeah, if there were one brewery I would love to go back to, Patrick. I know Angry Chair is all the hype, but it would be Grand Central. That place was phenomenal. The beers were amazing, and best yet, the brewers and owners were so hospitable. Like, I came out of the bathroom and I was like kind of peeking into the brewery, and they're like, "You want to go in there? Go in." I'm like, "Really?" Like, and they didn't even mean like I'll show you. They were like, "Just go in." And I was like, "What the fuck? Like, what brewery does that? Where they're like, you know, you turn the one valve the wrong way and like shit is going down, you know, like I just was so blown away with like how much he trusted a total stranger. So I was like, I went up to him, I was like, hey, is it cool if I'm with a bunch of other brewers? Is it okay if like I bring them too? That was just such a good experience. Those dudes were so cool. They even like, I asked what yeast strain they used in their Saison. They told me like, you know, open book. I like that shit. I hate when like breweries are like, it's a undisclosed secret. You're like, what the fuck? You know, I think we need to get away from that. Like, because as everybody knows, you could have the whole recipe. You're not going to brew the same beer, so why the hell the secrecy? All right, 18 minutes. I got to be on the ball because I have another hop edition in 6 minutes. So I have about 11 gallons volume at the moment. I'm aiming for 10.5. I should hit my numbers in terms of volume, I think. It's looking good. It'll be a slightly stronger beer than I anticipated, though. It was supposed to be, let me look, 5%. So I might be like 5.2, 5.4, which is totally fine by me. It depends on the attenuation as well. Don't mind me, guys. I'm just fucking talking out loud. Man, You know what? I'm gonna drink my pale ale. Fuck it. I'm pretty sure it's gonna kick as I pour, but whatever. There we go. I did kind of like a half pour. It didn't kick, so I was like, all right, we'll stop there. Damn, Northwest, you are better than me, dude. Ron Barnes sent me beer. He sent me 12 beers. I finished it within like a week. I probably should admit that, but goddamn, this smells so good. So this one has Nelson and Citra. But in my opinion, the nose is all Nelson. Even though the Nelson was only flame out and dry hop, Citra was flame out and dry hop as well, but also kind of layering it in with like bittering 12, 8, 4 and flame out as well. Hell yeah. So earlier I was talking about how with Golden Promise I recommend splitting it, doing a blend 50-50 with either 2-row or Pilsner or Pale Malt. I did that with this beer, except it's not Golden Promise, it's Maris Otter. I didn't want it too malty, so that's why I tend to do that 50-50 blend. It's a little bit more affordable too. If you want, I can show you this recipe as well. I don't know if you guys are interested or not, but all right. So I'll pop that on screen since I'm going to take a piss anyway. Actually, I gotta wait until my next hop edition. Give me 2 more minutes. I gotta pee so bad though. Oh my god. How many homebrewers have like a urinal set up? That's why I need to buy a urinal. That'd be hilarious. All right, 1 more minute and then I'll show that rest. Yeah. It would be in the other room, Northwest. Fucking A. I used to, as a kid, there was this, the Red Sox AAA team is like right down the street. And they would have troughs. So like literally it would be like a circular like piss bowl with like 50 dudes and kids just all like with their dicks out just pissing into this trough. That shit creates nightmares. Hey, well, who was it? Fucking Homebrew Challenge, Martin. Remember when he fermented a beer in his tub? Like that's. Oh, there. 1 second. I'm down for experimentation, but that's like next level. All right, I'll be right back. I'll post this real quick, and then I'll be right back. All right. So yeah, this is kind of another. It's similar in terms of additions, like to the beer I'm brewing now. I do 12.8 flame out pretty often. Um, the IBUs are definitely different though. This one's 15 the whole way, 15 grams that is, and obviously you see there it's kind of all over the place. That's because I was targeting certain IBUs with each edition, but pretty straightforward as well. You know, nothing crazy. Carafoam I talked about earlier. I swear by Carafoam. If you've never used it, I would highly recommend it. And small additions, like, you know, nothing. I would say 8% at most, and even that's kind of a little bit too much. The beer I'm brewing today is 2%. This one's obviously 4%. But yeah, this beer is killer though. I do love this beer. It did really well at the homebrew club meeting as well. Where am I looking at? There we go. Turn that off. Like that's something I wanted to, if I do get back into making videos, one of the topics I wanted to talk about, like so often now, and especially, you know, at the commercial level, everyone's trying to outdo each other. Like, you know, everything's adjunct to shit. Like, you know, you remember that last smoothie sour you liked? Well, we doubled the fruit. And what's getting lost is like the more simpler beers that executed well, taste delicious. You know, I know it's not clickbaity, like you're not going to get the views. And that's why a lot of people in the homebrew community, again, do those very same things where you're trying to get clicks. I totally understand it. But there's a lot of value in brewing these beers, which the recipe isn't going to wow anybody, but the execution should. Like, I wish you guys could taste this beer, you know? But I do get it. I get why people do it. All right, we're up against it. We have 8 minutes left. 2 more additions, and then I'll give it a 5-minute rest before I start chilling. I'll bring it down, I don't know, like 150-ish, and then kind of chill out from there. I'm not in a huge rush to chill my beers lately. I just give it time. I did mention earlier that I want as much stuff to settle before I drop the cone and pitch yeast. Because I'm fermenting in this vessel. Otherwise, what I would do is just pull off the mid port, and it'd be nice, clean work going into the uni tank, you know, regardless of all the shit at the bottom. But I'm fermenting in this vessel today, so I have to go about it like a more relaxed pace. Yeah, Sarah, I mean, that's like the standard. It's good beer. And like, see, that beer is quite bitter, actually. Like, people forget that pale, like, so I'll be right back. So, there's a beer. This has 2 gold medals, by the way. This is brewed in Rhode Island. It's a pale ale. Delicious. Really good beer. Come on. Focus, you bastard. Great beer, but it's 20 IBUs. Like, you know, they kind of went with the trends where it was like, you know, more flavor, more dry hop, but less bitterness, which is not wrong with that. But like, I kind of want a pale, and even my IPAs to have a little bit of like hop bitterness to it. And that's kind of unfortunately going away. I gotta add some zinc, which that's my next question for you guys. I'm curious to see how many of you guys add zinc to your beers. Oh, SNES. Oh, greatest system ever. Like, I know there's a generation was huge into GameCube. Minute from next edition. Uh, there are some people like older than me that are all about the NES, even though that came out like 2 years after I was born. But for me, Super Nintendo was like the gold standard, the best system ever, especially if you're into RPGs. Yeah, so the reason I add zinc, so I source like 100% pure zinc. I only add like 2 drops per 5 gallons, but it's for yeast health basically. What's up, Jaggers? Hell yeah, bro. Welcome back, dude. I seriously do miss talking to you, man. You and I used to like talk every day, and like shit got crazy in both of our lives, so it does suck. All right, so 1 more minute to the next edition. All right, Zach, bro, take it easy, man. Awesome, dude. I'll see you soon. We need to play guitar still. Yeah, Jaggers. I was telling Northwest like very roughly that you have an idea, but you need to like explain it to us over a Discord call. If either of you have time later, we could do that tonight, maybe potentially. But you said you have like you want to like take some time before you do that. But either way, I'm really excited about it. It's been a long time since I've done a collab, so. Oh, hell yeah. So what surprises me the most about this beer, which I don't think you guys even saw it in the recipe, there's only 2 ounces dry hop in this beer. Like, it's very, very minimal. Which, again, goes back to what I was saying about people trying... We added 6 pounds per can! Like, you don't need to. And it actually has diminishing returns. That's proven. But also, like, you're going to... There's other problems that come along with that, you know what I mean? A little goes a long way. Like, it's shocking how much aroma is on this beer for only 2 ounces dry hop. Obviously, you know, flame out additions, late hop additions, that's going to come into play as well, but... Yeah, I'd love to do something with you, Patrick. I'll let you decide, because I like challenges too. Like, it's not fun if I decide what we're doing. You know what I mean? All right, 2 more minutes to flame out, and then I'm gonna have to run into the basement of the house and turn on the water. I'm gonna have to chill the beer a little bit. It'll be a little bit chaotic in the last like 15 minutes or so. I do apologize, but it just has to be done. All right. Very successful brew day overall, though. I did forget to take a final pre-boil measurement, but I was 2 numbers above, or 2 points above my expected anyhow, so either way, it's not going to be an issue. But for, like, accuracy, it would be nice. Although I'm just going to go with 1042, which was 2 points over, like I said. So I'll just enter that. I think. Oh shit. I forgot my train of thought. You know what? Instead of like, so the other part of the split batch, I was talking to Goose earlier. I was going to use hibiscus that he sent to me, but it was like a year old, and he told me just to throw it away. So maybe I'll just dry hop that portion with some more Nelson, and the other half use cantaloupe like I planned originally. I think that would be cool. That way, like, you know, there's like kind of a base version, and then something I fuck with to experiment. I'm definitely looking forward to the cantaloupe version though. Like, so excited. All right, I'll be right back. I have to turn on the water real quick. Jagger, so I was just basically talking about how I was planning on, well, this is definitely split batch. I was going to do half of it with hibiscus and half of it with cantaloupe. The hibiscus can be questionable. Apparently, Goose used the very same that he sent me and it infected a batch of his kombucha. So, yeah, I kind of have to do something else. So I might just keep a base version and then dry hop it with Nelson, which I've actually, surprisingly enough, with how many Saisons I brewed, never dry hopped a single one of them. So I guess now will be the first, but I'll be right back. So typically what I do, Jaggers, is I prefer fermenting it out entirely. Which, by the way, that's another thing. So I've never used fruit in a Saison either. Typically I use it in sours, you know. But so I'm going to use whole fruit. I already bought the cantaloupe. Going to, you know, chunk them up, freeze them, put it... when this is done, or mostly done fermenting, I'll draw 5 gallons off into a bucket on top of the cantaloupe, let it ferment out fully, taste it, and then kind of go from there. I mentioned earlier where I was thinking about buying more cantaloupe, turning it into a puree because I have the means to do that. But unfortunately, I can't dry freeze it or freeze dry it, but I can dehydrate it. So I can like spread puree out on like parchment paper, dry it out, and then grind it into a powder, and I might add that to a keg, like to like kind of further enhance that cantaloupe flavor. I don't really know fully yet, like it's up in the air. We'll see how it goes, how it tastes, all that. But 1 second, let me. I gotta turn my temp gauge on. Yeah, so that would have been an option, Northwest, to sterilize it. However, this is a split batch, and I was gonna only do it to 5 gallons, so unfortunately that wasn't an option. I could do two different fruits, but that's kind of lame. Like this is for a Fourth of July party that my family's having at my sister's house, so I kind of want to like have two, even though they're from the same beer, a little different. Yeah, so I can't. Well, I don't know. Oh, freeze distill. Yeah, I could do that. I guess. You're not wrong. Cantaloupe is 90% water. It's like one of the most like I think watermelon and one other honeydew melon I think is the only fruit that has more water content. So you're not wrong, but yeah, I don't know with how attenuated saison is. I think the fruit flavor will come through, although it won't come across like sweet like fruit. But I think the goal is to know that you're drinking something that has cantaloupe in it. That's my goal. If I hit that, I'm happy. Even if it's not like, punching you in the face like a smoothie sour. Am I really loud, by the way, guys? I'm looking at it's clipping out. So, oh, that's not light at all. Woo-wee. All right, so just to give you guys, sorry, real close. So my temp is already at 183. In the flow, I have it kind of like I said, I don't want to have to watch the two buckets like the whole time. So I'm kind of taking it a little easy, which is the opposite of what I said earlier. I'm trying to chill the beer quick. Yeah, not the case. I think I said that like, hours ago, though. That is 181. Doesn't take long. All right, so here's my sample. We'll see what we're at number-wise in a little bit once it cools down. And once again, I know I've said this many times, but I appreciate you guys hanging out with me. It means a lot. You guys are the best. It's so cool. As I say all the time, this is like the best community ever. Very supportive. I can't talk. Supportive. IPA. I'm a moron. All right, so we were looking for 10 and a half. I'm going to try to see if you can see the line in this, but so it's a little bit above 10 and a half. However, there's the gasket on top of the mash or the boil kettle. So if that wasn't there, that would drop down. It would be 10 and a half. So our volume's right on as well. However, like pre-boil, we were 2.002 above, so we'll see where we're at in a little bit. I know I'm talking a lot. I apologize. Whew. Yeah, dude, Jaggers, grab a beer, bro. I could probably, as soon as I feel a little bit more comfortable with where like this chill is, I have you guys on Discord if you want. Whoever wants to hop in. I'm also going to put the lid on just for a little bit just to sterilize it. Yeah, I was mentioning earlier, Jaggers. Thankfully, it's above and not below. I don't mind it being a little bit above. When I'm aiming for like 1046 and it's like 1044 or 1043, that's when it bugs me. But I also mentioned where like when I'm doing 6.5 gallon batches, my efficiency is definitely a little bit, worse. These 10 gallon batches or 10.5s, I almost always hit my numbers. Technically 26, but good luck brewing a 26 gallon batch. Like, you're gonna need some headspace. But yeah, you could definitely make some nice size batches with this shit. Oh, sorry, 24. Yeah, I probably should have done a whirlpool. Like you can see like the trube, and it's still kind of visible below like the liquid. Could have done a better job at that. I probably should have done a whirlpool, even though I'm not actually adding whirlpool hops. It still helps, obviously bring things towards the cone, but whatever, it's fine. Another thing I've been doing lately is not even pitching yeast the day of. I'll like do it the next morning. The last 2 out of 3 beers I've done that and had good results. Like, I don't think you need to really pitch the yeast as quickly as possible, especially with this setup. Like, it's sterilized. Nothing's getting in there. What's your target temp in the fermenter? Oh, okay, that's a good question. Or that's your question, not Northwest's? Is that your pee bucket? No, no, that's you can't see it, but so the jacket out. I always have two buckets set up so that when one gets close to full, I put it in the other one and I chuck the other one. It's definitely not my pee bucket. What was the other question? What's your target temp in the fermenter? Oh, so I try to do saisons as ambient temperature. Since I'm fermenting in this, the same I did my last saison. Usually I target like 70, 72, but then I won't set a chill temperature. Meaning like if it goes above that free rise, I'll just let it go. However, since it's really, really fucking hot right now, I may set like a cap, meaning like don't let it go above like 80. I'll do that tomorrow morning though. But yeah, I would say start off temperature 72. I mean, it is Saison, so the DuPont strain, they go into the 90s, so it'll be fine. And like wherever it wants to take itself, I'm cool with. God damn, am I sweaty? Fuck. But yeah, I do prefer ambient temperature saisons. It's just I don't have the capability right now with this room. Normally, what I do with saison is actually I'll take it back to my apartment and I'll put it in my closet. There's a video I did actually where like I'll start with a t-shirt. The next day I'll put like a hoodie on it. The next day I'll put a comforter, like to kind of artificially ramp it. Oh my God. Yeah, like I don't know about you, Jaggers, but I've never had a saison that was too hot, like fusel. Not even once. Kind of a somewhat similar though was I did a single Belgian single, very simple recipe. I didn't even think I fermented it that hot, but fusel. Like just brutal, dude. It was a dumper for sure. It was also my fourth batch ever, so it was learning lesson. All right, so I'm at 140. I can cap it now, and I probably should shut off that fan, which I just realized. Which one, Patrick? Wow. Yeah. I mean, I'm gonna just go out and say it, Jaggers. That's an inexperienced judge because the saison should have both. What the fuck? Oh, a single. Nice, Patrick. Yeah. So I was looking at my recipe earlier today. Actually, I was kind of like intentionally going through my first few or 10 or so batches just to like hindsight, like what would I do differently, what did I do then. And it was pretty fun to look at. Actually, there was a lot of things where I was like started laughing. I was like, I would never do that now. But that beer on paper, it didn't seem that bad. The grain bill could have been cleaned up for sure. Like I had a little bit too much Vienna, and I also had Munich. Nowadays, I'd probably go mostly Pilsner, maybe a touch of Vienna for color, like just so it's not like too pale. But, we learn as we go. We wouldn't learn if we don't fuck up. But Jaggers, is that the very same saison that you like had judged a couple times and like the scores all over the place? Yeah. Right. Okay. Yeah, I did like the straight version. That shit was delicious. That was the one that was made with rustic, which made me try that as well. Not a bad yeast strain, by the way. Yeah, because like after I tried your beer, I was like, all right, I gotta like, what did you ferment this with? You told me. I was like, all right, that's the next one I'm trying. Um, you've been in and out, so I'm not sure if you caught it, but I was talking about how like I try pretty much every saison strain I can get my hands on, except for Bell Saison and Escarpment because it's not available. But I am looking to try more. I kind of landed on 3726, which I love, but if anyone has any other recommendations, I would always try them. It's just a fucking brew day. Who cares? Holy fuck. Eh, that's funny. That's funny as hell. Be funny if you're drinking the beer, right? She's like to your right or left, and she's drinking it as well, and she hates it, and you're like, "This is delicious. You suck." So Jaggers, no, I haven't tried Bell just because, but however, from what I've looked into, it's some people love it. Don't get me wrong, but I've also seen people that hate it, and I've mentioned when that was brought up that like until you do it yourself, you don't really know. However, even in this chat, a couple of people said they didn't like Bell either. So who knows? Um, I'll definitely get around to it eventually, but I haven't yet. So it is what it is. Right? It's that yearly checkup, Northwest. That's funny. Thankfully, I have never had to do that yet. Although I'm 41, so I probably it's quickly approaching. Ah, yeah. Wow, that is even further interesting than Jaggers. You know what? Here's another thing too. Potentially, maybe like because there's so many different styles. Like, it's impossible to have a good understanding of all of them. Maybe she just didn't like appreciate saison the way you do. I don't know. Um, yeah, I don't really know, man. I think personally, like to judge styles, you should at least have a good understanding of that style. Like maybe they, I don't know much about judging. You know way more than I do, but if that's not a thing, it absolutely should be. Like before you even, you know, the judging starts, it should be like, all right, what styles are you comfortable judging? That should be question number one. Again, if this already takes place, let me know. I have no idea, but yeah, yeah, but and that obviously that is important as well. But like say you had guidelines in front of you, right? but you never had a beer in that style before, you're still, you probably shouldn't be at that table. Oh, you can't opt out. Oh, okay. All right. See, all this shit I do not know. What I do know is I would never want to be a judge. My tasting notes would be near blank. There'd be like 2 to 3 one-word descriptions, and that's it. All right, so we're at like 120. I'm gonna shut the water off in a minute. I'm gonna go take a piss, and then if you guys want to hop on Discord together, that'd be cool. If not, it's all good. I understand. I'll be right back. Alrighty. Let's see. What am I doing? What am I doing? So no pressure, of course, but I got my headphones if you guys want to hop on in. I'll leave them there in case you guys decide. You know what, Jaggers? So I read. Sorry, I didn't read it. I was listening to a podcast. I listen to a lot of podcasts lately that are like pro brewers. You have to really look for them, but there's a few out there. If you guys like, you know, are interested as well, I can send you guys the links. But, so they argued that the judging at the homebrew level is even more harsh than the GABF because, in the terms of like, there aren't as many beers, first off. Like, you're not getting overwhelmed. There's not like, 60 beers per table or whatever the hell, however that works. You can kind of focus on smaller amounts. You're giving more accurate notes. And it's not like a toss-up where like, either one of these 5 could have won gold, but, this one won it. Fuck it. At the homebrew level, it's more like, no, that one is the winner, So I found that very interesting, and this is pro brewers talking about this. I'll try to find that particular video podcast I was listening to. Like I said, if you're interested, I'll send that your way. But so the brewer that was talking about it is this brewery that I'm super super into right now. I've never had any of their beer, but he trained under Sean Hill of Hill Farmstead. He has a very small brewery in the middle of nowhere, Vermont, which is actually close to Hill Farmstead. He literally wood logs underneath the boil kettle type setup, He barely has a roof. Like, there's literally parts of his wall missing and parts of his roof missing. So the elements are just coming in, right? Every one of his beers, even if it's kind of more towards a clean beer, he'll still cool ship it so that the natural environment will still flavor that beer slightly. Then he'll, ferment it out, sometimes in stainless, sometimes in barrels. It's an old dairy farm where he brews, and he has a mini cave. Yeah, wood fired. There you go. I'm dumb. So he has a mini cave. It used to be a cheese cave. So that's where he puts all his barrels in, and he does really interesting things. He forages for most of his beers. He put lichen in one of his beers. I think that's how you pronounce it. You know that shit that you'll see growing on wood and rocks and stuff. He scraped some of that off, put it in a beer. He does really really interesting shit. This dude's again, I haven't tried his beers. They are very highly rated, but and if he learned under Sean Hill, he knows what he's doing. Let me put it that way. But I have to try his beers. I love everything about what he's doing. Right, yeah. So he's used mushrooms, yarrow, dandelions, all that stuff. It's right up your alley, Jaggers, because it's basically the same shit I'm into. We share that kind of mixed firm Saison type stuff. Wonderkammer. I'll type it in chat so you guys can seek it out, because this dude is doing some really interesting stuff. But it was him and the owner, sometimes brewer of The Seed. It's this woman who trained. Oh shit! Who did she work for? She worked for a couple breweries, gained experience, and then did her own thing as well. So they kind of have that same thing going on, where they freed themselves of working for somebody else and brewing beers they're not really into to do their own thing. And they were the ones that were talking about the difference between the homebrew level judging and the pro level judging. Anyways, I'll shut up. So that's the dude. Oh, sorry, I misspelled it. But so earlier I mentioned I'm taking a vacation like 2 weeks from now, and I've never been to Hill Farmstead, so I want to make that trip. I've had plenty of their beers, but I've never actually been to the brewery. Um, and unfortunately, Wonder Camera doesn't have a tap room, but he owns a bottle shop. Like he owns this little kind of like place that he sells his beers at. So definitely want to hit that up. I have a lot of like breweries on my list that I want to go to, but he's definitely like at the top of the list. Like, as you can probably tell, me talking about this, I get excited about it. Like, that's the type of shit I want to do. Like, it fucking fascinates me. I just love everything about it. But that being said, so your Saison did score well eventually, though, right? Recently, it did well. Yeah, I do. Well, so what's the status with you? Are you moving still, or no, or you sticking in Texas? Oh shit! Why the hell's that on? Yeah, that's the one. It looks like the skull thing. It's like Mexican themed, but it has like hops on the eyes or something. That thing is so goddamn cool. I need to. I don't know. I hate bottling, but I would love to like submit my beers for like more comps. I only did that one time. I did really good, but just I don't know. The work sucks. Day of Dead, nice. I just much prefer kegging, but the problem with that is when I have people try my beers, they either have to like come to me or I pour it in a growler and they have to drink it that day. There we go. A little bit better. Oh my god. I wish I wasn't sweating my ass off. So the beer's at 115. I could continue to chill it, but like I said, I'm at this point. Keep on hearing random noises. Yeah, you may have to update it, Roswell's. Rats. I do have mice, although I have a trap, and I feel bad killing them, but it must be done. The last one I killed was like a month and a half ago, so I think I finally got rid of them all. No rats though. One time, I opened the door to come in here. It was like probably like middle of the afternoon. I shit you not. I have like a nice table over there, or with like all everything I need, like minerals, yeast nutrient, all that. And the motherfucker, it was a mouse running down like a fucking I forgot what it was, but it was like something dangling down. I saw him run down. I'm like, you motherfucker. Instantly went on Amazon and bought mouse traps. Cause dude, like that's no like I can't really keep a lot of grain in here. The grain I do keep obviously is in containers, but if I don't, the very next day I'll see mouse shit like everywhere. Or at least that's how it started. until I was like, you know, fucking, all right, mission to kill those fuckers. All right, the pale ale's gone. I can't risk drinking more of that, unfortunately. So we're gonna have to move on. Have you been brewing Roswell's? Doe. There we go. Yeah, unfortunately, it hasn't really moved much from 115. I probably should continue chilling it, but is what it is. I plan on being here all night, so I'll probably go home at like fucking 2 in the morning. Oh, fuck. That's right, too. I figured out what it is. I'm a dumbass. Yeah, I live like probably like 2 miles or so away, which isn't too bad. I can take back roads too. So that's definitely wrong. All right, I'm almost ready. I need to probably disinfect that port and then take a better sample. Yeah, the good part about where I live is Rhode Island in general is very small, so everywhere you go is a very short drive. I think I have you somewhere here, Roswell's. I'm not really sure. I'm really bad at like looking for people because you have to have like their unique ID. But once like you do, it's pretty simple. But I don't know if we ever actually hooked up because one time we were in chat together, but it was like through CH's Discord. There's no way. All right, cool. All right, just give me a minute then, and I'll be ready. Oh, it's all good. All right, so I sent Roswell's first. I'm gonna look for Jaggers next, and give me a minute because I don't have headphones on. Fuck, I'm so bad at Discord. Can you send me a message, Jaggers, so I can see where you are? I don't know where to look. All right, Roswell's, you there?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yep.
What up, man?
How you
Oh
doing,
shit,
man?
is that crazy loud?
Nah, you're fine.
All right. I'm good, bro. How about you?
Doing really good. Can anybody else hear Roswell's? Because I may have to like change some settings. I don't really know how that works. Okay, Roswell's is super loud. Actually, that's what Northwest is saying.
All right, let me see if I can turn myself down.
Hey, thanks, Elementary. What's up, bro? It's good to see you, man. Brewday went really good. Super happy with the results.
Mm, soundboard? No. Am I still really loud? I'm assuming, yeah.
To me, no. I don't know about them though. Man, I am so bad at this. Somebody literally sent me a message. And I don't know how to invite them. Oh my. Oh, here we go. How do I? How do I?
Yeah. Turn people down. I'm trying to find the same thing.
Well, no. I'm trying to figure out how to like invite somebody else without starting a new call. Like somebody
I
else wants
haven't
to.
done this in so long since hanging out with CH. They say I'm still really loud.
To me, no. I'm going to see. I don't know if you're still here, but I'm trying to add Jaggers. I may have fucked up. There's Jaggers. Are you still here, Roswell's? Fuck. I think I fucked up. Yeah, I don't know what the hell I'm doing. So, oh, you know what? I know. I think I know why. All right, give me 1 second. Sorry, guys.
I didn't realize I was the only one here.
Well, Roswell's here, but I fucked it up by starting your
Uh,
call. I need to get better at this. Now, I don't think people can even see me now. Oh my god.
Howdy, howdy.
I suck so bad at this. Holy shit.
Don't get me to lie to you. I wanna-
Oh my god. What am I doing? I don't know what I'm doing. This is a bad idea, I think. Let me at least turn my mic so I don't have to actually move when I'm talking. There we go. Sorry, Elementary. You joined at the worst time possible. Oh, a rye on rye on rye. Fuck. This is where I lose everybody.
So, welcome to Jackers Brewing Co. How are y'all doing? What's up there, Elementary?
Maybe if I.
Oh, you're back.
Yeah, that's me though without you. Like this is Discord. Maybe I have to. I don't know what the hell I'm doing. This is awful. I apologize, guys.
Well, hello, Northwest Small Batch Brewing. How are you, my friend?
Still not working. Oh my god. I got nothing. I don't know what I'm doing wrong, to be honest. Fuck.
You're doing stuff I've never done before, so don't get me to lie to you. Northwest, I feel bad for Gnome.
I do too, and I'm gnome.
Yeah, I feel bad for Gnome as well.
Let me try this. There we go. Okay, that's at least somewhat doable. So is that showing up like I see a little bit of me, a little bit of you?
Yeah,
Okay. All right.
I think I'm bigger than you. I don't think that that's right, but
That's okay. Well, you're bigger than me in real life as well, so it's all good.
no.
Yeah, dude. I'm a
Right click on his name in Discord, call and adjust the speaker box slider.
Oh, for Jaggers or Roswell's. How do I? All right, so Shauna, how do I add somebody else to the call without like starting a new call? Once I get that down, I'll be able to fix this screen better.
Put a quarter in it.
You know what I mean? Like I'll be able to do shit like this, but with like Discord, popped out. Man, I put a quarter in. Oh my god, I suck so bad. All right, here's a pop out. Maybe that works. Nope. I will say this is not much different than when CH tries it. So here's that.
The shit you forget, right?
Fuck. Does anybody know how to like? You guys have done it before, right? Where you?
I've never have.
No.
No.
Let me try right clicking on Roswell's. Invite to server? No, that's not it. Yeah.
Go to a channel you're both in, click on the name and invite.
Go to the channel. We're not both in the same channel though. Oh, you have to start a channel first, I guess. How do I fucking do that?
Add them as friend.
He is my
I guess we're like Saison brothers.
Man, I suck at this so bad.
I guess what they're saying is go to like Homebrew for Life and use one of those channels.
Yeah, it sounds like you're really loud too. Let me
You're really loud.
yeah, am I?
How did that feel? Did that hurt a little bit?
No.
Oh.
I have no emotions. Okay, all right. So I can lower yours a little. There we go.
Yeah, they said to use CH's server.
Yeah, right. Have CH do it. Man, I suck so bad. I really don't know how to do
Help!
this.
We need an adult.
Fuck. I have no clue.
I think they're saying to go to like one of the voice channels in Homebrew for Life, and then do it that way.
Oh, right. Yeah. So I'm not even in a channel. This is just like a yeah. But how do you should be
This
able
is
to,
a call.
you should be able to do this with multiple people too, though, right?
I don't know.
Add friends to DM. Is that it? We'll try that. We'll try that. So Roswell's.
Hey, this is your fantasy. I'm just living in.
Oh, okay. I think I know how to do it now. You have to. Oh, what? Jaggers doesn't come up though. Shit. What the fuck?
Yeah, because I'm already here.
Yeah. Okay, there we go. I think that worked.
Can you hear me now?
Yes. Okay. Awesome.
What up?
All right.
Am I still really loud?
So if anyone else wants to join, I know how to do it now. I think he has no video though, so let me rearrange this a little. I apologize, guys. My bad. Trying to make it work on the fly. I appreciate you guys even wanting to entertain me. So window capture. Nope, that's not it. That is okay.
Because I figured out how to turn it down.
So there's Jaggers. Let me try to make it bigger though. That's what she said. I had to. I'm sorry.
Yeah, good.
All right. So there's Jaggers. If anyone else wants to join, feel free. What up? What's up with you, Northwest? You want to join this fucking awfulness? This just failing miserableness.
I think you got it. It's working pretty good now.
Yeah, that'll be good. Okay, let's add Northwest. There. This is how we don't do it.
Can't hear the other guy talking though.
Oh, I don't think he said anything. Oh, he is. Yeah, actually, right. That's weird. For some reason, we can't hear Jaggers now. Son of a bitch. This is how we don't do it for sure. All right, Northwest.
I think it's going pretty good. Minus that. Maybe his mic got deafened or something.
Well, it is interesting. Like when I added you, that's when his cut out. How about you, Northwest? Can I hear you? Doesn't look like I can hear Northwest either. Jesus Christ.
Hang on.
Oh,
My
Yeah, I can hear him.
so I think
YouTube.
it is Jaggers.
Mute my YouTube.
All right.
I think that was Northwest. I can't hear Jaggers though. Is his mic?
Jaggers doesn't come through anymore. Unfortunately, I don't know why though.
If you get feedback, let me know. I'll put on a headset.
No, it's pretty good.
Oh, sweet.
Full screen.
We don't need to hear Jaggers. We can see him. Don't see Gnome anymore though.
Yeah, you won't be able to see me unless like you look on YouTube, I think.
Oh, okay.
I may be able to turn my camera on yours. I don't really know. This is a fucking just shit show. I do apologize.
All good. Jaggers. There we go. He cut off the top of his head.
I think Gnome just left now.
No, I'm here. I'm just trying to figure
he's
out
back.
like, how to show my camera on Discord. Is that gonna work? Nope. Fuck.
Yeah, try that.
Yeah, I think unfortunately I have to have mine separate from the Discord.
Did CH ever figure that out? How to be like on
Yeah, every
YouTube
week.
and Discord video at the same time?
Yeah, it usually every
It
week
only
it
took-
like takes a while to get like his mic working as well. So I don't know.
It only took him like
Oh,
6 months.
Let's see. Yeah, this.
No. Oh,
Yeah, I'm back
I
on.
think you're muted.
Oh, I'm muted.
Whoa, I thought that
No,
was
I can hear
Russian. What kind of Russians are hacking Jaggers?
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. Jagger's actually froze up.
Hmm.
Fucking A, dude. This sucks. My bad, guys.
It's all good.
Well, I'm gonna go get a beer then.
Yeah, please do.
You probably have to add him back into the thing though,
Oh, I know. I think I know why. Well, maybe not actually. But let me
because I
try.
think he left, so I think you got to add him back.
Oh, Jaggers did.
Yeah, I think.
I still see him here.
Yeah, but it's like frozen.
Let me try again. I don't know what his Discord name is though. Jay. I guess that's it.
Jaggers? Just Jaggers is.
Yeah, if you go in the Discord, he actually typed in there. You should be able to just like
Oh,
click
yeah,
on
yeah.
his name and then.
Send invite. He said.
Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Howdy.
What's up?
There we go.
Right.
I think we're all good now.
So I didn't do anything different actually. I didn't even do anything. Check.
I just restarted.
Is Northwest still here?
Yeah, he
I'm
wants to get a
here.
beer.
All right, we're good. I think we're good.
Holy crap.
Yeah, it's not coming through video wise, but oh well.
Eh.
Could
Whatever.
be worse.
It could be worse. All right.
Well,
So,
cheers, fellas.
cheers.
All right, 1 second. I'll get it straightened out. I think.
All right, I got to turn that guy down. He's really loud. No offense.
Who is Jaggers or me?
Yeah. No, you're good.
Okay.
I'm loud?
Yeah, Tad, I turned you down though, so it's all good.
Okay.
If
I'm
you
still
just
I
like,
know.
right click on anybody's thing, you can go to user volume and turn them down.
Yeah, in Discord, yeah.
Yep. I used to be pretty good at this. I haven't used it since I used to go on CH's stream.
The funny thing is, I sent Noam a super easy site that you can do streaming. I'm wondering if this will convince him to use it.
Streamlabs thing. Yeah, I probably should.
No.
Oh, you Streamlabs?
No, StreamYard.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what I use.
Yeah, I suck so bad at this.
So, since we're all here, here's my idea.
Okay.
So, I was made aware of this. It's totally not my idea. It's kind of a stolen idea. There's this competition in Louisiana, and after the awards ceremony, they play "What's in My Mouth."
Oh boy.
And so, I know. I figured you would love this. So they hand out beers, and you have to guess the style. And I was thinking the three of us could brew a batch, send it to each other, and then we all try to figure it out. And then maybe we do a stream and say, "No, you were wrong," but you're entering it blindly, and so you can get that honest feedback of, is it estery, or you pulling pineapple, or the green apple taste and all that kind of stuff. Help you try to diagnose some stuff blindly. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I like it.
So no matter what it is, I'm definitely down. How is my audio? So you guys can hear it fine, right? Probably
Yeah.
everyone else can't. I don't know how to fix that. Maybe let me bump it up. There we go. I just like capped it the fuck out. All right, we're here. I checked it on my own phone. It looks doable. Not great, but we'll run it. Yeah. So can you say that again? I do apologize, Jaggers.
No worries. So basically, I was made aware of deal that they do in a competition in Louisiana, and after the award ceremony is over, they hand beers out from that competition, ones that didn't make place or whatever.
Yep.
And so you're trying to figure out what style of beer it is just by drinking it. And I think that would be a fun little thing. If maybe we'll start it small with the three of us and say, just send it. You don't get any kind of information, but you have to be as descriptive as possible with what you're seeing, what you're smelling, what you're tasting, and all that. So that way, like, I used to be like firmly against brewing to styles, but I think brewing to styles has made me a better brewer, right? And so I think it would be fun to do that, like, since I want to hefeweizen them and say, oh, I don't get any clove,
Mm-hmm.
That is cool.
But-
And yeah, like you're in the dark. You have no idea what it is.
You're completely dark.
So, the whole like the leftover type bottles, my homebrew club kind of runs the Rhode Island. Like they don't run it, but like they're a huge part of it. And
Sure.
the very same thing happens at some of our meetings every year, where I've only been a part of it for 2 years, but the leftover bottles, they take them and we drink them like at the next meeting, basically.
Yeah.
Not that like that's like at the very end of the night. I don't really even like drink them, but I do know what you mean by like beers that didn't make the final table. Like there's like that type of thing. Like I'm totally down for that. That'd be really cool. Would you have enough beer to send to each of us though, from like the same like, because you need three different bottles.
Yeah, well, no, I'm saying like, yeah. So I brew 5-gallon batches. So if I'm pulling off a couple 3 bottles to send to competitions or whatever, that's fine. And it doesn't have to necessarily be to like say classic styles. Like say we can use what's that alternative to BJCP?
Oh yeah.
MMAC, I think, or something like that. But anyways, like you can. This is where you could say, oh, this is a white stout, kind of deal. And the first part of this is you're going to drink this beer totally blind, and so you're going to say, oh, I get this ester, I'm picking up this phenolic, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And then at that point, after we taste each other's beers, then maybe we can do a stream and compare notes. And then that's when you say, oh, well, that wasn't a pale ale, that was a hefeweizen. Okay, well, I missed the clarity part of it. I missed this, I missed that,
Okay,
So you're gonna mark like all the cans different or something, or
just probably put nothing on the bottle. Just like send it.
Yeah, just nothing. Yeah. This
Oh.
is Jaggers, this is Northwest, this is Gnome, and
and then you're gonna like try and decide what type of style it is.
Yep. I gotta say, okay, well, I'm picking up on this particular malt, this particular yeast. I'm picking up on this type of hop aroma. I think it's a pale ale, or I think it's a, hefeweizen, or whatever the case may be.
I like that idea.
I do as well. I'll be very bad at it, but I like that idea.
But there's only one way to get better at it.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. I'm really bad at describing what I'm tasting, what I'm smelling. I just, even in my own beers, and I know what's in them. What I mean?
Yeah.
Like, I'm just really, really bad at that. Which,
Yeah.
that's how you get better, like you said.
4 years ago, I was like, it tastes good. Yeah. But now I can say, oh, that's definitely got Citra hops in it. I think you used this yeast strain, or, this particular malt or whatever. Now, I'm not like super badass at it or anything, but, I feel like judging beers has made me a better brewer to be able to kind of pick up on some of that stuff.
Isn't there like online like tasting courses and stuff like that too that you can take that kind of helps with that, or not really?
So there's the BJCP style guidelines. You can read through those that will give you hints, right? So one that kind of just reaches out there to me is like Kentucky Common. If you look at that style guideline, that tells you pretty much everything that's supposed to go into it. It even gives you some percentages. And then, of course, you get it should smell like this, look like this, taste like that, have that mouthfeel, or whatever the case may be, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, that's only going to do you so good, though, without actually tasting that beer, kind of like Gnome was alluding to, where, like, if you've never had those beers, you shouldn't judge that beer. Well, everybody's got to start somewhere, you know? And I think that's kind of one of the points of doing something like this is it's getting you out of your comfort zone a little bit and making you try something that's different to pick different things up, you know.
Yeah, I agree completely. Sorry, I'm just like I'm looking at levels and I'm trying to figure out what's going on. I'm trying to like just make sure this isn't a total shit show.
You're trying to produce
Yeah,
and participate at the same time.
Yeah. I see like
But
my
Mr.
OBS
Producer?
meters all over the place. I'm like, what mic is that? What the fuck? Like, sorry.
like over here there's in the Houston area there's you know, there's a couple tasting courses that you can go to throughout the year, and there will be a test or two that you can take to become certified. But you know, one of the things that I started doing was like looking at those guidelines and saying I'm unfamiliar with that taste, and go and try to have a food or a beer that had that particular expression, and start trying to figure it out, you know.
So now I'm thinking like I'm sorry, Northwest, real quick. Now I'm thinking like I almost kind of want to throw you guys a curveball.
I would like if you can do that.
You know what I mean? Like,
See, and that's another thing there too. So I was telling my wife about this, and she's like, they're gonna expect you to brew a farmhouse with rye in it, and I was like, I've got to do something completely different.
yeah, same.
Yeah.
I can't send a Saison.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, that's hilarious. I like this a lot, though. That's a great idea.
I'd watch it.
Yeah, here's my next question. So we're gonna have to probably do this not live. We're probably gonna have to do a Discord like this. Hopefully, not this much of a shit show, but all taste.
Well,
the
just
beers.
let's
Go ahead.
let's
Sorry.
even host the live stream.
Or yeah, I mean, I can do it and not have it even be live. I can still record it.
Yeah,
Sure.
that's what I was thinking. Like, do a Discord call, record it all of ourselves individually, I guess, or however you guys want to do it, and go from there. But like, or we could do it live. I don't know. It's up to you guys. Like, it's your idea, Jaggers. I think like you steer the ship. Whatever you want to do, I'm down for it.
I'd like to have one beer off camera and then one beer on camera.
Okay.
That way.
Yeah.
That way you have your experience alone, where you don't have any outside influence, and you can take your own notes, and then you have your beer with the other people, and then that way somebody can say, oh, I'm tasting this, and you're like, oh, well, okay, well, I've never had that before, I've never noticed that before, but now that you've pointed it out, I can definitely see that, you know.
Yeah, this has me thinking, dude, for real.
I suck at like picking out beer flavors, but I'm really good at picking out all flavors in beer.
You are, yeah.
Yeah.
It's
What if somebody's a dick and they send like Malort or whatever the fuck that nasty shit
Well,
is?
Zach,
Well,
you
Zach-
want in? He'll put it in a keg and carbonate it and send it to us, and we'll be fucking like puking.
Nasty.
no. I hope nobody does that.
That could be a thing too. Like, all right, let me actually. We should set some ground rules.
Right.
Yeah.
Let's not intentionally like create off flavors. We should try to make a good beer.
Take it seriously. Yes.
Yeah.
No, take it seriously. Pick a style that you're not familiar with. See how close you come to it, you know.
Yeah, I do think ground rules are like something we should do. And we don't need many, obviously. Don't try to sabotage your own beer. That's
Right.
probably a given, but who knows? Like
Yeah.
So the honor system.
Yeah. Now I'm thinking of
Well,
which style, like, because now I can't tell you guys, and I can't record it, and I can't do a live brew
Ex-
day, and
Exactly. Yep. And if you do it, you're like, well, I can't talk about it, but
or I guess I could record it, but I wouldn't. Not that I release videos anyways, but if I were to, I would have to like do it after the fact.
yeah.
Yeah.
which creates more content because then you could actually splice in some of the tasting notes from you guys. Like that's
And
definitely a
see-
possibility.
As we all know, I haven't put out a video in a while, and so I've been kind of playing around with some creative thinking content wise. Like, what would be interesting to do? What's the thing that would challenge me, and what's not out there, right?
Hmm.
I think this is something that I think a lot of people would find interesting.
It's
Truck room
definitely
videos.
an idea that I haven't seen before, like in the BrewTube community. So there's that.
And then it's kind of clickbaity, like what's in my mouth, the what's in my mouth challenge.
Dude, I don't even want to talk about the thumbnail.
You gotta get
Well-
that thumbnail.
Yeah, dude. Holy shit. You could have it like pixelated, like blurred out, even though it's like just a beer glass.
Steven's gonna go like
He's
a couple
porn
shades, like right before it's inappropriate.
Right, yeah. I like this idea a lot.
Uh,
And then it'll be like one of my stupid thumbnails where I'm hiding in the trash can or something.
Oh yeah, dude, you gotta bring that back, man.
yeah.
So many people kind of like fell off. Like there were people that were doing videos like every week, like Northwest. So you still do it, but you're doing like whiskey and shit now, which is fine. But me, I just fucking fell off the map.
I added whiskey because I need viewing hours on my channel.
Oh really? To get monetized or?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's got my subscribers are going up, but not the viewing hours.
Yeah.
So-
Right.
Did the shorts count towards that or no?
In
You gotta have a shit ton.
Yeah, it's one or the other. They don't really count as
Yeah.
the.
And even if they do the like 30 seconds or whatever.
And you need like Jagger said, you need a shit ton. You need to do like 1 or 2 shorts every day to get the same amount of views that you'd need.
Yeah.
Shit, you probably would have to do like 5 or 6.
Yeah.
What is it, like 1,000 hours watched or something like that?
Oh
No, it's like
shorts.
No,
You're in the
I'm talking about-
millions, my friend.
Well, it's like,
Regular.
I think it's also a time frame. It has to be within a certain like amount of
Yeah.
time, right? Or,
Exactly.
well, and it depends on when you started your channel too.
really?
So, yeah. So like I need 3,000 watch hours or 3 million views shorts.
3 million?
And I-
Yeah,
and
that's what I'm saying.
What
and
the
that's
fuck?
and that's for the bottom tier monetization, which honestly, to tell you the truth, I don't give a fuck about the monetization. Like,
Yeah,
it's whatever.
Me neither.
Like
personally.
I feel like I'm giving back to the community that I've taken a lot from,
I just see it as a goal. I mean, as CH says, it's not like you're
Yes.
going to make a ton of money.
No, yeah, no, it's definitely a goal, and I'm a goal-driven person, so it's kind of on my radar, not gonna lie, but
So you
As
guys
far as-
mostly just make videos, not like any type of live streams, right?
I've done
I
one
was-
live stream.
Jackers did a couple.
yeah, I was doing like live streams every other weekend. I feel like there for a little bit.
I
Have you
prefer
tried
them
any other
personally
platforms?
because like I don't have to do the editing. I don't have to do the tasting notes. I don't have to like the tasting thing is the hardest part for me because I feel so fucking awkward. Couple that with what I said earlier where I'm not like the best at the floral it reminds me of when I was walking through the field like I can't do that shit. I'm like, it's it's floral. Yeah, moving on. Like I'm not the best at like describing beer like flavors and aromas. So I'd rather just do what I'm doing
Judge.
today. Well, this is the experience,
Judge.
and you guys are what's that?
Sure. Judge a couple comps. You'll start picking up on a lot of that stuff. Reading
I
the
would-
skylines.
I'd feel
Like-
like I'm doing
like-
a disservice to the people that the beers that I'm judging. I feel like I would be.
No.
You know what I mean?
If
I
if you go
disagree.
to a competition, you're like, look, this is the first time judging. They'll put you with a judge that can talk the same language and kind of help walk you through about like what to do, right? And I feel like it's made me a better brewer. Like one of the things that arguments that I see is like if something's supposed to be effervescent, like what the fuck is effervescent? Like
What's funny?
Oh, it's like champagne, right? Okay,
Highly
like
carbonated would be what I would
Yeah.
tailor that with.
right, but that's one of the arguments you hear at a table a lot. Like, oh, that's not effervescent enough. Well, and the thing that you have to remember is you're trying to objectify a personal experience on something that's somebody else has made, right? And I think at the end of the day, after you've done a couple sessions, you kind of see how the sausage is made, so to speak, with it. You understand a lot better, like what judges are looking for, and then you kind of start seeing like what makes better beer. Um, I, I went from scoring, high 20s, low 30s to mid 30s, lower 40s now with to style guidelines. But some of my favorite beers are not actually styles that you or that fall into BJCP style. So
Yeah, well, the opportunity is definitely there for me. Like I said, my homebrew club plays a huge role in the Rhode Island homebrew comp. So next year, I'll remind you of it so you can fucking nudge me to do it again, and we'll see how it goes.
the first thing that you should do is go to sorting day, help out at sorting day. That's when you start meeting people that are like in that atmosphere, right? And then you'll get to know people, and then you start kind of, okay, well, only do like 2 or 3 judging sessions that year. That way you kind of ease into it, because if you start doing every weekend, that sucks, and that's going to be too much for somebody that's never done it before.
Yeah, there's a lot to think because I'm very fair. I would do neither. I wouldn't like harshly like Here's the thing. Like, should I not? I don't know. Because
There's another thing right there. You can be a steward, and so you bring the beer to the table. And most of the time, if you hear the judges say, "Oh, this is a 40-something beer," you can ask them to taste it. Normally, they will.
to what? Give my own point of view or
No,
perspective on it?
no. Why is it a 40-point beer?
I'm trying to follow along. I'm sorry.
Yeah. So if they're like, "Oh, this is a
Oh,
44
meaning
point
like
beer,"
to try and
Yeah.
learn through them, like they're
Yeah.
their experience. They think this,
Yeah.
and then taste it, and
Yeah.
then like kind of bounce back and forth. Like why? I think I
exactly.
Okay.
Exactly. And one of the things that I got super anxious about was, so I had never done it before, and the first time I went to go do it, I went and I read a lot of things. So I entered the room thinking that I knew what I was doing, which I didn't. Like judges, you have 50 points. So some judges, they start off at 50 and they start knocking you down from there. Some start off at 0 and start building you up there. Well, I sat with this one guy and I was like, "Hey, so I read this." And he said, "Throw that out the window. Open the beer. Does it look disgusting? Does it taste disgusting? Does it smell disgusting? If the answer is no to that, then you're already halfway there. Don't get numbers out of your head. Look at the experience that you had with this beer. Compare that to the style guidelines, and then you end up with your number."
Excuse me.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. Everyone's got kind of their own way. I guess there's no wrong way either. That should be said. Like you said, some people start at they deduct points or they add points. Like,
Right.
I don't know. Like, this is all foreign to me, man. Like, it's also nerve wracking. Like I said, I don't want to like, because of my inexperience, I wouldn't want to like fuck somebody over. You know what I mean? Like, you had you had a judge that was certified, and like she didn't know what the hell she's talking about. Like,
Yeah. So that's kind of more the rare thing, and that's something that I've really held on to because I had a bad experience with that judge, right? The other judging pair on that table was one of my good friends who's also another brewtuber, YouTube brewer, and he was over at my house the
Cascades?
weekend before. No.
No.
No. But he had he came over and had that same beer the week before at my house. It was like, oh my god, this is the best Saison I've ever had.
Nice.
And he beat me up. But that's also kind of that thing where, you know, like the blind part of it has something to do with it, where you're probably more likely to give more honest feedback, you know.
Well, another part of it too, in these judging, you have to give your name, you have to give your like qualifications, you have to like, so, which I think should be the case. Like,
Sure.
you should put your name behind it. You know what I mean? Like, you shouldn't be anonymous.
Sure.
Like, if you're anonymous and you're just like, oh, you're just shredding people just to be an asshole, like that's wrong too. You know, if you're shredding people just to be an asshole and you put your name behind it, like you're gonna make a name for yourself in a negative light. Which I know that's like kind of like a side tangent, but.
One of my goals when I sat down and I started doing this was that I wanted to offer as much information as possible in these score sheets, right? To make people better. Because I got tired of getting I got a score sheet back one time. Would buy in public but not in private. How does that help me as a brewer, you know?
Wait,
that
so
doesn't
would
help.
buy in public, not private? Is that what you said?
Yeah. So I guess if you're out at the bar with your friends, you'd buy one of my beers, but if you're walking down the beer aisle and you see my beer there, you wouldn't buy it. I guess that's what they meant, but
That's
like,
a weird
how does
way
that?
to put it, though.
Yeah, like, how does that help me? That doesn't help me, you know. So I try to take up every line on the score sheet, you know.
That's weird. Like public versus private. Like to me, it would be like if I'm in a dive bar, sure, but if I'm like going to a bottle shop, no. Like that's
Right.
the way I would word it. Not like if I'm.
Yeah.
That's a weird way of describing that, but anyways.
Don't you think you need experience too? I mean, you can't like judge somebody's German Hefeweizen if you don't have a good like foundation of what that should taste like. You can't just read it on paper.
I agree sort of with you with that I also disagree a little bit with it, because we're taking our personal experiences and comparing them to what these style guidelines are set out to be, right? And I think there's enough there on the paper for you to say within a particular range, right? And so if you're inexperienced with the style or judging in general, you're already paired with somebody that's certified. Granted, yes, there are people that are terrible certified judges. There are people that are crappy certified or non-certified judges, or there are, you know, non-certified judges that are badass at it, you know. So it's with anything else, you know, there's a little give and take on both sides of it, but everybody's got to start somewhere, you know. So that's what I feel like anyways.
I'm thinking like I've seen so many people ask for off-flavor kits because you try to describe somebody what like acetaldehyde tastes like, and they just don't get it unless they could have like you could hand them a beer with that flavor in it and they could try it so they can see for themselves. You know.
Once you do taste that though, it's life changing. It's like, all right, now you know exactly what that is. You know what I mean? Like. Diacetyl for me, and also acetaldehyde. How do you pronounce it? What the fuck was that?
Butyric acid.
Oh,
you
nail
had
polish?
that one time? No, like the baby vomit.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Oh,
Yeah.
What does baby vomit tastes like?
So it's not. I don't know if that's what it tastes like. That's what it feels like it should taste like. I guess.
That's a good point. Who actually tried that to verify?
Here's my next question.
So is that like when you kind of have like a little bit of backup, when you get a little bit of throw up in your mouth and you swallow it back down?
Oh,
that's what I'm thinking.
No, butyric acid is worse.
Here's my question though. What makes it baby vomit versus normal vomit?
Yeah.
I don't know, but I just gotta say, like, I had this infected beer and it was an IPA, and I was like, this does not belong in it. If it was like a lambic, maybe, but you know.
Yeah.
I gotta say, I think
That's
I
very
think
specific though too, like the baby vomit.
if you brew seriously, like Gnome and Northwest, and Vodka, a few other people that I know in the community. If you brew seriously and then you go to these things and you're like, holy crap, why am I not brewing this style? Because there are a lot of junk ones out there I could clean up.
Oh, right. Yeah. Yeah. You know what? That's another thing. Real quick. On Instagram, I see a lot of people post their results.
Yeah.
And I got to be honest, there's some that kind of rub me the wrong way. Why? Because it'll be like, I got bronze. And then you look, and now that people have been changing it up where they purposely don't show the amount of entries. But some people are like, I got bronze. And there's like 5 entries. It's like, even if I got gold, I wouldn't feel good about that personally. Like,
yeah, so
that's just my opinion.
There are things that are on the circuit and in particular competitions that they say, okay, well, if there's only 3 entries in this category,
they blend it into the other one, right? Or
they either get folded into another table, or they all have to score this score or above to qualify for a medal. So say you had 144 and then another 38 and then a 70 or a 27. Maybe that 27 doesn't get the bronze. Maybe there is no bronze medal for that category. I've seen that happen.
Sorry, just typing out real quick.
No, you're good.
Yeah, it just like, that's a personal thing. I'm critical of myself. Like,
sure.
The worst insult someone can throw at me, I've already done way worse. So like, to me though, like I have to feel like I earned it. You know what I mean? Like, because I've already beat the shit out of myself. So when like I said, if I enter a competition and there's only like 5 people, it would be meaningless
in
to
that
me.
category.
It would be meaningless to me personally. It's still something to feel good about, I guess. But yeah, I capped out my audio vodka. I did what I could. But yeah, like either way, like brewing has its setbacks. So like any incremental thing that will make you feel a little bit better, boost up your not your ego, but like your state of mind, like keep you brewing is a good thing. So and I think that's part of why people do competitions. Like they want to feel validated. They want to feel like, oh, I'm doing the right thing. I'm onto something. You know what I mean? Like, and I think that there's value to that. Like, otherwise, why would you enter? I don't know.
Well, there's a couple points of view. There are definitely metal hounds out there just trying to, catch gold or best of show and everything that they can. Me personally, I mean, hardware's cool. Like, I'm not gonna lie, especially that Day of the Dead metal, dude. Like, that's awesome.
Yeah, it's really cool.
But when it comes down to it, like having like legitimate feedback to make me a better brewer, that's my goal.
Mm-hmm.
What is the Day of the Dead medal?
Go get it. Show us.
Give me one.
Show us.
Give me 1 second. I'll go get it.
Okay, I gotta get a beer anyway.
It is so cool, though. I know that he posted a picture of it on Instagram, and it looks so badass. It's not even funny. I think he actually maybe it wasn't Instagram.
Yeah, I'm
He
kind
sent
of
me
like a
picture.
newbie to all this shit, but I like it.
Oh, dude, me too, man. Like
All right,
competitions and me, I've only entered one comp, so I'm very limited experience in those regards. But
I'm wondering
Jaggers definitely has a lot more experience.
So,
Hell yeah, dude.
Hey, Jaggers, look at this.
Oh shit.
oh damn!
This is actually an embassy coin from Mexico, but it's interesting because look how similar.
Yeah.
That's Roswell's vodka.
You have an embassy coin. Yeah.
So this is the silver medal that was a competition in San Antonio for 3rd place Saison.
Nice.
Oh, that is cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's definitely something to be proud of. Like, okay, real quick. Again, kind of along the same. If I entered a Saison comp and there was like 5 other entries, I wouldn't feel too hot about it. If there were 40 and I won, I would be like fucking punching air. I'm like, fuck
The only thing that's going to have like 40 entries is probably going to be an IPA. category, and then if it's got 40, they might split the tables to 2 different tables.
You know what was the most entries? I'm pretty damn sure for our Rhode Island one was mead actually, which blew my fucking mind. I was like, really?
Hey, you want to see the medals I'm handing out next weekend?
Let's do it. Nah, you're good, Ros. Well, to me, Roswell's, you're fine, but like I'm getting a different audio feed than the viewers, so I don't really know. It's hard for me to gauge. Oh, Denord, welcome back, bro. There's a brewer in our homebrew club that pretty much only does mead and cider, and his shit is phenomenal. Chris Lavendier, I think is his name. The nicest dude, and his fermentations are fucking amazing. Like everybody always looks forward to his contributions, like because everybody has beer, and then he brings out these like olive oil type glasses with like mead that is just exceptional. Oh, is that the Mastronauts?
Yeah,
that's a
awesome.
metal.
Yeah, we kind of went like a 80s vibe, like the
Oh, it's very cool.
Yeah.
color's not showing up super great here, but
It looks like something you'd get in like a role playing game.
so get to hand out those next weekend.
Is that a local comp or like?
That's my club's comp.
Nice. So intercomp, nobody from outside.
Oh no, it's nationwide.
Okay.
We're
you told me like I should enter that, I think, and I was just like,
yeah.
I don't really have
So in the order of competitions nationwide, you have NHC as number 1. You have Bluebonnet that's in Texas as the second one. So you have 2 corporations running those competitions, and then you have us as number 3.
Yeah, I remember you told me how many entries there were. It blew my mind. I'm like, holy shit, that's insane.
We had 500 entries, and it sold out in 34 minutes.
Nuts. That's absolutely nuts.
Yeah.
Which in a way kind of sucks because like unless you're like,
You're on it.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Last year we had 750 entries in it, and we didn't quite sell out. But yeah, that about killed us.
So did you judge in that comp too?
Yeah. No. So I judge. The first competition in Texas is Operation Fermentation, and that's a Houston club. So I got a sort day for that, and then I help them out a little bit on judging. And then I judge our competition, and then I'll try to pick up 1 or 2 here or there.
Yeah, I got to get on that. Like I said, it's just let me ask you this. So like the beers you enter, besides like, the Saison, how often do you not bottle condition? Like how many times do you somehow bottle without like, re-fermentation?
Last year was the first year that I entered and I didn't bottle condition anything but my Saison.
Okay.
No, I take that back. I had a Dunkelsbach, I think I bottled conditioned. But this year it's all been kegged. But man, I've brewed 3 times this year. It has fucking sucked bad.
Yeah. Well, you got a lot going on.
Yeah.
I think bottle conditioning is kind of an upside though, or like you kind of have a little bit of a leg up, whatever the hell fucking analogy you want to use. Like shit can go wrong when you're bottling from a keg. You're shipping it halfway across the country. Like, I think bottle conditioning is definitely kind of the way to go. Depending on the style, of course, but something like Saison is like perfect for that. Obviously,
any Belgian beer I feel like has to be bottle conditioned. Like it's just a characteristic you can't achieve any other way. Like if you're not bottle conditioning it, it's going to be out of style. You're just not going to reach those levels of carbonation, and I'm going to ding you for it.
Yeah, and it won't pour well. And like personally, I do a lot of my Saisons in kegs, which I talked about it earlier. Like I need to start bottling more. It's just so much work. Like I hate doing it. It really sucks. And I haven't really been able to get in the. I haven't really dialed, especially in my mixed firms. Like it's always slightly undercarbed to my liking. Even though I keep upping the sugar, and it's still just like never enough. Like I don't know.
Underwhelming.
No,
You
just
need
the
to-
carbonation alone, like it never is like bubbly and like, you know, when you buy like a Saison DuPont, you crack open that bottle, you pour it out, and like you're like, yeah, this is what Saison should be. For me, I get it pretty close in keg, but like every time I try to do the bottling, it just never comes out the way I anticipated. So, you know, I get it good from my keg, but like yeah, once I like try to pop it in a growler to bring like to a homebrew not comp, but you know, a meat.
Yeah.
It's a little bit of a pain in the ass, you know, like actually even so wasn't the pale ale. Like I had to like, it was like that much foam in the growler and I had to keep on like waiting for it to settle a little bit, top it off, wait for, you know, it's a pain in the ass. I don't know. I need to get better at that is what I'm trying to say.
I feel like, yeah, you got to bottle condition those Saisons. Have you ever tried that was it CBC cask yeast for bottle conditioning? You might want to look into that because I think a lot of people have kind of switched to that, especially in like the bigger Belgian bottles.
So that's another thing too. I never actually add additional yeast at bottling. I always just
Yeah.
like,
Yeah, I don't either.
yeah. Like I mentioned this earlier too, but like I have a mixed firm that's kind of been sitting for like 10, 11 months and it's like tasting amazing. But I'm really
What's
like,
you got to do to get some of that for God's sakes?
what's that?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I'll definitely send some out because that's going to be bottled. Like that's mixed firm has to be bottled as well. Like it's not something I'm going to pop in a keg, but
Your Saison brother is running dry over here.
yeah. Yeah, I'll get on that. Once it's ready, I'll definitely send you guys some. But so I'm like literally thinking of like whatever the last sugar addition was, like I'm going to do the same volume, but I'm going to probably times it by 1.5, you know, at the very least probably, because I use really thick glass anyhow. Like I would rather it be overcarb than under is what I'm trying to get at. Like, don't get me wrong, overcarb sucks too, but
Yeah.
I'd rather it be that, like let the beer settle out a little bit once it like stops gushing. I don't know. We'll see how it goes. That's something I need to work on. Like my experience in bottle conditioning is definitely poor.
You're dosing a whole batch, right?
Sorry?
Batch priming.
You're dosing the whole batch?
Yes. So what I do is I pour it into like a bottling bucket and then with the sugary solution already in there. So it like homogenizes somewhat, hopefully, you know.
Do you wait any time before you start bottling?
Do I wait? Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, maybe like 15 minutes, something like that. Like just
Okay.
whatever it takes to. I try not to. Should I be?
I wait 15 minutes before I bottle.
All right, so I'm pretty much spot on, I guess. But like, I don't know.
I know some people they'll pour the solution in the bottle and they'll put their beer on top and then they just start bottling. You know.
I dose each bottle because I've had so many issues with it not like if you do dose the whole batch, it doesn't mix evenly throughout the whole batch, and yeah.
So
but I
here's
use
the
a
thing.
really
I actually did have
yeah.
good results doing that. Like the little sugar, whatever the fuck they
No,
are. The
no, I
drops.
stopped
Those
using
little drops.
those are too much for a 12-ounce bottle, and you'll get bottle bombs. I don't use those anymore.
Believe it or not, I've had good results with that. That was the Saison that got like fourth place, it was more of a mixed firm, but like that was individual like sugar drops, whatever the hell. I never did it since, but you know, because it seems like cheap to me. Like I would rather do it the right way, but you know, that was the one beer where it was carbonated correctly, did well. Like I don't know. I need to get my dosage right.
I put like 2.5 grams of sugar in each bottle.
Oh, okay. Oh, so you do that?
Do y'all
Yeah.
use a calculator, like one of those online calculators for?
Yeah, I mean,
Sorry.
no, go ahead.
Oh no, my bad. You first.
No, I'm just saying I've used those calculators and they just seem like they're not that great. I don't know.
I feel like mine are always just a little underwhelming.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you go by like the highest like ambient temperature, like that's what I've learned. And I still amp it up a little bit and still not enough. That's what's like, it's so frustrating.
Yeah.
It's like, what the fuck? Because like the beer I'm about to bottle, like there's a lot of time invested in this beer. I don't want to fuck it up again. You know what I mean? Like I really don't. So
those are always the worst ones where you've got the biggest time sink in and you have one little thing and it just affects everything else.
Yeah. And like, don't get me wrong. Like, I wish I had a bottle of the last mix burn beer chilled. I would open that on cam. But like, it's still bubbly. It's you know, it's carbonated, but it's not what I'm looking for. It's a little shy of what I would want in like the ideal. But you know, it is what it is. I don't know.
I believe vodka actually does have a calculator watch.
I do too.
Damn, I'm so sorry. I'm burping on mic.
So, what do you have in that keg or that barrel? Is that still the mixed ferment?
No. This is Saison, made with Aramis. I don't know what the grain bill is. I could look it up, but this is definitely gonna have to be blended. It's definitely oaked. Let me put it that way.
Over oak?
On its own, 100%. As part of a blend, I think it would work really well. The beer's like it tastes good. It's just that the oak definitely comes through. That's something I need to get better at as well. Is like it's only a 10 gallon barrel, so you know you can't let it sit for too long, and you know I'm pretty bad at that. But
yeah,
it is what it is. It's still, like I said, pretty good, but it's gonna have to be like 10 to maybe 20% of like a blend. So I don't know. We'll see how that goes. Like I was talking to this a buddy of mine, actually the dude that I talked about does meads. I'm like, yeah, I'm thinking about just dumping it. He's like, no, don't do that. Oh, actually, no, I think it was Chris, the head of our brew club. He's like, no, don't do that. I'm like, I don't know. Maybe I won't. But it's just because, like, I got too much shit, man. I got, like, another 10 gallons in the unit tank. I got 6.5 Solaris Saison in my stainless in the house. Like, I just got too much shit. And, like, I think going back to what we're talking about, a huge part of that is, like, this is all shit that needs to be bottle conditioned. And, like, I'm worried about, like, you know, all this time spent for nothing because I fucked up the sugar addition.
So what I just heard you say is the best thing for me to do would be to buy a barrel myself and then run my own barrel projects and then send you my barrel so you can add it to your collection and then send me your barrel, right? So that way you would have something new and then I would have something.
I've already got plans for that.
To ship a barrel?
No. I'm going to do a barrel thing. I'm just not going to tell you what it is yet.
Oh,
It's
nice.
something I'm working on.
I already know.
You don't know.
I know every fucking thing, dude.
But I'm going to do like a 5-gallon barrel.
Oh, you're not where are you from, Denoid? I'm curious.
Got Americans.
Yeah,
I know.
Yeah.
I think
I don't know why
Toronto.
you don't
Nice.
move to metric.
Anything but metric. Anything but metric.
What's up, Camo? I'll be right back, guys. Just need a couple minutes, like 2 or so.
All right, so it's the Northwest Small Batch Brewing Show.
All right,
What do
check
you
this
got?
out, beggars. Check this out. So, Brew Show was edging me on to because how I told him I like the way the Brazil looks on paper. Like it has a lot of features that will be perfect for me. But you never know how it will really be unless you try it, you know?
Yeah.
So, but I'm not going to spend, what is it, like $600, whatever it is, I don't know, for just to try one. And he's like, you should contact Kegland. You know, you
What's
never
that
know.
in metric?
Huh?
$600?
I don't know. What's that?
Anyways, yeah. Sorry.
So I waited a long time. And I was like, screw it. What the worst they can say is no. So I did. I emailed Cakeland and I pitched them, this idea not to sponsor my videos because I'm not into that. But I told them like if they would send me one to try, that I would like feature it on my channel. And then they said, well, we're more interested in our YouTube channel, but thanks.
Oh, that's rough.
So you won't be seeing the Brazilla on my channel.
Okay, so let's piece together something for you and come up with the cheesiest knockoff name.
All right, the Vivorzilla.
Yeah. Like a light bulb for the heating element or something. But it's got to be one of those great big, incandescent bulbs.
Easy brew.
Yeah. You gotta have 2 phase for this one light bulb.
Yeah. So other than that, I just sent some beer off to this to that collaboration I'm going to be doing. So hopefully that's gonna.
Oh yeah.
That'll be fun.
Yeah, I'm interested to see how that works out.
Yeah, I mean, her channel is rough, but it's really obvious. Like she has some. It seems to me like she has really good skills in brewing. Like she knows her stuff.
Right.
So
I meant to look up her channel the other day when you were telling me about it.
What's this?
This collaboration that I'm doing.
No, but like, who is it?
Lady Fermenter. Isn't that what it is? Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I found her recently. She's got like, I don't know, like 300, 400 followers or something like that. But she's been at it like since like COVID.
I don't even think she has that many.
Okay.
Last time I checked, it was barely over 100. But
oh wow.
But I was saying, like, her editing is like she clearly doesn't like. I didn't know anything either when I started. My early videos were so bad, but you can I mean, the content is good. Like she knows what she's doing as far as brewing goes.
Yeah.
I still make bad videos.
Same. When I do them.
When I do them.
Jagger's just sitting outside with the chickens.
Oh yeah.
Man, why do you always bring up the chickens, dude? Come on, man.
What's the chickens?
I have chickens.
He'll be like in the backyard tasting beer.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
or like garbage trucks going by in the background.
Like fryer chickens or egg chickens?
Egg chickens.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, my fucking neighbor across the street has the loudest stupid Chevrolet glass packed truck ever. And he I swear to God, I think he waits until he knows I'm filming and it's just like, I'm gonna run up and down the street.
Naked.
Yeah. This weekend we're renting a wood chipper. Thanks a lot, asshole.
Have you seen any of Sam the Cooking Guy videos?
Yeah, he does some good
He's
stuff.
always complaining about the gardeners mowing and stuff all the time, constantly. That's pretty funny.
Mhm.
Yeah, because he does all his shit outside.
Yeah.
That's Roswell's Denoid.
I switched from outside heavily edited to being outside barely edited. So much simpler.
Yeah, I'm a fan of the barely edited. I don't know. I don't have the patience to fucking add transitions and all that stuff. Like from the get-go, I said that when I do videos, it's just gonna be raw as fuck, and the people that appreciate that, cool. The people that don't, I don't care. As you can probably tell from this whole fucking live brew day.
Originally, when I started off, I was like, I'm going to make content that I would watch. And then I was like, I like to watch the people that have kind of that more raw atmosphere kind of thing. So that's what I do.
Shit, I wonder where fucking Iroquois is. Should have let him know I was doing this.
I'm gonna go grab a beer. I'll be right back.
Hell yeah, dude. Let me see if Iroquois is around. Message sent. Oh, actually, I'm alone now. Everyone's gone.
No, I'm here.
Oh, that's right too. No video though. It's all good.
I'm
No
here.
video. Never video.
Did you see Dr. Han's post? That was nasty.
What was it?
Something about how they took like a bunch of guys' diabetic men's urine and it had enough
Yeah.
fermented or something.
It's got so much sugar in that you could distill it, but like, why would you? Type of thing. Yes, I did see that. Yep. Yeah.
Check this out, Gnome.
Oh, gigantic. Yeah. Hell yeah. Goblin what? Mode? Their can art is always on fire, dude. I love it.
This is my favorite brewery. Oh, Gnome went mute on us.
No, I'm here. No.
Gigantic Brewing Goblin Mode. Or maybe I have no sound. I can't hear Gnome though.
I'm still talking like normal.
Yeah. Yeah, I can hear him.
Maybe it's me.
Maybe it is you.
I gotta sneeze so bad. The brew went stellar. Got a little bit above my numbers. Everything went swimmingly though. No issues. Like no stuck mashes. None of that. So very happy. Although it's been a while since I've had those issues. Thank God.
Cheers.
Those are the worst. Cheers, bro. I'm gonna pour myself a beer. A burr. Although I haven't pitched yeast yet. I'm gonna do that tomorrow morning. Basically, kind of like a, bring it down below where like bacteria is a problem, and then I'll pitch it tomorrow. I'm not really in a rush. I still have
It's
to
a Saison.
as well. Yeah.
What do you got there?
A Saison.
Goblin.
Oh,
Well, I was talking about Steven.
It's
Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
I had to restart my speaker. It's Gigantic Brewing Goblin. What is it? Goblin Mode IPA, hazy IPA.
No, you're drinking a Saison?
Yeah, this is so I talked about this earlier as well, but so for those of you that were here already, I apologize. But yeah, it's a local Saison from a brewery that's doing some really cool stuff. Very, very small as well. Like they actually started, so he trained at like one of the bigger breweries here, but then he did his own thing. And he was brewing on some other brewery system, and they actually allowed him to sell his beer in their own brewery. So like it was two breweries in one, kind of.
Yeah.
Really weird setup, but like
I've heard about that before, like split.
yeah, it was very cool. Yeah. But it was almost like you didn't even realize that it was another brewery because it was just like some dude sitting next to like some freezers basically. Like, but anyways, long story short, this is a Saison, 4.2%. But it's got lemon balm and hay.
Hey.
Literally hay, yeah.
Huh.
So that's where I was like, what the fuck? And I was talking to people in chat, but apparently that's a thing in Germany and I forgot where else. Maybe Czech or something. 2 other places. That's a thing. But I guess they use it for like filtration, like in the mash.
Yeah.
Which makes sense, totally.
That's what I was gonna say is like kind of brings it back to like the Norwegian like Kleik deal where they would filter through the juniper branches and all that.
Come on.
What's that?
Wasn't me.
I'm so bad. What was that? What happened?
I thought I heard you go, come on, and then I don't know what was going on.
I was
I
trying
think
to
that
like
was Roswell's.
I was trying to
yeah.
like
Was it?
focus.
I didn't say anything. That's all right.
Oh.
Yeah, no, it was me. I was trying to focus my camera. My camera sucks when I'm trying to do like I'll show a glass or a can and I'll like try to click on the viewfinder screen to like focus in and it still doesn't work.
Yeah, everybody has that issue with webcams.
What
Well,
you
yeah.
drinking, Roz?
Well, this isn't a webcam. This is my M50.
Surly Before I Die. It's a Minneapolis beer. It's just like a light lager.
We can't see Gnome's camera until because of the delay, and we can't see him on
Oh.
board. So
Oh,
Yeah.
I didn't know that. Yeah, okay, I got you. Yeah, that's true.
But a fun fact about the beer, why it's called Before I Die, is that they hope that the Minnesota Vikings win the Super Bowl before they die.
Yeah, that's not gonna happen. No, I'm only kidding. Well, wasn't Randy Moss in their team? I think that was their like one and only shot, probably.
They were in the Super Bowl, I think, in like Super Bowl 3 or something like that.
Oh,
But
wow.
they lost to the Atlanta Falcons a long time ago to like make it to the Super Bowl. And they lost to the New Orleans Saints to make it to the Super Bowl too, but I'm not a Vikings fan.
well, who was their quarterback? He was doing pretty decent.
When recently?
Yeah, Kurt something.
Kirk
Cousins.
Kirk Cousins. Yeah.
Actually doing pretty decent for a while there.
I don't think he's their quarterback anymore. I think he went to a different team now.
Yeah, I think you're right, or he retired. Who knows?
I'm not a Vikings fan. I'm just everybody where I live is.
Chris Vodka. That's like, so I'm a fan of Philly Sour somewhat. Like I've used it quite a lot, but I hate sour IPAs. But that is one strain where I could see that working for a sour IPA actually. Like
Wait, how
all
did
of
you?
them.
You can't sell homebrew. How did you do an
No,
IPA for them?
you don't sell it. My local homebrew store does the same thing. So they have taps
Uh-huh.
for you to sample when you come in. And granted, it's 6-9 ounce pour or whatever. And you can hit a couple taps or whatever. So what they'll do is they'll say, hey, have a local home brewer that comes to the store a lot, have them bring a keg up and put it on tap. And so I got to do the same thing for our local deal. I put my raw ale on tap there.
Not here, man. They say they have lots of taps at our homebrew stores, and they sell their beer. Yeah. I like that, though. That's a good idea.
The Philly sour, so I've only used that one time, and I was trying to go for Lichtenheiner beer, and man, it blew that sour from that Philly strain. Man, it blew out all that smoke
Really?
on that grain bill. Yeah,
What was your thumbnail for that?
I don't remember.
Come on, you do. You still want to say it.
Well, it's-
Lichtenheiner, I hardly knew her.
yeah,
That's actually
Yeah.
really funny.
yeah. It's the best accidental blender vise I ever made.
Oh, is that the one you sent me actually? You sent me a
No.
bullet advice.
Yeah, I sent you a blender vise, but that wasn't that one.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I really do like Philly Sour, and like definitely there's that red apple thing, but I do think it fades, especially when you add like other fruits to it. What's weird about that strain is like all along the way you're like, oh gosh, like you're not sure, right? But then the end result, in my experience, comes out really good. But like there's a lot of like weird aromas and flavors when it's not quite done.
It was an experience. I'll definitely use it again for sure. I just don't know on what.
Like I would never make a sour IPA, but like Chris Vodka said he used that. I could totally see that working though. Sour IPAs are one of those styles that I think shouldn't exist personally.
Yeah, bitter and sour kind of contradict each other a little bit, but
I've never
I
had a
think
good one. Not even once.
I think that
Aren't those,
depends on your hop profile.
Aren't those Drecker beers, the like smoothie sours, aren't those basically IPA sours though? But they have like lactose or something?
I don't know, but what I will say,
Lactose and lacto are two different things, though.
Yeah.
Milkshake IPA.
Yeah.
Yeah, like a milkshake IPA.
What I
Yeah.
do think they do in that beer though, the Drecker beers, is they don't kill off the lacto. When you pour that beer, the Drecker beers, in my experience, it will literally look like a brain, which
That's what it's called, isn't it? Brains.
I don't know. I've had
Yeah.
only a couple of theirs, but like way back in the day, I actually posted it on like the Hoppy Hour like Discord.
That's exactly what they're called, is brains.
Okay. Well, there's a
Just
couple
like a
different
bunch
ones.
of
I do know
egg-
that,
yeah.
but you wouldn't get that if you killed off the lacto. I'm pretty sure. So I would think they add lacto in the fermentation pitch and just let it ride, which eventually lacto will kill itself off because it becomes too acidic for its environment. Well, I wouldn't say it kills it off, but like, you know,
It comes restrained.
it kind of reaches its terminal, whatever the hell you want to call it, like, and it just
Right.
lives in that for the rest of time, whatever. I don't know how to word it, but when you pour that beer, that's the only thing I can think of why it would kind of look that way is like the lacto wasn't killed off. Like that's my guess. Like I have no idea because it's not a grain bill thing. I will say that. You know, like no yeast is doing that either. So I think it has to be the bacteria that's still in the can. Terminal acidity. There you go. But it's the Drecker beers I had. I did enjoy. I think somebody said they didn't like them. Was it you, Roswell's?
No, I like them. There's just like they're in Fargo, and then there's another brewery in Moorhead, which is like across the river from there, called Junkyard Brewing,
Mhm.
and I just like their beers better.
Gotcha. They do the kind of the same thing, or
No, not so much like the smoothie sours. They're just like regular sours, I guess, or I don't know how to describe them, but I every one of their beers is just like out like just the best that I've had around here for sure. I mean, we don't really have very many breweries. I mean, I think like my town probably has like 3 or 4 probably, and they're kind of like so.
I have none.
But
I do
I
think they're
mean,
onto something though. Like, because
the
normally when
Fargo
people do
area.
those kettle sours, some people do 2 boils. Personally, I only do 1. But I don't think they kill that lacto. I really don't.
So when you're comparing the number of boils, you're talking about like basically you're going to sanitize the wort before you pitch the lacto, and then you turn around and kill off the lacto in the
Again.
second boil, right?
Right? Yeah. Exactly. Yep.
Yeah, that's
So-
the way I do it.
So I never do the initial boil. I just bring it down from mash to 100 and then pitch the lacto if I'm doing like a probiotic type inoculation, and then I'll boil it to kill it off.
Yeah.
I don't do 2 boils. But after I had that beer, I'm like, oh, okay. Like I was trying to like figure it out, you know what I mean? Like trying to like problem solve. I'm like, how did this makes no sense, you know? And the only thing I could
Right.
come up with is that they didn't kill the lacto. So it almost
On the second side, they let the lacto kill itself. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, so it almost has me thinking like next time I do a beer like that,
I guess
to not boil it off.
you could probably pasteurize it without boiling it.
Yeah, but so many breweries don't pasteurize their beers, so I don't think they
Sure.
do either. Although
I'm just
they
I'm
do
just
ship their beer, so maybe I don't know.
I'm just throwing something else out there for you to consider.
Yeah, of course. Oh, believe me, like
Because
that's the whole part of this. Like my knowledge is limited. Yours, you have a different type of expertise, so like this is why these conversations are fucking tremendous.
I pasteurize my raw ales. Feel like I've been pretty successful with those. Won a People's Choice by God.
There was a trail mix sour from Drecker that I got there that was mid. So like nuts, raisins, like that type trail mix
Yeah.
you're talking? Okay.
Yeah.
That sounds kind of
Oh,
good.
I had a trail mix beer from Shiner Bock. It was fucking terrible.
Oh,
Yeah,
really?
the Drecker one was I don't know, I didn't really like it that much. I mean, some people might, but
I do like the trying shit though.
yeah, they're pretty like creative
Right.
for sure. And that place is like huge. Like their brewery's like crazy big for this area at least.
when I go to a tap room and I see like pilot batch, I'm all about it. Even if it sucks, I don't give a fuck. I want to try that type shit because that's where they're like pushing the limits. Like, especially a brewery that does like 30 barrel batches or whatever. If they have like a pilot batch, chances are they're gonna get somewhere in the ballpark because they have so much expertise. Not to overuse that word, but like that's the type of stuff I'm into. Like I want to see when you're trying stuff, not when you're like, oh, we did this 100 batches now, and here's 101. You know it, you like it, here it is. I want something that's like you're taking chances. Like that's the shit that interests me. Like, and that's the whole like kind of home brewing. That's what gets us into making beers. Like we want to try shit for ourselves. We don't want to fucking. That's why I hate clones. Like I can go off on another tangent, but I'll shut the fuck up.
No, I totally agree.
We had a brewery right up the road. They had a coffee dunkel and a vanilla dunkel, and both of those were really fucking good.
I really
Sounds good.
like Dunkels too.
Yeah, like
the Hoffenbrau Dunkel. I love that beer.
Yeah, I wish they would bring it back, but they won't. Like,
oh, they got rid of it.
Oh no, that beer, dude, it sold out like pretty much immediately. But I don't know. They do business back ass words. I'll leave it at that.
Another thing we gotta do, Jaggers, when like December rolls around, or maybe even before that, we need to do that white stout again. Well, not again.
Man,
we wanted to do that last year. We never got around to it, but I would love to do that.
I know. Like the things to do on my to-do list get like bigger every day.
I know the feeling, man. But that's the style I've been wanting to attempt for a long time.
I do too.
Say that again, Northwest?
Do what?
The rest of the stuff doesn't matter. It's about us, okay?
Man, I'm gonna tell you. So my plan is get past next weekend, sane and alive still, and then I'm gonna take a couple weeks, spend with the family, and then gonna try to hit it hard again. Come out swinging. So
do it up, man.
We'll see what happens.
You gotta do some live brew days though, outside.
Northwest
With
text me. Northwest text me probably about twice a month. Jaggers. It'd be nice to have a brew day live stream from you.
Yeah, I do.
He does. He's terrible. He's a terrible influence. I think I'm gonna block him tonight.
Why do you think Gnome's on tonight?
What do you mean? I didn't get before that.
Oh, so you're an instigator, huh?
Oh, I don't know. Well, I gotta be.
No, not you, Steven.
Oh yeah. Yeah, he gave me the idea. He's like, well, you know what? By the way, Northwest, I really appreciate that message more than you realize. Because for those that don't know, Northwest said the world needs another Gnome Brew live brew day. I'm like, man,
Hold up, wait, hold on.
Sure.
Are you two-timing, Steven?
I'm double dipping.
Oh, he sent one to you too? I feel less important.
Yesterday.
Same.
Son of a bitch.
I can't put everything into one, channel. I gotta make sure I can get somebody to do something.
That's funny. Either way,
that
man,
way that way he doesn't have to do it though.
Right? Yeah, puts it off on us.
A live brew day. I don't have a setup to be able to do that.
I don't either.
Either way, though, real talk, man. Northwest, I wouldn't have done this if you didn't say that. Because this would have been something I just did on my own. I was gonna brew it today anyways, but you sent that message, it made me feel good. I was like, all right, cool. Like I'm gonna brew anyways, so I'll probably do that. But this is not something it's kind of very spur of the moment. Like I have to feel like doing this.
Mm-hmm.
But you saying that message encouraged me to do this. It just now I got to. You know what I mean? So I do appreciate
Northwest is single-handedly responsible for 90% of the content in the background that nobody realizes is going on. He's just messaging everybody, "Hey, do this, do that."
That's called projecting.
Yeah.
Yeah, so be careful giving me your number.
I was like, oh yeah, I'll give you my number. What's the worst that can happen? Every 2 weeks, Jaggers do brew day.
Oh yeah.
Uh,
Well, you said you did 3 this year. Yeah, so he was right to pester you with messages.
He's not wrong. I just, fortunately, I've been committed to a lot of things, and unfortunately, the YouTube channel has had to take a back seat for a little bit. You know.
Yeah. Well,
What
life
would
is
you
more
use
important.
to
That's for
make
sure.
a white stout?
Do what?
What would you use to make a white stout?
That's a secret, and you'll have to watch the video that comes out. December? No,
December.
Yeah, well, that would probably be when we
Have you
brew it.
made one before?
no.
No.
Oh, okay.
However,
That it was the challenge that I set down to Gnome. I said, Gnome, I need a holiday stout, and I'm tired of brewing dark beers. What do you think? And he said, what about a white stout? I said, you know what? Let's do it.
well, yeah, because it was like I think you wanted to do like a Christmas type beer, and I was like, let's
Well,
do
I s-
something. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say I did the eggnog stout, and then I did the thin mint stout, and I was like, I need another stout for the holidays, but I'm tired of doing these themed things like this. And you're like, about a white stout. So,
Yeah, White Christmas, dude.
yeah.
Yeah, please do an eggnog stout.
To vaguely answer your question, though, Roswell, is basically you choose a base beer that's not a stout, like something like a cream ale or a blonde ale, and then you adjunct it as though it would be like a stout, like cacao nibs, coffee, vanilla. Try to keep it kind of pale colored, but suggest flavors that would be in stouts.
That
that's-
sounds pretty cool.
That's pretty much it. Like, execution is another thing, but like that's kind of the approach.
the gist.
I know what I'm gonna do, and I'm not telling you.
Good.
There's this one beer that Rogue used to make. Like I think they like quit making it, but it was a juniper pale ale, and I really liked that beer. But I think
Yeah,
they
it's
quit
in my
making it.
state.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Rogue Brewing, yeah.
Oh,
they're in
yeah,
Newport.
yeah. Voodoo Donuts, right? That's
No.
one of the beers they made. Voodoo Donuts is an actual
Yeah,
place.
it was one of their beers
Yeah.
that they did.
Yes, Voodoo is in Portland, but that's not the. They're not affiliated with Rogue.
No, I know. They made a beer though
No.
with Voodoo Donuts.
Yeah, they did.
Oh, okay,
They
okay.
did make a beer with Voodoo Donuts.
Yeah. By the way, Voodoo is not that great as far as donuts go.
Oh, really?
No.
We have a couple
don't-
of those here too. They're like so overhyped, and like you go on Reddit and people are just like shredding them and trashing them like left and right.
They're not good. Like they put like cereal, like Fruit Loops and stuff on them, but the cereal is stale. So you're eating these donuts with like stale cereal on them, and they're not good.
Yeah. Well, you know
Chris
what?
Vodka, the favorite beer I've made was a Fruity Pebbles milkshake IPA.
Ooh, that does sound good actually. And I don't like sour stuff, but
Well, milkshake IPA is not. It doesn't have to be sour. I would think it's like lactose, like to shit, and highly adjunct. I have a beer name for the one that I haven't made yet, but it's my milkshake brings all the gnomes to the lawn. I need to do that. Like it has to be a thing. But yeah.
So
Sorry. Milkshake IPAs are hard to again execute. Like I've had some really good ones, and I've had some fucking like you're like God damn! I bought a 4-pack of this.
what's the deal with people thinking milkshake IPAs are sour? Like, is it
Right,
the
yeah.
lactose versus the lacto part of it? I guess.
I don't know. Well, the Fruity Pebbles threw me, but yeah. Sounds good.
Cocoa Pebbles better than Fruity Pebbles.
Real talk, right there. We can be friends, Ross.
Cool, man. I mean, I'm waiting for the
Sorry.
white.
Sorry, Steven.
uh,
I gotta bump you, dude.
This one time I made a rye beer from Jagger's recipe.
You did it wrong.
Dude,
Like, it
Jaggers.
was
Jaggers loves his rye. He doesn't love it. He loves it.
I told Steven the name for my next version of the Rogan beer. It's gonna call it Rydacted.
You should call it Joe Rogan beer.
No.
I don't know. You're in
So
Texas.
you have to chew through it.
You might get sued on that one.
Well, actually, though, like in the circuit, competition circuit, that name for that particular beer shows up more often
Oh,
than
really?
you think.
So
Yes.
Oh damn. I'm not
You're not original.
yeah.
Sorry.
See, I went with the obvious choice, which so did everyone else apparently.
But you pretty fly for a white guy.
I try my best. I do like Ryan Saison though, in small amounts. Like I would say
No.
10% or
large
less.
mouths.
Sorry.
No. What? No. Hush your mouth.
What for a
What?
Saison?
Yeah. Let me see what I'm running on my Saison. Hold on. It's been a minute.
See,
bringing
like
up
I
your
like
stuff.
subtlety though. That's the thing. Like especially with something like rye or spelt. Like spelt, the most I'll use is like 20%, but rye is a little bit more of a flavorful addition.
20%.
20%, yeah. In your Saison.
Yeah.
All right, I'll try that next time. I have some more.
But you've had my Saison.
Oh,
Did-
that had
did you
rye
know-
at the rustic.
Yeah.
Hmm.
It's 20%.
Didn't really. Yeah. So all right, I see where that's going because it didn't really like punch you in the face with rye. You know what I mean?
Has some phenolics, but
Jaggers is afraid to send me any of his beer.
I'm not scared. I'm not scared. So I will forget the shit out of things. Okay, like if it's not right there in my face that minute, because I'm like 14 things
Yeah.
going on constantly, you know. But I purposely set up some beer for you, Gnome, and one of my other friends that I'm sending out. I'm gonna try to get it out this week if I can.
Nice.
Yep. Speaking of which, it's time for another beer. I'll be right back.
I always try to stuff too much into the box. Like the one I just sent you today, it was bulging. The box was bulging, and I had to tape it. Like I always want to fit more beer in there than fit. You know?
Dude,
So you said that I'm scared to send you beer. You have yet to send me beer.
I don't have your address.
stuff that box,
can-
dude.
We can fix that right now. Right.
What's
now.
in the box IPA?
What's in the box?
Hey, Jaggers, no dick pics.
It's too late. It's so veiny.
Oh God.
All right, this one's coming down. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, no.
No, I think I'm gonna keep this one up no matter what.
This is the CH stream. Do you get all political?
No.
Not yet. I'm not drunk enough.
Like I said, I'm taking it easy tonight. I'm not doing any NBCs.
No NBC?
Did you see Cityscape's last live stream? I had him doing so many MB.
Oh, really? No, I haven't. Like I said, I haven't really been. I don't know if you caught that. I haven't really been on my Gnome YouTube account. I have two YouTube accounts. Like I normally like just stay on my anonymous one.
Yeah.
And I don't really follow BrewTube type shit on there. It's like just comedy mostly. Just I don't know. I try to like distance myself from like negative shit. Not that brewing is negative stuff, but like I don't follow like political crap. That type of stuff is what I'm getting at. Like it's very like I follow shit that will make me put me in a good mood. Is what I'm trying to say.
Lighthearted?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Lighthearted?
Lighthearted. Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. Like.
Cheers.
So much of like that's why I don't have a Facebook account, for instance. Like it's just I mentioned that kind of briefly earlier. Like it's just too toxic. I'm like,
Yeah. 100%.
I'm usually a very positive person. Like, and if people are negative in my life, I fucking cut them out instantly. So I try to associate myself with positive people. And like, if you're gonna be online, that's a very hard thing to achieve. So Facebook, out of the question. Instagram, you know, it's all brewing stuff. That's all I follow on my particular account. But like YouTube, I don't know why I do it, but yeah, I don't live on my Gnome Brewing account, so I miss a lot of like people's videos, the live streams. It sucks, but it's just the way it's got to be. I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't, but
I was gonna ask this earlier, but does anybody ever think about like trying to put their stuff on like Rumble or any like up and coming like different things than YouTube? Do you just not make as much money, or
There's
just
some of
not
those
as many
platforms.
eyes?
There's some of those platforms that you have to actually pay for as the content creator to be part of, versus being a free deal such as YouTube, right?
I gotcha.
I haven't done my full research on it. I thought about it briefly, but then I was like, that's another thing to have to track and keep control of. You know,
Oh
I
my
knew
God,
that's
it goes
messed
by
up, man.
binder.
Fuck.
yeah, I saw that too.
Yeah.
The fuck.
Uh,
I just like, because I'll go on Rumble sometimes, and it's just like I don't really see any type of like brewing stuff or really cooking stuff. It just seems all like kind of political.
Never logged. And so this is a different app, but when friends will be like, "Oh, check this out," I'll click on it, and like TikTok tries to like install. I'm like, "Nope, fucking
Yeah, I don't
back."
Yeah.
TikTok either.
yeah,
No,
same.
thank you.
YouTube's the only social media that I have.
For
And
me,
somebody,
it's YouTube and Insta.
people have tried to get me to do like Instagram. I'm just like, no, I'm just not doing it. Like,
Yeah, you'd rather direct message people problems.
Overall, it's pretty good, Instagram. However, when you go to the search function, you want to kill yourself. It's so depressing. Like
on
you'll
what
see. I'm sorry.
on what platform?
Instagram. So, all right. So, you know, algorithms, right? They know obviously I'm into brewing, right?
Right.
Let me do it right now. This is a test. I'll do a
Live.
search. Yeah, I'll do a search on Instagram. I guarantee you, close to half the suggestions will be chicks in bikinis with like a beer in the photo.
Why is that a problem?
Okay.
Mine's
Yeah.
all just chicks in bikinis. That's it.
Cause that shit bugs me. Like that's such low effort. Like you're like, hey, look at me. There's a beer though.
Isn't Instagram all
I mean,
low effort though?
Forward that to me if you want. No, I mean I don't mind.
And maybe I shouldn't even talk about this because this is where people are like, oh, he's a whatever. But like, I mean, that's what I see, and that's my opinion. It just bugs the shit out of me, right? So this is like my homebrew thing.
Describe pictures, please.
Go ahead.
Can you describe these pictures?
So it's actually not as bad as I thought, but like the second photo, like you know,
Just screenshot it and send it to Steven. He'll describe it for us.
it just
In vivid detail.
it just
Yes.
it kind of, you know, maybe it shouldn't bug me, but like, you know, I already talked about like the toxicity of like other apps, and like, man, like I don't know, like for me it's about like the art form and stuff. Like I know not to be fucking pretentious about it, but like that's what I'm in it for. And like I can't help but be like bombarded with shit that like makes me think, and the way it makes me think is not good. So you know what I mean? Like I can't help.
He says he's a wholesome boy, but he knows about OnlyFans. That's messed up.
Vodka.
I can't be the only one that noticed this. Like, you ever see those pictures where it's like a chick with like, you know, like they're like obvious, like the 90% of the photo is their tits, but they have like a beer can like half in the front. Like, it just bugs me.
I still don't see the issue. I
mean, Gnome's not wrong, but
That's just the algorithm trying to
Yeah,
get
exactly.
on it,
Like that's what I mean. Like it's like
yeah,
force fed. Like that I'm not here for that. You know, but and then like here it is anyways.
That's
but
for
90%
incognito
of other
mode.
people are.
Yeah. I don't know. It is what it is. Like, you know, I appreciate the hustle, but sorry.
I used to have a friend that would say that he didn't like to eat at strip bars because he didn't like to mix eating with kink. Is that what you're getting at?
I don't know.
You don't want to have like a steak dinner while you're watching strippers?
They used to call it legs and eggs around here. It was
Tits and grits.
that must be southern. Grits.
He's like in Minneapolis, isn't that right?
Nah, North Dakota.
Oh, that's
Dakota.
north then. Well, like
That's the-
Midwest, I guess.
that's the- That's the fake Dakota, isn't it?
Strippers out
What?
there have curry legs.
What the fuck? Fuck. That's fucked up, man. No.
I'm from Texas. Like, I just talk shit. Okay, I'm sorry.
No, you're good. It's basically the same shit, though.
Yeah.
Other than we have oil and they don't.
Nothing wrong with some healthy shit talk.
Oh yeah. I'm not salty. I was being sarcastic. I thought it was funny.
Yeah, see, my problem is I'm a very open book, and I can't help but tell people exactly what I'm thinking and like what bothers me, you know, what I like. Like sometimes I need to learn how to fucking just when a thought comes to my head, not mention it, and I don't have that ability. It gets me in trouble sometimes.
Yep.
We call that playing the game. So you don't play the game very.
I'm very bad. Apparently.
Yeah.
That being said, you know exactly what I'm feeling and what I'm thinking always.
Right.
Literally, you know it because I will fucking let it be known. It's overbearing and like kind of you know, it wears people out sometimes. Even my friends, I get that, and you know, there's nothing I can do about that because that's me. So
There you go.
the people that are okay with that and they you know learn
Accept it
to
for
realize
what
that
it
that's
is.
just me, it just works, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But whatever. I'm not gonna change. It's too late.
41 for God's sakes.
Yeah, dude, I'm fucking old, man.
Old as shit.
Wow.
You're
Wow.
gonna be you're
Oh, y'all.
41.
I am, yeah.
I'll be 40 in August.
Nice. Yeah, we're pretty much all the
Steven-
same age.
This Steven's laughing at us. He's like 62 or something.
Fuck you especially.
Cheers, buddy. Cheers.
Cheers, guys. Thanks for chilling with me, man. I appreciate you guys, everybody, even people in chat, man. You guys are awesome. You've
Yeah, this is fun.
kept this very entertaining for me. I always like every time I do one of these, which is very rare. I'm always like, nobody's gonna like. It's gonna be me and like my camera, and then I'll just shut it off out of fucking boredom. But you guys keep it interesting for sure.
Or if you smoke weed on camera and then you turn it off and delete it.
Oh, I do that almost every time.
I know. I was like, I was at work today, and I was like, "No, you gotta post this because I'm not gonna be able to see it if you log out."
I'm the same way when I stream. I'm like, fuck, nobody's gonna watch this shit. I'll have a couple people.
Well, the one time I did that live stream, I was like, this is never gonna work. And then somehow I had like 6 or 8 of you guys on there, and it lasted for like 6 hours.
Yeah, I'm already at let's see where it is. 6 hours, 13 minutes.
Yeah.
I did that like 8-hour stream, I think, that one time for New Year's Day. The
Oh,
brew.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. And
How
we
hammered were
ended
you
up
at the end?
I didn't drink a whole lot on that. I accidentally touched the camera in some way that the camera like went away. Yeah.
You want to join, Chris? Try to see if I have you on friends. I don't think I do. Shit. I don't think I do. Nope, I don't.
Hey, Jaggers.
Yeah.
There's a guy in this area where I live. I just posted a thing on it. His name's Beer Man. He has a YouTube channel.
Airman's
And,
awesome.
A few years ago, he did like this New Year's, like you were talking about, and he was live streaming, and he was drunk as crap, right? And at some point during the live stream, he's like passing out. He falls out of his chair, hits his face on the desk, rips the tooth off.
Oh my god.
And people are like, "Oh my god, what do we do?"
He broke a tooth. Is that what you said?
He hit his face on his desk, broke a tooth, and landed on the floor. And then, like 30 minutes later, he's like getting up. He's like, "Oh man, I think he broke a tooth," and it's still up on his channel. Like he posted it.
How do I see what
That's
my
classic.
username is on Discord? Like the profile number or whatever.
Hold on.
Dude, Bearman's legit though. He does the stream pretty much every week, and sometimes he'll do it with
You're
like,
no brewing.
yeah, I'm just like gnome. It's on the bottom left. Yeah, dude, Denoid. I'm so bad. Trust me. Bottom left.
Yeah, I've been bugging him to do a collaboration or place. He's only like an hour from, but I don't know.
I mean,
Mine
yeah.
says originally known as Gnome Brewing number 2306.
Yeah, I don't know how to.
I don't know if that's the one.
Beerman has a pretty sweet setup though. He's got like the 3-vessel setup, I think, if I remember correctly. Spike. Something like
Spike.
that.
Yeah.
Shit.
What am I originally known as?
Yeah, he's got. I want to check out his system in person, so I gotta keep bugging him.
Yeah, isn't he close to
mine-
you? Isn't he in Oregon as well?
Yeah, he's like an hour from me.
Yeah, there you
Like,
go.
But you're not in Oregon. You're in Washington, aren't you?
no, I'm in Portland.
Okay.
Yeah.
I thought you were in Washington for some reason.
Mm-mm.
Said that very defiantly.
You can.
Yeah, I think it's Gnome Brewing
Yeah.
number 2306.
Original home to craft brewing. I'll fight you over it.
Oh, whatever, dude. No care.
We have like 5 homebrew stores here, and I can't even count the number of craft breweries. As soon as one closes, another 3 open. It's crazy.
Really?
Yeah.
I had to go about 9 months without a homebrew store. It fucking sucked.
Yeah, I
It
think
was terrible.
because I'm streaming, I don't see my hashtag profile number. It says streamer mode enabled, and like a lot of the stuff is actually blacked out. I think for my protection, so that people can't see all my information. But yeah, I don't know.
For your own protection.
But like, so people can't like,
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah.
if there's any information I don't want to share, and it just happens to be I look through like my settings, you know.
Well, I'm pretty sure I just said it, no?
You can see it. I can't see it. So meaning like if I'm streaming and I'm looking through my settings, it doesn't pop up through YouTube.
Oh. Do you want me to say it again or no?
Yeah, well, I don't care at all. I wish I was able to see it.
I'm
and
pretty
everybody-
sure it's Gnome Brewing number, like the number sign 2306.
Yeah, so I would need Chris to send me a message so that I can see him and then add him to the DM chat.
Yeah. So Chris, if you
It's
can hear us.
There we go.
Christopher
I think I just
V2703.
What's your mother's maiden name?
Don't worry, AT&T already leaked all my stuff on the internet, so it doesn't really.
Well, they did that for your protection.
that was very protective of them, telling everybody in the whole world my social security number.
You're welcome.
You work for AT&T?
No. But I had you thinking for a minute,
because I plan on suing you.
I had you thinking for about a split second that I did, didn't I?
Yeah. Yeah. You got me, kind of. Not really, but.
It's No's fantasy. We're just living in it.
I mean, you can add me. I think mine is Roswell's number 9385.
You're already in it.
Now,
He's telling vodka.
yeah, it was ever on the internet.
Oh.
Telling the internet, people.
I would think
wanna
I would already have him.
for it.
If you can tell me yours, Chris, I could try that.
It's Christopher V2703.
There it is. Bam. You got to put the number in, though, right? Number sign?
I don't know.
With like a hashtag or
No. The number. Like the number symbol.
Yeah, well, hashtag.
There you go. There you go. All one word or not all one word?
Not sure. I can't get it to work though. Oh, there we
Oh.
go. I think I see it now.
Somebody gave me a
Yep.
message.
Yep, I got it now.
That was me.
Oh,
No.
I want to be friends.
we can be friends.
We can be friends. We could.
We are now.
I see a
You bet.
space in there, but I'm just saying.
Yeah.
It's like see what you're typing, Gnome, and it's a space in there.
You better watch out, Northwest. They're coming for you, buddy.
Wouldn't be the first time.
All right, so I think I'm just waiting on him to add me, and then I should be good.
So I think I can make you an honorary Texan as a North Dakotan because at some point in time y'all were part of Texas, and then
What?
we can go after Northwest together.
All right. I'm down.
Fucking done, done, son.
Listen,
You're
listen.
done.
If we get rid of Texas and let it become its own state and bring on Puerto Rico, we don't even have to change any of the stars on the flag.
No. We're keeping Texas.
And we can carve off a little bit of Austin, but
What if Alberta joins the states?
So legit talk. Like, originally, I'm from Louisville, Kentucky. We moved here like when I was like 8, right? In the first grade, I got in a fight because I was like, the only thing big in Texas is y'all's mouth.
That's funny.
that's funny.
Oh.
Poor Gnome.
Yeah, I'm trying my best. When I type Chris in the select friends, it doesn't pop up, even though we are friends. Like I'm typing, a couple letters to hope it pops up on the dropdown. Which, like, if I do just C, there's like 5 options, but
Maybe it just hasn't caught up to it yet.
yeah. And I also don't see his, like, he has a particular, like, profile picture. Doesn't pop up at all.
Man, I always have problems trying to find people on Discord.
Dude, Discord sucks. It really fucking
It does. It's terrible.
Discord's racist.
It hates you.
I'm not
Not
trying to
you.
hurt anybody, but
Not you particularly, just you in general. Anybody.
people.
Yeah.
Man, they need to make this more like intuitive, like super easy for like dumb heads like me to like just be able to.
think they
Oh yeah, I
make it
click on this, I
complicated
click
on
on that, I'm
purpose.
good.
Yeah, you type in his deal and it says that like he's not there at all.
Hang on, I think that I can maybe add him for you.
Please do.
Do it.
Oh my god,
How's that?
thank you so much. I see
How's
now.
that?
You are amazing. Hell yeah, dude. Thank you.
I gotta get a
Holy
webcam.
shit. What's up, Chris?
Doing.
Hi,
Trying to figure
Chris.
out my video.
We're trying to figure it out too, sir.
Yeah, welcome to
Hell,
the like the most inept Discord chat.
Welcome to the Thunderdome, bitch.
That's hilarious. Well, cheers to that. I'm gonna have to get another beer after this. If you guys are down for
Same.
more.
Me
Nope.
too.
No, I'm
Me
stone
too.
sober now.
1 more, 5 more.
So what I've
work.
what I've noticed recently is I don't really get drunk. I just like drink enough beer to like maintain, and that's not a good thing. When you drink beer, it should be like, oh shit, I drank too much. Let me go to sleep, But I'm like, oh, let's fucking. Oh shit. Discord is actually pretty cool, but it's harder than it should be in my opinion.
Not user friendly.
I don't hear Chris at all, but
Yeah, he's
Just-
kind of cut
No,
in and out.
I'm trying to figure out my video. I had to you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
good.
Kind of.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Excuse me. Sorry, guys.
You're a terrible host.
I am. I'm really bad.
I still love you though.
Oh, I appreciate that. There we go.
Yeah. There he is.
Oh, buddy.
I
Hi,
need to
Chris.
figure out
How's it going, guys?
Discord. Okay, Discord. That's that.
Dang, you're laggy.
You're pretty lag.
Well, at least it's pretty.
I blame Northwest.
What?
I feel bad. I'm the biggest box, but like because the way it works, I'm separate from the Discord, so I don't know. I would
Because
fuck
you're
with that.
special.
No, I'm definitely not. Well, I'm special, a different kind of special. Yeah, no response.
Not short, but special.
I was close. I was on the cusp. Like a
Hold on 1 second, guys.
sure.
First I thought I woke up for water, but now
Uh-oh.
Daddy
Trying to
time.
minimize.
That's why I drink. I forgot what that was in response to, but yeah, I agree.
Daddy's too drunk to get you water.
Is that what he said? So how you been doing, Chris? You been still like hard on the seltzers, like brewing those?
Actually, brewed a PB&J seltzer. And then it turned out pretty good. I used powdered PBW and Concord grape, was it? Concentrate juice.
Oh.
And it turned out really good.
So yeah, the PBJ type beers came up on stream way earlier, and I mentioned that you had made a seltzer version of that, which is quite cool actually. Like, you know, everyone's doing the whole beers or non-beers in the gluten-free type realm, but seltzer's definitely like well, actually, I guess seltzers are gluten-free as well, right? That's like kind of probably what Zool's doing, to be honest. But
Like I'd say for probably every regular beer I do a seltzer. The last one, the most recent one I did a lime blue raspberry one that is pretty good.
lime.
He's the king of Gatorade seltzers, right?
Yeah. Actually, I used frozen concentrate lime juice, and then I used the blue powdered Gatorade.
Huh?
It was pretty
Nice.
awesome.
Yeah.
Sounds
Man,
good. I'm sorry.
what do you guys think of athletic brewing? I don't know about you, but they are all over the place here. Like, it's insane.
So, I'm the president of my homebrew club, and one of the board members decided that he was going to do alcohol free for Lent, and he had nothing but the athletic brewing beers wherever we went. And he said that as long as it was like an IPA, it was okay. It wasn't perfect.
Mm-hmm.
So kind of scratched a little bit of the itch.
Interesting.
Yeah, there's a dude in our homebrew club too that I forgot what he said. He's got some sort of issue where he can't drink alcohol.
Be right back.
So he took like, you know, beers to drink, you know, while we were like sharing our own brews, but they were all like non-alcoholic beers. And when he tried ours, he would like swish it around his mouth and spit it out, kind of like, you know, wine sommeliers or how you pronounce it do. But Yeah, that's gotta be rough. Like I couldn't do that personally. Like for me to taste beer, I need to swallow it. I can't fucking swish it around my mouth and spit it out. Northwest.
So as long as he didn't like swallow the beer, he didn't get like allergic, or because I know I think some people are allergic to alcohol, right?
Really?
Yeah.
Really?
Oh, like celiacs, like where they? Well, I wouldn't. Maybe it's not allergic, but yeah, it's
No,
not
it's
good
not.
for them.
It's not celiac. Because there's my buddy.
Oh, gluten.
He's
Yeah,
a
that'd be
math
different.
professor, and one of his buddies is like from France or something. And anytime he drinks any kind of alcohol, he like gets like crazy red and itchy.
It's
Yep,
gluten.
no.
My boss is allergic to gluten. He can't drink beer.
Well, even
I
wine.
know a couple people who are on certain meds that can't drink alcohol whatsoever either.
Yeah.
They want to have a beer or something, but they can't. They can't have it.
Dude, I hope that never happens.
Is that a pool table in your background?
Me?
Mm-hmm.
No, it's a board game table.
Mm.
D&D at your house.
Yeah, like Risk. You play Risk?
Oh, Risk is the shit, but no.
Risk is the shit.
Yeah, no, I'm a big board game nerd, so.
That's awesome. What's your favorite board game then?
There's one I have called Scythe, which is kind of like hard to explain. It's kind of like Risk, like it's area control, and then it's also like you're trying to like build up your stuff and like produce like wheat and all this. Yeah, it's. I can bore you guys for fucking hours with my board game bullshit. Like it's I have some board games that literally took me and my wife like weeks to learn how to play.
That sounds pretty cool, actually.
Yeah, no, it's our weird. It's the one like hobby
That's
that we share. That yeah, it's cool.
I fuck with it.
What was it called?
Somebody
Scythe.
said, oh,
Scythe. Okay.
Like SCYTHE scythe?
Yeah, like the
Yeah, the fucking
Scythe.
the thing that
Yeah.
like the Grim Reaper carries.
Yeah.
Okay.
Nice.
Hell
I
yeah.
walked in the middle of the conversation, so
Oh, I've been making shit tons of seltzers lately just because like I get so like I love beer, but I get so like I'm getting older and I get so fucking bloated if I drink too much beer. I'm just like, ugh. Like I know I don't look it, but I'll be 50 next year.
Congratulations, man.
And
it's fine.
Yeah.
Steven's like 68 or something.
You better shut the hell up.
it like I don't know. It just gets like drinking. I love beer so much. But then some days I'm just like, ugh. I feel like someone just took a shit in my stomach, and it's bad.
that's a wild visual.
It's. I mean, there's not a better way to say it, but I'm just like, oh. But the seltzers kind of like they help it a little bit, and it's less heavy stuff, but mostly like I'd say 90% of what I brew is hazy IPAs and like, but I have been getting into doing like cold IPAs and IPLs. Like I've been really getting into those kind of beers lately.
What's the difference between IPA or IPL and cold IPA?
Oh
It's
no!
really, it's really
You
close.
started something.
No, I'm curious.
It's essentially yeast.
Okay. I'll buy off on that.
Yeah, it's essentially yeast. And so, but what I've been doing is like, I'm an impatient motherfucker. So what I do is
Me too.
I make a lot of pseudo, like I've made pseudo lagers before with Lutra. And so I'll just like I have a really good base recipe for a lager that I use. And then I just I crank up the hops on it, and then I use Lutra, and then I use a shit ton of gelatin. And
Good.
How do you treat the Lutra when you pitch?
I usually pitch it at 90, and I usually try to hold it at about 95 to 100 for a couple days, and it's done. Like
Right.
I can turn it around in like maybe 3 days.
Do you
Or less
underpitch?
No, I build it up, so I
Really?
overpitch. Yeah, I
Okay.
overpitch quite a bit with it.
What's your starting gravity when you pitch?
Usually somewhere in the range of like I try to stick around like 1050, 1054.
And you build up for that?
Yeah.
Really?
Build up, and yeah, because I also like what I'll do is I'll build a whole bunch up and I save some. So
Okay.
you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So like I essentially have like
I'm a
6
big
yeast
quackhead,
strains.
so
Yeah. Well, I use my favorite Kveiks are Lutra, Boss. I also have an Omega one that is Omega calls it Tropical IPA, but it's a Kveik strain, but I don't know, they don't have a good name for it. I use that one, and then I also use Hornadale. I love Hornadale.
Hornadale.
A lot. Yeah.
Yeah. I
And
use Hornadale a lot.
Go ahead.
That's Lutra's parent for Omega, anyways. But yeah, no,
Lutra's great for anything, just because it's such a like.
I've picked up
Unless
a
you
little,
ferment it. Yeah. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
I've picked up a lot on like the acetaldehyde, the apple flavor on Lutra, where a lot of people say that, like, you know, it ferments clean, and I believe that too until I had a brew that went towards the apple part of it, and ever since then I've been super sensitive towards Lutra, like trying to
The thing
try to
I've
pick it
noticed.
up.
Yeah, the thing I've noticed with Lutra, the hotter you ferment it, the more flavors you get with it.
Yeah. So
Like, yeah, like
when I use Clyke, I'm chasing the profiles. I'm not chasing the quickness, right? And so like I'm fermenting 95, 99, trying to get all those esters and the expressions from the yeast, and I underpitch the shit out of it. And to gain those, you know. And I've won a couple People's Choice Awards due to that. But on the same scale of like, okay, like some of this is actually like damaging as far as the esters go, right? You know. So like I like to talk like just to see what other people are doing. I'm not trying to bash you or anything. You know.
Oh no. Like my homebrew club, like we had I think it was last year, we had a lager competition, and I won the competition with my pseudo lager. I basically made a smash lager with Lutra and used Triumph hops on it, and I hopped the shit out of it.
Yeah.
And it won, and I was really surprised. But it's just, yeah.
So I think over pitching, right? Like technically, even if you use the pouch, you're over pitching in a beer for Clyke. If it's like 1050 up, you know. So I think if you build a starter past that, then it's like you're I don't know. I don't have any experience with it, so that's one of the reasons why I was asking you, you know.
Yeah. No, I've been using Kveik strains nonstop, like, and that's pretty much all I've been using lately. I've been like, use them for hazies and all my other stuff I've been doing. The only thing I don't use them for is I don't use them for my seltzers. The seltzers I do, I use what is it? Omega's seltzer nutrient packs. I use those.
Oh yeah.
And then I use those are great. And I use I double pitch. Was it the Evelyn? Was it 1118 yeast? Champagne yeast. I used champagne yeast at it, and I hold it at like 85 degrees for a week and a half, and those turn pretty good. Because I know, like, some people use Lutra for that, but I'm a cheap ass, and a pack of dry Lutra is $8, and 2 packs of 1118 is $3. So.
So I'll take some Clyke and I'll pour it in a mason jar. It's just 2 tablespoons per ferment.
But I don't know. I've been loving experimenting with the seltzers. Have been fun as shit lately. Because I mean, I don't know. It's fun because it's really a blank canvas that you can start with, and it's I don't know. It's been fun.
What are you brewing on, Chris? Like what system?
My system is honestly, I use a cooler system like Cityscape does.
Okay.
And I batch barge everything. And occasionally I will do brew in a bag every now and again. Like I'll do brew in a bag if I don't really feel like cleaning up much shit. And so I'll do brew in a bag, and I mostly do my cooler system, and I'll batch barge with my cooler system, and it's all gravity fed. I'm contemplating getting a claw hammer system just because I want to be able to brew in the wintertime here. Because like I live in Omaha, Nebraska, and it can get
Midwest.
It can get cold as goddamn fuck in the winter. There's some winter, like basically late December through like early February, it's 20 degrees. And
it's colder here.
And I can't brew. Yeah, and so that's the only reason I've been thinking about getting a claw hammer system for the winters, but I haven't pulled the trigger yet.
I have a quick question for you.
The thing is...
Sorry. So you said you're from Omaha, Nebraska. Do you know, like, are you familiar or do you like Bright Eyes? The band?
I don't know Bright Eyes.
No? Oh, shit.
Oh.
I don't know the dude's name, but he was originally from Omaha, and his music
yes. I know what you're talking about. Yes, I know that band.
Right, yeah. But very interesting music. I'm
not a fan.
When you said Omaha, I was like, oh, shit. Like, fucking memories from, like, 20 years ago just popped in my head. Yeah, it's very, not to use the word polarizing again, but you either love it or hate his music. And
no, I'm a punk rock guy.
Okay, yeah. Not wrong
with
that.
Like hardcore. Yeah.
Not a fan of punk, but I do get into some hardcore music. Like I was in a hardcore band when I was like 16, so like I do get down with a little bit of that.
So I'm in the punk rock.
Where does this lie on the spectrum of rock then?
What were we talking about? Punk
Bright
or
Eyes?
Bright Eyes? Or...
Yeah, Bright
Eyes. It's hard to. He's out there. He does some.
You said it's polarizing, right? So like, you and I talk a lot of music before.
More experimental.
So I think you'd kind of know my spectrum as far as metal goes.
I knew you were on the spectrum.
I definitely am.
and I'm on a lot of lists.
So his what the fuck is his name? It starts with a C. I know his last name. Oberst. Connor Oberst. Yes. So his music's definitely out there, super original though. I will say that. But
Oh, yeah.
because it is, like I said, people either love it or hate it. I don't like all his stuff, but it's
Right.
No, he's a talented dude.
for sure.
Like
Yeah,
really
100%.
talented dude.
Hey, no.
It's
Yep.
the
Sorry.
same. I see it as the same fact that, like, I'm not a Beatles fan whatsoever. I don't like the Beatles, but I can appreciate them so much.
Yeah.
And like everything that they have brought forth to music, like, I appreciate them for what they have contributed and everything, but I'm not a fan. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I can.
So,
I
like,
feel you there,
I will
man.
never. I will never say a band sucks just because I don't like it.
Oh, I will.
You know what I mean? You're. it's. I can look at stuff and be like, yeah, that's good. It's just not for me.
So, no.
Yeah.
So, the last package I sent you, it had an equal parts beer in it, didn't it? Do you remember? I sent you a bunch of lagers.
You did. I got to be honest. I don't remember
So-
fully.
So I went on a tour at that brewery, right? So we walk out of the door into the brewery from the bar side. And so we're walking around, so we're fixing to walk back into the bar. So they had a picture of Wayne Static on the door.
Nice.
And I was like, oh, because you push it. And they're like, you are like the third person to ever get that in 15 years.
Nice. Yeah.
And I immediately thought of you because we were talking about music. And you were like, oh, push it.
Push it.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah. Another like I'm very selective with my music. I'm not a huge Wayne Static or like what the hell is the name of the Static X.
I
I'm
will.
not a huge fan.
I will fight you. Fight you. Fight.
Yeah. No, not wrong with that. I'm weird about my music, man. I like, unfortunately, complicated music. Like what I write is always like kind of, or tends to be odd time signature type stuff. I'm really into prog.
Okay.
Even though I was in a hardcore band, like even back then, I was like 16 years old writing odd time shit. The drummer hated me. He's like, how the fuck, what do I do to that? I don't fucking know. I'm like, just follow it. Just play it beat for beat. When it changes, like change it. And he eventually like caught around to it. But yeah, like I like odd shit. Like Peter Gabriel, yes. In terms of like oddity type shit. But I also get down with like some singer-songwriter stuff, like Bright Eyes, like Jackson Browne. Like, I'm kind of an old person at heart, but I don't know. I love stuff that's challenging, whether that's in the beer realm or music. Go ahead. Sorry.
I gotta ask you. No, what's the first concert you ever seen?
That's a good question.
Oh, that's really hard.
What's the first like actual like club show or concert you went to and you were like, oh, fucking A, this is awesome.
It was a local show, I should say.
Okay.
It was a friend of mine's show. I was underage, of course. Like I was like 15 maybe. And it was a historic venue now locally, which it's been long since gone. It's a parking lot now. But we had trouble finding it because we were like, where's it was literally called The Living Room. So when you stop for directions,
That's awesome.
When you stop for directions and you go, where's the living room? Nobody knows what the fuck you're talking about. You know who did?
That's awesome.
You know who did though? We stopped at a fire station. We're like, where's the living room? They're like, oh, that's on Promenade Street. Let me hold on a second. They're like, they got the address for us and everything. We're like, what the fuck?
Everybody else is like, are you high?
Dude, yeah, they're like, I have no idea, bro. I got nothing.
No, you'll probably know this. Do you want to know my first one was Mr. Bungle.
Oh, hell yeah, dude. All right, so
My first
Mike
concert
Patton.
ever was Mr. Bungle.
Was Scott Ian part of it at that point?
Yep.
Or yeah?
It was early Mr. Bungle, yeah.
Okay, nice. Yeah,
Mr.
I'm old.
Mr. Bungle, yeah. So that was like Mike Patton's like side project when he wasn't doing the whole what was his main band? Fuck.
And then a year later, I got to see Faith No More,
Faith No More.
and then which was awesome. And then I got super into stuff, and then I got to see Smashing Pumpkins really early on. And then I'll never forget this. Like, I saw one of my favorite shows I've ever seen in my life was I saw fucking Danzig and Sacred Reich.
Nice.
And it was awesome.
Hell yeah.
Northwest saw Moses live in concert.
Moses. Back in the day. So you may have already heard this, Chris, but I actually played a show not with Danzig but with Misfits. I was at
Nice.
URI. It was an outdoor like huge fest.
Oh, that's awesome.
It was pretty cool. But to me, it was nothing.
Was it all of them?
No, just Jerry only.
Jerry only.
Yeah.
Jerry only's a cool guy. He's a
He was
nice
the
guy.
only like original member at the time. And then I don't even think what the hell's the dude? The Doyle. I don't think he was there actually. But
Yeah, Doyle wasn't. He wasn't there.
no, I don't think so. Which
He's kind of a dickhead.
he kind of bugs me, dude, because like he can't
Dude,
play
he's a
guitar.
dickhead.
He sucks at guitar. Like he really
So,
does.
Yeah.
My
So, like-
first concert ever experience was Aerosmith.
Oh,
Nice. I love that actually.
yeah.
That's cool.
My first concert with my wife when we were dating was Static X, believe it or not. I had already I had already seen
Take your wife too.
I had already seen them like twice
That's awesome.
live. So she says, "I want to stand up by the stage." I said, "No." She said, "I want to stand up by the stage." I said, "No." She said, "I want to stand up by the stage." I said, "Fuck me." So the basis, Campos. Second song in goes like this. Points right at me. Next thing I know, I'm in the mosh pit. I get like blown back like 10 rows. So like I had to mosh all the way back up to her. Like, I hope you're happy. Yeah.
I gotta tell you, the whole mosh pit thing, avoid that shit like the plague. Just because
I'm too old for that now,
Dude.
man.
Well, it's not just that. This was like back in the day. Like I got kicked in the ear.
Oh.
And it was one of those things that like get kicked in the ear and everything just goes
Yeah.
and
Tinnitus
everything
instantly.
turns white. And I'm just like, I'll never
We,
forget that.
So
And that was
recently,
at
we-
the,
Cauliflower ear.
Yeah, and that was at the Sacred Reich show. The cool thing about that, there was all those weird Sacred Reich fucking biker guys there, and they picked. Oh, like I'm a skinny, scrawny dude. They picked me up, and they're like, "Dude, you okay?" I'll never forget. Because one of them looked at me, and I had a black Black Flag T-shirt on. That said, "Fuck the police."
Easy.
I had a
Do I have to take this down now? No, okay. Only joking.
I had a Black Flag T-shirt on that said "fuck the police," and they're like, "Oh, you're cool." I'm like, "Please don't hurt me."
I always knew that I was. Thanks.
Did you get cauliflower ear?
Oh,
Oh yeah, it was bad. I got smacked hard. Like it cleaned. Yeah. Oh, I'll never forget that. That's probably the hardest I've ever been hit.
hmm.
We recently went to go see Pyroman 5000, Static X. No, it wasn't. Well, we went and saw Dope on a different deal, but it was golly. Who sings Falling?
There's like 9,000 90s bands that had a song called
Yeah.
Falling.
Yeah, no,
Either
but
Falling or Cold.
Mudvayne.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah. So, thank you. But anyway, so we wouldn't see them, and so like there's a mosh pit going. I'm like, no, I'm too old for this shit. You know, like, okay, I'll jump. That's it. We're done.
Well, I was going to say
I'm-
to Zach, the dude from Dope is now the front man for Static
Yeah.
X, so that makes sense.
Oh yeah,
And I saw
Yeah.
them.
Oh,
I saw
really?
them live as well
that's all.
at
that's
the
all
living
dope.
room.
Yeah, so we went and seen him with.
At the living room.
We went and seen Fear Factor, Dope, Static X, and Mushroom Head.
Nice.
And like I was like, who the fuck is Mushroom Head? This is and then I found out and I was like, okay, this is still weird, but whatever.
They're like a poppier version of Slipknot, in my opinion. That's
Yeah,
like what
exactly.
comes across to me.
Yeah.
You know, they got the whole mask, the whole like image, but they're a little poppier.
Yeah.
They're not as aggressive.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like Stone Sour meets Static or Slipknot, like basically.
Yeah. You mentioned Fear Factory. I wasn't able to play with them, but I did play a show with Dino's side project, which was called Divine Heresy. And
Oh, cool.
I never got to meet him personally, but I did meet the singer that was also in Bad Wolves. What is it? Tommy Vext. Total douchebag. Like, total fucking douchebag.
Oh.
Like, he's
What?
he's in our town, right? And we're in, like, the green room smoking marijuana and shit. And he was like, oh, you gotta smoke weed in front of me and shit. Like, I can't smoke. I got my voice. Like, I gotta protect my voice. And literally, like, we were like, fucking leave then. You don't have to be in this room, dude. It was hilarious. Like, I'm so proud of that. Like, in hindsight, not proud is not the word, but like happy that we were like, I don't give a fuck. Fucking leave,
proud.
dude.
What was the band that I told you I saw with Five Finger Death Punch? You were like, oh, I know those guys, and I was like, it was very theatrical.
Oh, Ice Nine Kills, maybe.
Yes, S9 Kills.
So yeah, the guitar player for God Forbid, who I also played a show with him, he's the guitar player for Ice Nine Kills, among other bands, I think. Doc, great guitar player, fucking phenomenal guitar player. Zach knows who I'm talking about. I can guarantee that. But
Yeah, he looks like he would know.
yeah. No, me and Zach are like super into metal.
Yeah, well, I saw them and I was like, first off, like, so, like, you have to disassociate yourself from the music and, like, watch the theatrical thing going on. And that's in the background a little bit, you know? Like, there was a lot going on that stage, for God's sakes.
Yeah,
No,
it's very
did you get to
entertaining.
see? Did you get to see Slayer's last tour?
No, I'm not a big Slayer fan, to be honest.
You're not?
Although,
I'm not
however,
either.
I have an interesting story. So, the singer and guitar player that were also in the band I was in, they were in another band before we kind of made our own thing. So they were able to open and then close for Slayer, which was like fucking, you know, I wish I was there, but for them it was like, you know, the highlight of their lives. Like, not only did you get to close or open for Slayer, but apparently like people didn't want to leave the venue, so they were like, do you guys want to do another set? And they were like, okay. So they fucking closed for Slayer too, which is like
That's awesome.
insane. Like, but I wish I was able to see that show.
I
be
saw
right back.
I got to
Pantera.
see. I was happy. I got to see Slayer. It was their last tour. It was Slayer, Primus, and Ministry. Which Ministry is the shit. I love Ministry so much.
Ministry's cool. Yeah, they were definitely
Ministry's awesome.
they were in my opinion ahead of their time. Like they really were. They were kind of the innovators of like, well, industrial obviously, but like where industrial meets metal, or maybe that was always a thing. I
Yep.
don't really know. I'm not too.
Dude, I was so hardcore into industrial. Like, my favorite industrial band to this day is KMFDM.
Yeah,
I'm a
they were in a lot of video games
Big
back in the day.
KMFDM fan. Yeah.
They were in this game Carmageddon, which was like one of the best games ever. Like,
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys remember that game. Holy shit, that game was
I
awesome.
know.
Sorry?
Yeah, I was big in the industrial, big in the metal, and lately, as I get older, dude, I love cock rock so much. It's so awesome. It's
Like the
best thing in
darkness?
the world. Like, I love darkness. Dude, I love shitty stuff, man. I've been getting into Cinderella and like fucking Motley Crue.
Dude, Winger.
And, like,
Winger's fucking awesome,
Winger's
dude.
the shit.
Hell
Rat. Fucking. There's a band called, if y'all never heard of it, fucking look it up, called fucking, what's it, King Cobra? Oh!
Okay, so
Is
no.
that like
I've been
80s
getting
butt
into
rock?
all this
No.
weird fucking
Okay.
80s
Yeah.
cock rock shit.
What's up,
No.
Jaggers?
You and I used to be friends, Chris. You and I could have been friends. You've never acknowledged me until now. We can no longer be friends. I guess, Steven, you and I, like, we're bros now, all right? Sorry. Forever,
Dude,
like,
I will show you.
mosening you.
I could show
Dude,
you a
my
clip.
ex-girlfriend used to listen to that shit, and I have never hated music more than that. in
Dude,
my
Yeah,
life.
yeah.
Here's the
yeah.
thing,
Hair
though.
metal, come on.
Yes.
Here's the thing,
yes.
though. So Red Beach, a really phenomenal guitar player, and Kip Winger. Yeah, I know he did the whole fucking like, you know, he did like pirouettes while he's playing his bass. That was like I could do without that. but but
I
however,
got to see.
that dude's
I
a
got
hell of
to
a
see LA.
songwriter, and like he does like all instrumentation. Like the latest record, he was like pretty much writing everything and like showing people like here's what I'm going for, and like he was so able to kind of guide people into what he's looking for that they nailed it like first take. That's how well he's able to communicate, and also he's like playing basically the melody and the rhythm on the piano, even though it's not meant to be played on piano. Like
Yeah.
I gotta be honest, like don't get me wrong, 10, 20 years ago I was like fucking Winger sucks, you know. I was like it was the Beavis and Butthead like this sucks. But like nowadays I can appreciate it. Like looking back I'm like holy shit, actually the instrumentation's pretty fucking nasty. Like it's weird. Like it's you almost don't want to like it,
it's the
but
same-
you can't help it. I don't know, in my opinion.
It's the same thing. Like lately, I fell
That's
in love
not metal,
with like
bro.
Oh yeah,
I
I'm not
fell
saying
in
it
love with
is.
No.
I fell in
No,
love
we
with
used to
LA
be
Guns.
friends.
Was he on the
is
first Cinderella record? Holy shit. Steve Vai is one of my idols. Like I just love it. I never saw him live, but my god, that dude's amazing.
Would you say Northwest?
I said you're losing friends left and right.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's always Finkel with me. Like,
Oh, believe me, like
Dude,
I'm from Texas. We'll just succeed. We're
yeah.
done.
That being said, Jaggers, like, or so I think I mentioned this before. Like, don't get me wrong, I like metal, but when I'm like,
Right.
when I'm alone in my car or whatever, that's the last thing I want to listen to. I'd rather listen to something else. However, for whatever reason, like, you know, I don't know if Zach can relate to this, but I can play it. Like, I can play metal guitar, and like, so therefore, like, you're kind of naturally into it, even though you kind of maybe don't want to be. So I love metal in a way, but it's just like I said. I mentioned I listen to Jackson Brown. Like that's the furthest thing from metal. You know, so hair metal is like kind of the same. Like whatever, it's like it's doing its own thing. You
metal's
still
great,
appreciate
man.
it, you know.
So metal is my therapy, right? And so like I'll cruise and like my daughter's in the background. It's like she's really into drums right now. We're taking her to drum lessons and stuff, and she's like, "Dad, Slipknot has a lot of drums." I'm like, well, that's because there's two drummers, you know. And she's like, oh wow, okay. So like she's in the back of the truck trying to like keep rhythm. And then I'll change the Pandora station to like nerdcore. So it's like the Flowbots. Like I'm sorry, like that's my jam, right? And so like that's therapeutic too in its own like section. And like I don't know, I guess it depends on what mood I'm in. Mostly it's metal though. Like very just like I gotta get through to today and to tomorrow and then I'm done. You know,
Dude.
kind of deal.
Well, I agree with you. Like in the terms that like metal is definitely it.
Therapeutic.
Well, I would kind of alter that slightly. It's a way to let out aggression. You know, like
yeah.
I don't
Sorry.
think it's necessarily like letting out aggression. You know.
To
Oh,
me,
yeah.
it is
It is to some. It depends.
I'm not. I have probably the worst stage presence. Definitely in the band I was in. Like, I'm not moving around all the place, but like, because here's another weird thing about our band. Like, it was more akin to like Kill Switch Engage, where like everyone's smiling.
Okay.
It's not like you're
Okay.
like you're not putting on a mean face and like, you know, fucking black
Mhm.
makeup and stuff and like wearing dark clothes and shit. We were like literally everybody was like smile from ear to ear, loving every minute of it. But it was a release. It was like, all right,
Yeah,
well, all that
you're
shit I
into
was
it.
like thinking about,
Yeah.
fuck that. It's let's put that aside, and we're living in this moment. Everyone's having a good time. Like, that's what I mean by like releasing aggression. It's not to do with like anything about
gotcha.
hatred or anger.
No, yeah.
It's the
Yeah,
exact
well,
opposite, actually.
You guys
There's a-
have lived the same lifestyles, right? So like you understand. Like you get pegged as a metalhead, and you're like, oh, that person, there's something off with them. They're negative. They're thinking about satanic worship and blah 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 blah
Ooh.
and all that other shit, right? You know, and you're like, no, I'm listening to this dude get through his problems through
There's
singing it. You
There's
know?
a band you guys need to look up. They're called Turbo ACs, and it's a New York hardcore band, but they have a lot of there's a little bit of like surf guitar influence into it. But they're one of my favorite bands in the whole wide world, and it's called the Turbo ACs, and they're just a New York hardcore band, and they're awesome.
But with like,
Oh,
they
they're
probably have like spring reverb on their guitars, I would guess, if it's like surf type influence.
Yeah, it's very surf oriented. It's New York hardcore. It's awesome.
I'm looking it up right now. Oh yeah, there we go. So like New York hardcore, like Sick of It All or like Madball, like what are we talking here?
Sick of it all.
Sick of It All, yeah.
I'm sick of it all.
I just followed them. I'll check them out.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, I love.
It's
like,
awesome. They're awesome. And not to say anything bad, but they're little guys, you know,
Yeah.
like you.
There's nothing you can say about me that I didn't already think.
I'm spaghetti.
All right,
Sure,
guys.
sure.
Well, I gotta go. I got a meeting tomorrow. So, cheers, Chris, for finally saying
See ya,
hello.
Jaggers.
Northwest, I love you, bro. You're my boy. Ross, you're my
What's
new
up?
boy. We're gonna we're gonna go like kidnap Northwest and show him some life experiences. No,
Down.
I love you too, bro.
Cheers, bro.
You take care.
Where are you at, Jaggers?
I'm on the Gulf Coast of Texas.
Texas.
Okay.
Yep. Way down yonder.
Like Galveston area or something, or Houston?
Pretty close.
Shit. What's funny is we're all over the place.
Cheers, guys.
You and I are probably the closest.
Have a good one. Is your Rhode Island gnome, right?
Yeah. Unfortunately, or fortunately,
Mm.
however you word it.
Northwest, where are you at?
Northwest is from
Not getting sound.
Portland,
right,
Oregon.
yeah.
Portland.
Yeah.
Portland. Okay.
Yeah, you must be muted or something.
You know what? Yeah, actually, it shows that he is. It's got the mic with like an X through it or slash.
Where are you at, Roswell's?
Bismarck, North Dakota.
North Dakota?
Yep.
I went
There you
to
go.
pee and I turned the mic off and forgot to turn it on.
My wife's from up in South Dakota.
Where at?
Around the Yankton area. Do you
Oh,
know where
really?
Yankton, South Dakota? Yeah.
Yeah, I know where that's at. I actually have a friend that from where I'm from that lives in Fremont, Nebraska, which is what like
Oh, really? Yeah.
like
that's about
an hour
that's
away
about,
from Omaha or something like that.
That's about 40 minutes away from me.
Yeah. Yeah, he's like
Cool.
a power plant guy down there. They actually had a
Very
pretty bad
full.
flood not too long ago too, didn't they?
Yeah.
And then there was a pretty bad tornado that just went through Omaha too. No.
One
Yep.
damn dare tornadoes.
Yeah, we had a real bad one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This year, not too long ago, right?
No, yeah, it was probably less than a month ago.
Yeah. Yeah, that sucks. Went through like Elkhorn and some other places like that or something, didn't it?
Yeah, Elkhorn's probably 10 minutes away from me.
It's rough.
'Cause I'm on the western side of Omaha, the southwestern side of Omaha. So, yeah, we just lucked by a hair, and we didn't get hit, luckily.
That's awesome.
And like our local homebrew shop is in Elkhorn, and they lucked out from getting wiped out by 2 blocks.
That is crazy.
Yeah, I know. So I was like, ugh. Because that's where I get most of my shit is from our local homebrew shop.
Sorry, just looking at my. I'm trying to monitor my fucking water level. I'm chilling my beer a little bit more because it was sitting around like 100, and I didn't like that.
So what did you make tonight? I jumped on late.
Yeah, so 10.5 gallons of Saison, which I'm going to split into 2 different things. I'm not exactly sure what I'm going to do with the other half anymore. I had an idea before, but Goose kind of persuaded me to not use the hibiscus he sent me because he infected a batch with his. So, but definitely half of it I'm going to use cantaloupe and make like a nice fruited Saison for a 4th of July party I have coming up. The other half, nice. I might just like dry hop it with more Nelson, see how it goes. But
cool.
I need to get this shit out of this.
How quick do you go through beer?
Too fast, unfortunately.
Same.
Dude, I brewed, I think in the last month and a half. Oh, actually, even less than that, actually. Probably a month. Yeah, like 4 weeks, 5 weeks. I drank like 9 gallons of beer. And that's not even, and that's not counting beer that I actually bought. That's just beer I brewed. Like, not good, dude.
That's why I've been making seltzers, because I'm like, I get bloated really easy, and I'm just like, and I'm getting older. Son of a bitch, I'll be 50 next year, and I'm just like, I can't drink that much beer anymore without feeling like absolute garbage.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
I don't feel bad ever, and I kind of, well, unless like, you know, it's a happy hour where we're just like drinking. I don't really get hungover, but I drink a lot of beer. Like if I'm being real, I definitely drink a lot of beer. Too much, like for somebody my size especially. Like
9 gallons in how much time?
About 4 to 5 weeks.
How tall are you?
5'4", 120 pounds.
Yeah, so I'm like almost 6'3", 190.
Yeah. I can put him back, dude. When I went to Tampa with Nick Smith, you guys don't know him, but like he's in chat. Like he's a really fucking good brewer. At the end of the trip, he's like, "Dude, you went beer for beer the entire time." I'm like, "I know, dude." Like, you know
what killed me this year is because I was full blown on ready to go to it. I was so bummed out that they didn't do was it I was really bummed out they didn't do the
Homebrew Con.
The Homebrew Con.
Yeah.
Oh, in Colorado?
Yeah, I was really bummed out. I even got my wife to be like, yeah, you can go. And I'm like, sweet. And then it turned into this weird other thing.
You know, Bruce was really disappointed about that too, because he was going to come down from BC to go to that. He was making, he had a whole for that. Yeah. That does kind of
I was
suck.
bummed out. It was a quick 7.5 hour drive for me.
A quick
I was
seven
like,
and a half.
Dude, for a
quick
Midwesterner,
7.5
that's
hour
not bad,
drive.
man.
Yeah, but that's a
Midwest.
one day.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oof. Like, I can do
Dude,
like 3-4
no,
hours. Oof. 7.5. Damn.
Yeah. 'Cause, yeah, Denver's about 7.5 hours from me. And like to kind of give you an idea where I'm at, Denver's about 7.5 and Chicago's about 7. Or from where I am.
Nothing's close to me, let me tell you.
Yeah, actually, where are you? I think you mentioned this, Chris. I apologize, but where are you at? Like, where do you live?
Omaha.
Omaha,
Oh
Nebraska.
my gosh, that's right too. We talked about bread ice. I'm a dumbass. Jesus Christ. I apologize.
It's all good. Yeah, it's so like, if you think about it, if you know where Kansas City is, I'm about 2.5 hours away from Kansas City, 7 from Chicago, 7.5 from Denver, and so I'm right in the middle of everything.
That's not bad. I mean, like, if you really want to, you can be anywhere you want within a day of driving or half a day, and then, like, just set up camp.
Yeah. I have
Figuratively.
a lot of friends. I have a lot of friends who live up in Minnesota that are up in Minneapolis.
Yeah, there's a
And,
lot of good
like,
breweries there, from what I hear too. You got like
Dude,
Dono, Brewing
so
TV,
many-
like that whole crew.
I'm like 6 hours from Minneapolis.
So many people talk about brewing cities, and I can't say enough. Like, dude, Minneapolis, St. Paul is probably one of the best brewing cities I've ever been to. Like, as far as breweries go,
Thoroughly's
great.
there.
Yeah, Surly. There's was it Barrel Theory, Black
Summit is
Stack.
another one.
There's this brewery called Wild Mind, and what they focus on, they're a wild ale brewery, so they only use wild Minnesota yeast, and it's it's a cool fucking brewery.
What's that called?
And they
Wild
have
Side?
like Wild Mind.
Wild Mine?
I'm gonna look it
Yeah.
up now.
It's all like they use wild Minnesota yeast. And
Wild?
like last time I went up there, it's
Wild
just they
Mind
had
ales.
tons of wood foeders. It was awesome.
Yeah, wood fooders, man, I fucking love those shits. There's a place called the Oak Room where CH lives in Knoxville. Dude, it's just nothing but oak barrels and oak fooders. Like, there's no stainless. Like, literally no stainless. They brew their beer like at a different location, and they like ship it over. So it's just an experience. It's really, really cool.
That's cool. That shit is so cool to me. It's just when you see a place that does that, and they're just like, oh yeah.
I feel like barrel aged beer, like those people really care about what they're doing. Because, I mean, that takes so much more time and effort to do that.
Yeah, it's an investment.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. Obviously, things can go wrong too. Like, even pros like dump barrels. Like, it just, you have, you try to control as much as you can, but there's like, to use the word curveballs again, like there's just things you didn't anticipate, and like, you got to dump it, and then like, steam the barrel to kill off everything and try again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It really is, Zach.
I highly recommend Minnesota to anybody. Go brewery hopping. Minnesota's awesome. It's the home of Prince, man. I love Prince.
Yeah, Prince. Yeah.
You can't not love Prince. I love him.
For sure.
He's one of my heroes.
He definitely was one of a kind. Like, a lot of like, they're pretty much our entire albums almost, where he like did everything. I'd say 80% of it, not entire album.
It's just like some people like shit on him, and because he's for a little bit he's pop, but I'm like, dude, no, Prince is a motherfucker. He's so awesome.
I think people probably hated on him because he's like a little unassuming and probably, let's be real, probably people hated on him because he's like feminine, like, you know, feminine more than like, you know, masculine, like,
Yeah.
and people were probably put off because of that, but who gives a fuck? His music is amazing. Like, that's what you should be rating him on.
And the other thing is like, he's like, I don't give a fuck what you think. I'm gonna do my thing.
Yeah.
And that's the beautiful part about him.
And he was good at basketball.
Yeah. That's what Dave Chappelle said.
Oh my god. And pancakes. Yeah. And then he served us pancakes. What is that? However fucking Eddie Murphy's brother said it.
man. Yeah, I wish I could say for you. Same for you, bitches.
Was it shirts and blouses?
Yeah. Blouses.
That's
Game
hilarious.
Blouses.
You want to hop in Blackwood? I'm going to do my thing because I don't know how to go to bed. Yeah, I feel you there, man. At this point, I'm definitely crashing on a couch tonight. I'm not going to drive home. It's too risky.
Yeah, don't drive home.
Yeah.
So is your brewery gnome not at your home?
Yeah, I rent an apartment. This is my parents' house where I'm brewing. Like my dad has a massive garage that this is connected to. Like, so this is 12 by 20, this room, and my dad's garage is just like fucking massive. And the cool thing is like I helped my dad build the garage and like put the concrete down. Like I was a part of the process, even though how minimal. Like I feel like I'm a part of it, which is really cool. But my dad, sorry.
Go ahead.
Well, I was just gonna say my dad like did, and I've mentioned this in the past, but my dad did everything, like the roof, the fucking the electric, the plumbing. Like I have water going in this room now, and he did that as well. And my dad just turned 80 years old, and he's still just like, what do you need? Just like fucking ready to work and shit. I'm like, dude, you're 80.
Was he a contractor?
He's basically a jack of all trades. My dad knows how to weld, plumb. He's a mechanic. Like you name it, dude. Like a roofer. Like he can do everything. Like it blows my mind. And I'm like, try this beer I brewed. Like that's my contribution. Like this is my craft. And he's like, oh yeah, that's cool. I built houses and shit. I'm like, oh,
that's what he did, was like a house builder or what? Like a contractor?
What did he do for a living? Odds and ends. Like my dad's been kind of disabled for a while, but he's 80 years old. Like he's been retired for a long time, but yeah, there's nothing he doesn't know how to do, and I mean that. Like it blows my mind. Like it really does. Like I wish I had like half of the ability that he does. Like I don't know how to do shit.
But I guarantee you, Gnome, if you asked him tomorrow, it said, "Hey, Dad, can you help me weld this tomorrow?" He'd be like, "Oh yeah, I'll go over tomorrow."
Oh yeah, for sure. He's got like 4 welding machines. He's got like TIG, like a MIG, a fucking like any kind of welding you need. He's got a machine for it. Like he's got an air compressor that's like taller than me. Like he knows how to do tons and tons of shit. Like his plow is not like a modern day plow. It's like a plow from like the 50s. Just because, and then he like rebuilt it all so that he could like fucking ride around this like 1950s plow. Like it just blows my mind.
So how old are you?
41.
41?
Yeah.
Northwest, how old are you?
Older.
Older? I'm older than all you guys. So
You are not.
I'm almost 50.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Keep going.
Oh, really?
I would think. I think you told me before you're close to 50, right? Northwest.
Jaggers out of the chat. Let him in there.
He's like 79. Jaggers, you're still here? What the fuck?
I know.
No, I turned 50 in January.
Nice.
Oh, you do? Okay, so we're close to age. I'll be 50 in March.
Well, if there's any consolation, you guys look younger than 50, so there's that.
I don't know about that.
I do. No, like I think people in general, like this is kind of going around on the internet
No
where
shit.
like people 30, 40 years ago looked old, but they weren't. Like now, I think time after time, I'm surprised actually how old people are. I'm like, oh shit, I would have guessed like 5 years younger. Like it's definitely different. People lived a hard life back then too, so that's definitely part of it. Like
Yeah.
we got it easy nowadays.
I was laughing and I told my wife earlier today, like I told her, I'm like, I'm going to be the guy who looks the same forever. But then there's going to be 2 years that I age like 10 years.
Nah.
You know what I mean?
Right?
Well, you also keep it
No,
modern.
no,
You got kind of
because-
like the
because-
mohawk type thing going on. Like you're keeping it fresh.
Oh, but there's those guys that are out there that they look like the same age for 30 years, and then all of a sudden in 2 years they aged like.
Yeah, life just
15.
fucks them.
Do you know what I
Up the
mean?
ass.
And I'm like, that's gonna happen to me.
So you're saying my time is coming?
No, my time.
Your days are
I
numbered.
Right.
laugh with my wife. I'm like, you know what's gonna get me? I'm gonna take a bad fall, and that's how I'm gonna die.
Well, I mean, there are worse ways.
Because I am a goddamn klutz. So I'm gonna fucking take the stairs wrong, and I'm gonna die at fucking 70. I know I am.
I don't know.
Yeah. But I try to be happy about it.
So, we have like, I don't know, like I was saying, like 5 homebrew stores in the area, and I can never find yeast. Like, they never seem to carry all the yeast. The crazy thing is we have 2 major yeast companies in this town, right? We have Yeast out like an hour from here, and we have Imperial Yeast right in town. And so I emailed Imperial. I'm like, why is your yeast never like? Why can't I get all your strains at the homebrew store? Like every strain you have should be there. And they were just like, oh, we don't want to compete with the local homebrew stores,
What?
Just like you're right here in the same town, and if I can't get it here, nobody can. Like, it's ridiculous.
Do they have a little like tap room or something that they have set up? Because I know other yeast companies have had that.
No, that's why I was asking them. Because I was like, why don't you guys have like a pop up or something? You're right here.
And that's why Yeast.
Yeast is like an hour and a half from, and then Imperial Yeast is right in town.
Wow. And do either one of them have like a little like tap room or anything?
No, nothing.
Really, that's weird.
Yeah, I know. Cause like I'll go to the homebrew store to pick up a particular yeast, and they never have the one I'm looking for.
I know. I think Omega is in Chicago. I think Omega, the other big one, Omega, they're based out of Chicago. I think.
I'll try to show you guys a picture. I took this earlier today, but this is the truck my dad's working on. Sorry.
Since we can't see your camera.
Oh, you can't? Oh, you don't see it? Oh, never mind. I apologize.
Eventually,
I'm
when
still watching on YouTube. Show it.
when the delay shows up on YouTube, but
It's like an old
Chevy.
it's an old truck, but my dad, he's got his tools alone that are operated by like the air compressor. He's got like 30 different tools in a row. Like anything you would possibly want to do to build something, he's got it like feet away from me. Like so, when I'm like, I'll get to building a kegerator, and it never happens. It's on me because I'm fucking lazy. Because I have everything I could possibly need, and he would be willing to help me. It's just, don't get me wrong. I don't like asking him for things because he's 80 years old and he doesn't need me fucking like creating more shit to. Don't get me wrong, he'd probably enjoy doing it, but
Hey, you know what? It probably keeps him engaged.
yeah, oh yeah, for sure.
So what, just using a picnic tap?
I am, yeah,
Yeah,
yep.
fine.
Does the job. I mean, it's not the best, but it doesn't look sexy when you're like, hey, check it out, guys. But hey, fuck it.
So I work for a big cheese company,
Yeah.
and they have this huge, like, we have a second floor, and they had all this, like, apparently they had everything in storage, and they didn't want to pay for storage. So they put it all up on this second floor of our building, and they're now getting rid of it all. And I was up there, and I was just like, hey, what do you? Like, there's a calculator up there. I'm like, oh yeah, we use that to carbonate. What did they say they were carbonating? It wasn't cheese. They were carbonating something. I can't remember what she said. But anyway, it was something dairy related, and I was just like, well, what are you doing with that? Like, don't, because they're just throwing stuff out. And I was just like, all right, I'll take it. But then she said, oh, you're gonna have to fight the R&D lab for it. I'm like, well, there's a refrigerator up here. It's plastered with, like, our company's cheese stuff. And I was like, does it work? And she's like, I don't know. I was like, if it works, don't get rid of it. I'll take it.
Yeah.
Shit.
Yeah, actually, there's a lot of breweries, like, when they are, they don't have much of a budget, they'll get dairy equipment to brew their
Like
beer.
milk fermenters and stuff.
Huh.
Yeah, well, even for their mash tuns, stuff like that, they'll use, like, those square kind of, like, I guess milk
Oh, yeah.
for them, but, like, they'll use those, and they'll have to put, like, they'll, like, cut open a hole and weld, like, a 1.5 or 2 inch TC type thing, so they can pull off, and they'll try to put, like, some jerry rigged, like, kind of false bottom.
Yeah.
And one of them was a huge brewery, actually, and their beers are still coveted. Like, people go crazy for them. Hair the Dog.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so he
Okay.
like, his entire time he was brewing on old dairy equipment, never upgraded. He's like, this works, why would I switch to anything else?
That's awesome.
It's super cool.
Yeah.
Super cool.
That's awesome.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. Kidding.
Nope. Yeah, look into it. Like, Hair of the Dog, he was brewing on fucking dairy equipment.
Huh. Makes sense. Yeah.
And, like, those
Stick with
beers,
you.
like, to this day, people like, you have what? You have, like, he named, it was, like, all, like, first names. Adam was one of them. Like, a lot of barley wine type stuff. Like,
Oh, yeah.
dude. And, yeah, he was brewing on primitive fucking equipment. Just whatever the hell it took, And I like that type shit because,
Yeah.
the guy I mentioned earlier with, like, he put whatever he could together, like, wood-fired fucking boil kettle, like, and his beers, from what I've seen, I haven't tasted it, they're phenomenal. Like, and I would rather have someone that's like, that's artisan shit, by the way. Like, that's like, you're using your expertise, you're using what you have available, and by the way, your beer is going to be different than everyone else because they're not using that shit. They're using, like, fucking top level conical type shit, like, extra size mash tuns to make those barley wines and those stouts and shit, because that's a new thing too, by the way, like, where they go with those oversized mash tuns. He's like, yeah, I'm doing it in a fucking something that looks like a dumpster. Go fuck yourself. and churning out high quality shit.
We got a brewery in town that's like that too. They're called Monolithic, and they're really great.
Mm.
And they're doing that just big giant fucking propane and kettle. You know what I mean? And it's awesome.
Yeah, I'm all about it. I would rather support breweries like that where they're like, yeah, we don't have all the money, but we have this, we produce this, it's good. I hope you enjoy it.
Because they basically converted their brewery. It was a restaurant, and they converted it to a brewery. So they're fucking brewing in this, like, it used to be a kitchen with, like, these shitty hoods. And, dude, it's awesome.
Hell yeah.
Nice.
I like seeing, like, those types of breweries thrive. Obviously, eventually they have to make the decision whether they go with the fancy brew system or do they keep it legit. Like, Unfortunately, actually, Hair of the Dog went under.
Yeah, I was
eventually,
gonna say. I think. Yeah.
Right. But like I said, their beers are still, highly regarded.
We had a brewery in town that they were really, really good, and they tried to upgrade,
What's up, Bruce?
and it didn't do so hot because their original brewery was from they got their equipment from a place that was dormant for like 6 years, and so the shit was all old and nasty, and they cleaned it and everything, but then what happened was they kind of based their recipes off this system, and when they tried to replicate it, it didn't work. You know what I mean? Because they're using this old ass fucking equipment, and it just never was the same, and they sold the old brewery.
Right, that's definitely a part of it too. Like when you change even something as simple as your brew system itself, like forget the fermenters, that's a new variable. Like something changed, you're gonna have to adapt. Like to make that same beer with new equipment is a challenge. Like, but again, like the more you brew, the more you know. It's a little easier. Obviously, there's going to be some tweaks involved. You're not going to nail it the first fucking brew, but
yeah, because their big staple here in town, and it was the shit for the longest time. It was called the Vanilla Bean Blonde. It was a blonde ale with vanilla bean, and it was a good beer. Crusher.
They'll call it a cream stout or a cream ale.
Yeah, it was just they called it Vanilla Bean Blonde. It was a good beer, and then the problem with them is they got to the point where they got so big, they switched from they were using real vanilla bean, they switched to extract, and then they switched to flavoring, and you know what I mean.
Well, I've heard that extract can be better. Like vanilla extract, I've heard that can be better than vanilla because you can get more vanilla flavor.
Well, they went from real vanilla beans to extract to flavoring, and you can you can tell the difference. It was really bad.
I do prefer. I have used extract only in like maybe one beer. I think it was one of my earlier stouts. Another problem is like you're introducing basically alcohol. Like those extracts are alcohol. Like I don't know if you saw those videos where like cops will like pull somebody over and see they're getting high on like vanilla extract. Literally, like it's like open bottles in their back.
Oh shit!
Yeah, so that shit will fuck you up.
That's messed up, man.
In my opinion, like. I try to be as natural as possible. I'm going to put the vanilla bean in the beer and let it sit for a week or 10 days.
Yeah.
And, that's my approach personally. Like I'm not trying to like, I don't have a brew schedule. I don't have to like, I'm not constrained to like, this beer needs to be done by X date. I'm going to let that shit take its time. I want to make the beer as best as I possibly can. And for me, that means using real ingredients and giving it time. It really comes down to that.
Real? If you use real vanilla extract, it's made
real
from
vanilla beans. Like,
I don't know.
Yep.
I got passed out, so I'll talk to you guys later.
Take care. Take care, Roswell.
See you guys. Good talking.
See
Oh,
you,
yeah,
buddy.
Like, don't get me wrong. Like, there are some beers. I mentioned this when I talked about peanut butter beers. There are some peanut butter beers that use natural flavoring. Like, they don't use real peanut butter. One of the ones I sent you, actually, that's the Belching Beaver, right?
That's a peanut butter beer right there.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. So the peanut butter stouts I sent you, apparently they use natural peanut butter flavoring, which I guess is extract. Like they're not using real peanut butter. They're not using peanuts. They're using like the very same thing I said I hate, but they do it well. Whatever they're doing it right. It's just it's a personal choice. Like I would prefer to use like real ingredients as best I can.
Have you ever used the powdered peanut butter stuff?
PB2, yeah.
Yeah, I don't like it.
Me neither. Like I mentioned this earlier in the stream, but it comes across like just nuts. It comes across like, I added walnuts or cashews or like that type of flavor. It doesn't come across like peanut butter, in my opinion.
I used it on this last seltzer I did, and like my problem with it, like I just lost so much volume with it just because
That
the
too,
amount
yeah.
of trub I had.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
It
definitely
was
an issue
so
as well.
bad. Like I lost about a gallon of volume.
That's pretty crazy.
Yeah. Like it was a lot.
Let
And
me...
like I do it again, but like I guess I try to account for how much volume I lose. It was a lot, but the flavor came out good.
Yeah, I think for me, well, we used it in a seltzer, right?
Yeah, I did a PB&J seltzer, so I used about 2 pounds of PB2, and I used 2 cans of frozen concentrate Concord grape juice. And I put the grape juice in when I kegged it. And so, but the PB2, I put in probably 6 days before I kegged it. So it sat in the fermenter for a while. Because I was hoping it'd like settle out, but it never did.
All right, so I have a quick question. Like I'm trying to like, I don't know if I caught all that. So you added it, what, 6 days before you said you kegged it? Or something like that?
So I added the PB2 probably.
No, but the grapefruit concentrate. Because what I'm concerned about is like, did you let that ferment out, or did you add it to the keg and then immediately chilled it?
I added
or...
that. Oh, the concentrate I put right in the keg as I kegged it.
Okay, yeah, and then so that makes sense. So you basically, it's always cold, so it's not going to re-ferment. It's going to keep that sweetness. Okay.
Yeah, but the PB2 I added probably like, I don't know, half a week before I kegged it. I was going to see how much of it would like kind of ferment out a little bit.
So that was also added secondary, the PP2?
The PB2 was secondary, yeah. But the Concord grape juice was added straight into the keg.
Kegging time, yep. Okay, that makes sense.
Yep. But it turned out really good.
Yeah, you thought the peanut butter flavor came through?
Oh yeah. It totally did.
So here's the thing. What I think could be the difference is when you're adding that to a seltzer, it's more of a neutral base, so those flavors will come through more, like theoretically.
Yeah.
When you're like, that's the challenge, like by doing like because like I want to try that PBJ shit too, but me being hard-headed, I want to try and create a grain bill that will support that. You know what I mean? I want to.
Yeah.
That's where the challenge is. Like, don't be too in the way where you're muddling those the peanut butter and the grape or the jelly or whatever. Seltzer is a great way of introducing those flavors without covering them up, which I think that's why Zool does the way they do it. Like seltzer actually is a great base for that, even though I hate seltzers. Like that beer is really good.
Yeah.
Like, or it's I say beer, but
exactly. Like it's easy to shit on it, but like the best thing about the seltzer is like it's a complete blank slate to do whatever to.
Yeah. It really
is. Like I want to fuck around and like I just made one and it turned out really good. I made it for the 4th of July. I made a lime and blue raspberry one. And it tastes like candy. It's so awesome.
Are you making them
really good?
They just like non-alcoholic.
What's that?
Are you making them with? Do they have alcohol in them?
Oh yeah, yeah. All the seltzers I make are about 7%.
Wow.
Like,
okay.
Yeah.
Damn. But that's counting before like you add like the concentrate in the keg, right? Because that would water it down slightly. I would assume.
That's all before I add anything to it.
And that's definitely
So,
a thing. That's part of those beers. Like CH said Zool does that. I forgot what the ABV was, but the example I always give is the brewery that is near me, Long Live. They make a fruited sour, which is phenomenal. But they actually started off at 8% and then water it down with puree to 4%. Like,
Yep.
That's part of the design of the beer. You have to think about it that ahead of time. But like the end result is like phenomenal. Like I mentioned it earlier, they're called Frozy cups, but god damn are they phenomenal. Like you take a sip, right, and you see the fruit like particulate around the glass. Like instead of lacing, it's fucking fruit. Like literally.
No,
every sip you're
like-
god damn. You see that rim of fruit. Go ahead, sorry.
There's a couple of guys in my brew club that they're like, well, I haven't done an IPA before, and blah blah blah, and I'm like, well, if you're doing a heavy hopped IPA, plan on having like if you want 5 gallons of it, plan on like 5.5 to 6 because you're gonna lose a shit ton of volume with all that hops.
Mm.
And they're like, yeah, I totally get it, yeah. And they don't listen to me, and then they're like, oh, I brewed an IPA, but like, I had it figured out for 5 gallons, and I only got 4, and I'm like, well, you know what I mean?
Those types of beers you have to overshoot, like in terms of volume.
Yeah, you got to overshoot. I mean, you're adding a shit ton of hops that's gonna suck up everything.
Yeah.
And like, and especially like with the seltzers that I do, like that I'm gonna, like the seltzers that I heavily adjunct, that like I plan on making them really high because I know I'm gonna add a ton of shit to them and dilute them a little bit. So, you know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure.
I remember Gnome talking about coconut soaked up. I didn't remember that. I asked him how much he used because I use that in my beer, and man, I tell you what, that stuff soaks up.
Yeah.
Like it.
Yeah.
Yeah, those bags when you pull them out of the keg, like for me, I conditioned in a keg with the mesh bag of like, I think it was like 4 pounds of coconut.
I wish I did. I didn't put it in that bag, and I really regret it.
Yeah. But see, here's the thing: like when you transfer, like, or for me, I transferred from that keg, the conditioning keg, to like the serving keg, and then put it in the keezer. When I lifted that bag of coconut, holy shit, was it heavy! Like I should have weighed the damn thing. I guarantee it was over 10 pounds. Which was, it started out as 4 pounds of coconut, but it was probably 10 pounds of actual, just like 6 pounds of beer, I guess, just soaked up into that coconut. Like nuts, dude. So yeah, you're definitely, it's costly, but like the end result is so flavorful where it's worth it, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Like that's where those beers, like, that's why they're like, $10 for like 10 ounces. Like, because of all the cost that people don't realize that goes into it, and the loss. Like that's a big key thing too. Like it's not that you're using those ingredients, like those ingredients are actually soaking up so much of that delicious beer. And in my case, barrel aged beer, like, it's not like something I can brew next week and soak into coconut. Like this shit spent like months in a barrel, and then I'm just like, it's gonna be absorbed into coconut that I'm throwing away.
Yeah.
Or even like a crazy like double dry hopped IPA, because like people don't realize that like you're adding twice the hops in there.
Yeah.
You're losing volume. You know what I mean? And it's not a cheap beer whatsoever.
For sure.
They're like, oh, well, why does the double dry hop version $2 more than the other one? I'm like, well, there's a lot more in that. You know what I mean?
That's hilarious. Yeah, it sucks.
Yeah.
Like you realize it more as a home brewer because you're dealing in like very small quantities. Like you're not like, it's 10 barrels, fuck it. Like we're like, I missed out on 1 gallon. I only like, cause I've run into that a couple times where I think I'm going to get 5 gallons, a full keg. And like you see, like I always make sure that I can see the condensation on the opposite, so I know where the fill line is. And then I see like my fermenter be done, and I'm like, oh, what the fuck? I only got 4 gallons.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Bruce is right.
It's not just
Cryo.
that. Like I've been to breweries and I'm like, what? They're charging fucking $7 for a fucking 10 ounce of this double dry hopped IPA. What the fuck? That's crazy expensive. But like after I started brewing, I'm like, no, I kind of get it.
Until you do it yourself, yeah.
Yeah, I like I kind of get it. Like a lot of there's a lot of shit involved in it. It's not just I do it and it's done. Like so, yeah. So like my tune is changed a little bit, but we do have a couple breweries here in town that are like crazy expensive, like to the point where like they're charging $5 for a 5 ounce pour.
$1 an
And I'm
ounce.
just
Jesus
like,
Christ.
Yeah,
I'll have a pint. That'll be $16. Go fuck yourself. Sorry.
We have a couple breweries that have been like that, and like I was at this one. It's a really good brewery, but I was pissed because I left it, and I'm like, I just paid almost $20 with tip, and I didn't even pay for a whole pint of beer.
I'm not even
You know what
buzzed.
I mean? Yeah, no, it's one of those things. I'm like, I didn't even order a pint worth of beer, and I paid $18.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
That's brutal.
Yeah.
So
Like, I can see...
we have a couple that are kind of like I think their pricing structure can be reevaluated.
It's hard. I mean, the costs are still going up and up and up, so it's only going to get worse, I think. But it is pretty brutal.
But I get it. But at the same time, like the fucked up part is this brewery that's really good, and they're so expensive. They like guys, they are literally a 2-minute drive away from my house. And do you know how many times I've been there? Maybe once or twice a year.
Too expensive? Just like
it's just being a home brewer, I'm like, I'm not gonna go there and like I don't want to go there and pay $10 for a 12-ounce beer.
Yeah. So here's like, because I'm gonna pose this question to you and then give the reason why I ask it. Like, do you find yourself going to breweries that do the things that you don't do, or the beers that you do? Like, you know what I mean? Like, do you go to breweries that do styles that you actually like brew yourself, or like for me?
Yeah. Yes and no.
Okay, I want to hear your answer first.
And no, there's a couple breweries in town that I know that make, like, I make primarily, like, what I make is primarily hazies. I love hazies.
Mm-hmm.
And there's 2 breweries in town that that's what they do also. And I will go there and try their shit like crazy because it's awesome. And then there's a couple breweries in town that, like, they primarily do sours. And so I'll go there just to have the sours. You know what I mean? And to me, that's what I think makes a good brewery. I don't like breweries that try to do, like, I don't know, we do one of everything. I don't like that.
Yeah.
I like breweries who are like I like breweries that are like, we're a fucking hazy brewery. We do nothing. We do hazies immaculately, and I will go there and try that. And then we have a couple breweries that do sours great, and that's what they're known for.
Yeah.
And I will go there to have sours. Like, to me, like the few breweries that we have in town that try to do one of everything, it's kind of they're kind of lackluster.
That does make sense.
I mean?
Perfectly makes sense. Yeah, you missed out on the Discord wasn't open yet, but I was kind of like riffing on that concept. Like Like
But
I prefer breweries that actually
breweries
do have a variety. However, yeah, you're gonna like overall the quality level is gonna diminish. Like if you're more like selective,
I like ones that are like you know what, this brewery like, well, and most of them, even if they're like specify on sours, they do have other stuff. But for
Yeah.
the most part, you go there for the fucking sours. You know what I mean?
yeah, for sure.
But
Like what
also,
they're good at.
yeah, but also there is something. A small part of me does love going to an old school brewery that does a fucking just a banger brown ale. You know what I mean?
Right? That's I was just telling Beer Man about that.
There's something about going to a brewery that just that they nail a fucking brown ale or a cream ale, and it's so good.
Exactly.
It's just there's something about that, but they're very far and few between. I don't know. You know what I mean?
What's up, Juvenal?
Like, cause we have a couple breweries here in town. Like, they have a goddamn good brown ale, but everything else fucking sucks.
No, I get that.
Unfortunately.
There'll be breweries I go to
like-
where I'm going for that specific beer.
Yeah, like I hate to say it, like I love the brewery, I want to support them, but like everything but their like cream ale blows. But I'll go there and drink their cream ale because it's awesome.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
I
so
mean,
I was gonna say I talked about
Go
this
ahead.
a little
Sorry.
bit earlier. Like I like both. I like focused breweries that do like a certain thing because there's a market for it. Like
yeah,
if you know
Yeah.
hazies aside, like hazies are just overdone. Let's be real. But like if you
oh yeah,
imagine if you like were a brewery that actually focused
So
on
good.
brown ales, stouts, porters, like dark ales, basically
Yeah.
overall, maybe even dark Czechs, like you know.
Mhm.
The people that love that stuff are gonna fucking go there like frequently. They're gonna be like, "Holy shit, that's my jam! Like, let's go." You know, as you said, breweries that are more like spread out, they're not gonna be good at all of those beers. Like you know, there are some, of course, like
Yeah.
that can do a killer hazy and then a killer saison, but they're few and far between. So that is definitely a thing. Doesn't mean I don't want them to try. Like I would prefer breweries to have a more diverse tap list or menu is what I was trying to say.
But I see this is one thing I've noticed. I don't know if it's like that where you are, but I've noticed there's a lot more breweries here that have been more like hyper focused on like pilsners and lagers. And
It's
then,
definitely coming
like,
back.
Fucking, they're like fucking nailing them. Like there's a lot of breweries here in town that they focus on slow pour pilsners, and they are fucking phenomenal.
yeah,
You know what I mean?
yeah, lagers, like the overall quality across the board has definitely gone up. There's a brewery around here. I mentioned this earlier as well, but it's called Moniker Brewing. Their lagers are fucking tremendous. Like in my opinion, the best lagers in the state. Probably even in like kind of this whole region, except for like New Hampshire. That's when like shilling comes into play. But there's not really.
Yeah.
Well, actually, Jack's Abbey's another good one in Massachusetts. But there's not too many lager companies around here. So when I see a good lager, even though I don't brew them myself, like that's what I want to drink for the most part. Like,
Yeah.
you know. But
As the funny thing is, like, I've never been a big lager guy or a pilsner guy, but after being a home brewer, like I've realized that those are really hard beers to brew.
oh yeah, for
So
sure.
like, I've kind of like, I've very much started appreciating them like so much more. So if I go someplace, like rather than being like, I want your hazy, I'm gonna be like, no, I want your pilsner, or I
Yeah.
want your lager. You know what I mean? Like lately, like when I go someplace, that's what I want. I want to see how well you do those beers,
Yeah.
because anyone can make a fucking cloudy beer.
So let me branch
For the
off
most
that a little
part.
quick. So hazies, you know, there's a lot of things that can go wrong in hazes as well, especially during the
Oh, yeah.
process. Timing is crucial. When do you
Yeah.
cold crash? Make sure
Yep.
like there's gonna not be any diacetyl issues when you dry hop.
Yep. If you're
even-
gonna get a hot burn.
Well,
Yep.
sometimes you'll soft crash too soon, and then when you add
Yep.
the dry hop, that's when you'll notice the diacetyl. Like, there's a lot of things that can go wrong,
Yep.
but with lager, it's like doubled or tripled, like the shit that can go wrong in like the process. Like, so that has to be like very well planned out. Like, it's even though it's a simple beer, it's not like there's a lot that has to be done right.
Lager and pilsners, you can't hide shit.
Right.
You can't hide it.
For
There's
sure.
nothing to hide. And I love, like, my favorite beer style is hazies. I love hazy IPAs. That's my favorite beer in the whole wide goddamn world. I love hazy IPAs. I love them. They're my favorite beer ever. But I've been really loving, like, pilsners. I've really been loving lagers. And the style I've been really liking a lot, and I've been trying to brew it pretty good, is like cold IPAs and like IPLs, which is kind of the same style, kind of, but like I've been really liking that style of beer. And so like I just made a IPL that's 3.5% for the 4th of July, and I tried it. It was really good, and it was a single hop IPL with El Dorado, and it's really good.
So I have a question real quick. So like that's using lager yeast, right?
No, it's a pseudo lager, so I used Lutra.
So typically though, like if a brewery's making an IPL, is that lager yeast or is that?
It's lager yeast, yeah.
Right. So like, I think I would just call it a hoppy lager. I wouldn't really call it an IPL.
Essentially, that's what it is.
Yeah.
It's just hoppy lager.
I mean,
And
I know
really
nowadays everyone's trying to like kind of make these new categories and like create selling points and stuff. I get that, but I think at the end of the day, it's just a hoppy lager. I mean, I'm always trying to simplify things, not make them like, don't get me wrong. I can be pretentious at times. Like, for me, brewing is a fucking art form.
Dude.
So I kind of like make things bigger than they are from time to time. I get that. But in terms of IPL, or a cold IPA, it's just a hoppy lager.
No, my grain one, the last one I did was Pilsen. It was like mostly Pilsen malt with a little bit of flaked rice, and that's it.
Yeah, dude, I was talking about this earlier. I fucking love rice lagers, man.
I wanted something just crisp and hoppy. That's what I wanted. I'm like, just Pilsen and flaked rice. That's all.
So Ron Barnes, I mentioned this earlier, but Ron Barnes sent me 2 different rice lagers, and he sent me like a bunch of lagers, a couple hazies and stuff. But the 2 rice lagers were standouts, like phenomenal, like so fucking good. Like if I brewed lagers, which I don't, I would be on that in a minute. But it's just too much. Like I already have like all my fermenters tied up. I can't like do another one and like let it sit for 2 months.
Yeah.
I just can't do it.
I think over the winter, actually like try to lager, like a real lager. I think I'm gonna try a couple of those over the next winter, just because like I want to try them. Like everything, like all the lagers I've been doing are pseudo lagers, so I've just been like using Lutra and a shit ton of gelatin to clear them up.
You got to do a real one, man.
Yeah, I haven't done a real one, but this next year I want to try to do a real one.
Yeah.
But, I mean, shit. The funny thing is, like, my homebrew club, like, out of 10 of us, I won the lager competition by doing a fucking shitty pseudo lager.
Oh, really? Did you
Yeah.
did you let them know ahead of time, or like did you like, hey, guess what?
No, I told him after the fact. I'm
That's
like,
hilarious.
yeah, by the way, that was a pseudo lager that I used with a shit ton of gelatin and like Lutra. And they're like, really? And I'm like, yep. And
Damn,
basically,
you
like,
fooled him, man. You know, here's the thing. I talk a lot of shit about fake, but not that you use fake. I don't know if that's what you use, but like,
yeah.
if you said that already, I apologize. I'm
did.
trying to like follow along, but I would love to like be up to that challenge. I would love to be like, you know, try to be fooled, I guess, like, because I think, you know, I have a decent concept of what a lager should taste like, but who the fuck knows? Maybe I'm wrong entirely, and like pseudo lagers and fake is a thing, but I don't know. Personally, I don't get it.
Dude, I used the lager recipe I did was I used all Pilsen, a little bit of flaked rice, and then I used the hops I used all Triumph hops.
What?
I won.
Triumph? Is that what you said?
Yeah.
I've heard of it. I never used it. I have no idea.
No, I used it in a lager and it was great. And I'm like, And it was one of those. The funny thing is, it was one of those like hops I got from Yakima Valley when they did their like fucking Black Friday sale. And I'm like, and they're like, oh yeah, $6 for a pound of Triumph hops. I'm like, okay, I'll get 3 pounds of it.
Yeah.
You know, not you know what I mean. So I'm like, yeah, I'll get 3 pounds of that. That's cool.
3 pounds.
So like,
damn.
Dude, I got so much hops in my freezer.
Oh, I feel you,
because I do shit like that. Because I'm like, oh, 3 pounds for $6 a pound. Yeah, okay, I'll get 3 pounds of it.
I would show you the amount of hops, but I would be embarrassed. Like, I'm the same way, dude. I got like way too much, bro. Like,
dude, I probably have 30 pounds of hops in my freezer right now.
Wow.
It's
30?
that bad.
Wow.
Yeah.
Jesus
I
Christ.
never buy in bulk
I have a lot.
because I feel like I'm never.
Also, though, when I do my hazies, I use almost a pound of hops.
Yeah, for like a 5-gallon batch. That sounds about right. Yeah.
Yeah.
For like the entire like
use
Whirlpool
almost,
dry hop.
Yep. For all said and done, I use almost a full pound. So the last one I just did, and I'm still on the fence of if I like it or not. I did I really like doing single hop hazies. I just did a Brew 1 single hop hazy. It's okay.
Yeah, that was the one that was supposed to be
I kind of think I should have used more hops. But
that was the one that was supposed to be like more like pineapple forward, I think. Brew 1.
Yeah.
I think I have. Let me look it up because I have my notes. I'm not about to open my hop fridge, but I have old bag of that hasn't been opened yet. Let me look.
Your hops in the fridge or the freezer?
Well,
I put them all in the freezer.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I just did all Brew 1 hazy IPA. The worst one I've ever done was I did a all Zappa hop IPA, and that one.
Oh yeah, I heard bad things
good.
about that hop.
Did you say ball sack?
Zappa.
It was earthy as fuck, and it tasted like feet.
I heard a lot of bad stuff about that hop. Like no joke.
Oh, I was excited. I thought it would be good. Got it. I got like 2 pounds of Zappa really cheap, and I'm like, I'll make a single hop like IPA with Zappa. Oh, it was a bad one. It was so bad. Like my wife loves hazies, and I poured her a glass, and I'm like, here, try this, and she's like, ugh. Like she hated it. It was so bad. It was the only hazy IPA I've ever dumped.
So I have a question. So, you know, obviously, I assume you do a Whirlpool. I assume you do a dry hop. But Do you do any late hop or like flame out, or do you do any like, you know, like 10
It's all
grams,
flame
like
out.
60? Oh, so all flame out? What do you mean, like?
It's all flame out. Most of the time, I'll add like 1 or 2 ounces at like 5 minutes, and then
Right,
the rest
yeah,
of
yeah.
it's all flame out. Yeah.
I kind of like doing the same. I would even go a little bit back before that, but yeah, I do like adding a little, like maybe 4 IBUs before the end of the boil,
Yeah,
something
I
like
like
that.
I like a little bit of bite to it, just a little bit. You know what I mean?
And you're gonna get that with all the like sheer hops you're adding at like flame out and whirlpool anyways.
Yeah.
Like you're gonna get some bite, some bitterness, and
Yeah,
even your dry
'cause-
hop. I was
Because
just curious what you did.
This is gonna sound lame, but my favorite hop to use for a hazy, and because I have 2 favorite hops for a hazy. Number 1 is Mosaic. I love Mosaic till I die. And my other one is, dude, I have made so many good straight up Cascade fucking single hop hazies. I love Cascade. And you can't shit on it. I love it so much. 'Cause I love just a little bit of pininess. You know what I mean?
Oh no, I agree with you. Another one I would say is Columbus. We were talking
I
about that
love a
earlier too.
little
Like
bit of
Columbus,
pininess.
the aroma on Columbus is so underrated. It's not even
Yeah.
funny, and it actually works well
Yeah.
in hazies, but people don't use it. You know, like
Mhm.
people are going with the hot, sexy hops all the time. Like, but Columbus is fucking
Yeah.
phenomenal.
No. Like, I want a little bit of fucking piney to it.
Yeah.
I need that to my IPA.
Hmm.
To me, that's an IPA. If there's a little bit of piney, a little bit of resin, it's great.
Let's slip a little West Coast into your hazy.
Oh, I love West Coast. Oh.
Yeah, dude. Best Coast.
See, what's funny is you say that is like West Coast IPAs. That's my winter beers.
Mm.
I love West Coast IPAs. I love in the winter for some reason.
Hmm.
Yeah, I don't know why. And like, one of my favorite winter beers I made a it was an all Cascade, all Maris Otter triple IPA I made last year.
Oof, wow.
It was pretty damn good. Yeah.
Hmm.
All Maris Otter. Like, I had a buddy of mine. he had
Triple
a shit
IPA?
ton of Maris
Is that what you said?
Otter. Yeah.
That must have been
had a
orangey
shit
as
ton of-
fuck. Like
Oh,
the
yeah,
color
it was
wise.
great. Like my buddy, he had a shit ton of Maris Otter and he didn't want it. And I'm like, I don't use Maris Otter at all. I'm like, I'll just make a giant fucking. I had 25 pounds of Maris Otter, so I used that to make
okay.
5 gallons of IPA.
Maris Otter's good.
It is.
I like-
It is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's one of the base
most of
malts I
my
have on hand at like all times, basically.
Yeah. Most of my IPAs are base malts are mostly Pilsen, white wheat, and then flaked oats. That's all I use. I try to be fairly simple with my green bill.
I
Yeah.
don't like Pilsner. Pilsner tastes weird to me.
Really?
As a It's like the Swiss cheese of malt to me for my palate.
Oh, I use it
I
in
don't-
a lot of my beers. Like,
Pilsen.
yeah, I don't use two-row almost ever. I always use Pilsen or Pilsner.
Same.
And if I'm doing a hazy,
Same.
I mentioned this before in the stream, but like I cut it with like 50-50 blend. Whatever my base malt is, like say it's 80%, 90%, it's always a 50. I shouldn't say always, but like most of the time, it's a 50% blend of Pilsner and either Maris Otter or Golden Promise
Yeah,
or something
Golden
like that.
Okay.
That way, it's not because when you said 100% Maris Otter for a triple, I'm like, God damn, like that color had to have been like bright orange color because
Oh, it was dark. It was
yeah. I mean, if you boil it long enough, you'll have a fucking barley wine. But that's a whole different story. But
Mhm.
yeah, I don't know. I try to keep it basic in terms of base malts. It's always usually Pilsner and either Maris Otter or Golden Promise. Yeah, by the way, Bruce, that is why I do that, because I have done like 100% Golden Promise in terms of base malt. Obviously, like some flaked wheat, some oats. And yeah, you'll get that Julius type color, which I actually like. Nowadays, like hazies have kind of gone away from that. They're like very light colored, like straw, but hazy.
Yeah.
Which nothing wrong with that, but like, don't be afraid to get a little bit of color in there.
Yeah.
Mm-mm. All right. I'll see you guys later.
All right, man. Have a good night, bro. Yeah, I'm probably gonna head off soon
All right.
too. It's almost 2 a.m.
Yeah, I gotta work early. Thank
Later, guys.
But thanks everybody for hanging out. I greatly appreciate you all. Yeah, I'll probably like put a close to it now.
All right. Thanks for the invite. That was fun.
Yeah, hell yeah, man. Well, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't be even doing this. So thank you, my friend.
No problem.
All right, everybody.
All right. Yep. Later.
Cheers, all. Good hang, man.